That day, magic gates suddenly appeared in the sky, gateways leading straight to dungeons. Behind each gate lay an entirely different world, home to countless terrifying monsters of all shapes and sizes. And then, the monsters inside began to pour out in a massive swarm. The only people who could stop them were those who had awakened magical abilities. They used their newfound powers to fight together and defeat the illegal invading monsters. In the heat of that fierce battle, surrounded by melee monsters and flying beasts filling the sky, the heroes of a single party fought shoulder to shoulder. Ingolf von Dietz and Claudia Burjo. Each of them possessed unique abilities. Nathaniel Cavell could manipulate fire, while Iwako Heidke controlled the wind to strike down the flying monsters. There was also an unidentified girl with a cold expression who fought heroically with a lightning spear. After a long, brutal struggle, while the five of them stood on the front lines, a monster suddenly lunged at a civilian who had no magic. The man fell to the ground and screamed in terror, "Someone help." Dietz looked over at Burjo and told her to help the civilian. "Hey, go help those people in trouble." But Burjo just leaned her head on her hand indifferently and said lazily, "But there are so many of them." While the others were busy passing the buck, a green monster raised its claws toward the civilian, who was kneeling on the ground, clutching his head and trembling uncontrollably. Just when it looked like the monster was about to crush him, a foot came out of nowhere and delivered a devastating kick to its face, completely caving in one side of the creature's head. Taken by surprise, the monster was sent flying and slammed into a wall with a loud crash, triggering an explosion. A tall man in a suit and a long overcoat appeared. He tilted his head slightly to look back at the man kneeling on the ground and asked with a smile, "Is everyone okay?" He turned to his teammates with total confidence and said, "I'll handle this." It was Misato Kawakiro. With a quick burst of speed, Kawakiro leaped off the ground. He concentrated his power into his right hand and aimed directly at the dense crowd of monsters below. Kawakiro's eyes flashed with a cold, sharp light. He unleashed a flurry of strikes, hitting every vital point and killing every monster in front of him in a single blow. His teammate Heidke watched in amazement and exclaimed, "He's incredible, taking on that many monsters all by himself," while Cavell stood behind them, observing silently without a word. The girl in the tight red outfit looked toward the gate, not at all surprised, and said, "With time attribute magic, he can see the future. He already knows exactly what the monsters are going to do next." As they watched Kawakiro charge toward a fire-breathing dragon-like monster with a confident, winning smile still on his face, they all came to the same conclusion. That man isn't human anymore. The battle hit a temporary lull once all the monsters that had emerged from the gate were wiped out, their corpses scattered across the ruins of the city. Kawakiro, leading the party, stood before a massive snake-like monster right in front of the gate and said to his teammates behind him, "All right." With one decisive swing, he decapitated the beast in a single strike and remarked, "This is the last one, right?" Kawakiro was full of confidence, thinking, "With this power, I can finally protect everyone's peace." He reached out to touch the gate that served as the dungeon entrance and said, "Now, I'm going to seal the gate." But as soon as the words left his mouth, an unknown force blasted him backward through the gate. Kawakiro's eyes widened in total confusion. He dropped to one knee and slammed a hand onto the ground to break his momentum, but he still skidded back a long way. When he looked up, he saw that the gate had been sealed from the other side by the very teammates he had always trusted. Kawakiro frowned, unable to process what was happening. "What is this? That's..." A look of shock washed over his face as he realized, I never saw a future like this." Kawakiro rushed to the edge of the sealed exit and stared at his teammates. "Are you all in this together? Why are you doing this?" Cavell let out a delighted laugh and replied, "Why?" At that moment, he and the others stopped hiding their greedy, wicked smiles. He stood among the five with his hands in his pockets and sneered, "It's because you didn't see it coming that you're being betrayed like this." Kawakiro tried to keep his cool and asked again, "What?" The girl in the red suit gave him a haughty look and said, "You're a level 100 monster who can use time attribute magic." Burjo smirked and added, "We just want to make money the safe way." Dietz gritted his teeth in anger and spat, "But you just had to keep trying to help people." Heidke pointed a finger at him accusingly. "You kept putting us in dangerous situations like this." And Cavell finished it off with a smug grin, "But today is the last time." He raised a hand in a mock farewell and turned his back to walk away happily with the rest of Kawakiro's former allies, saying, "See you around." On this side of the gate, Kawakiro hammered against the barrier, watching the backs of the traitors while clinging to a sliver of hope. "Are you guys serious? Let me out of here." Kawakiro wondered in agony. "You betrayed me for those reasons." He remembered the days they fought side by side, how happy and harmonious the six of them used to be. "As the leader, I only did my best to protect the world from the monsters. and to protect all of. He had always been the one charging onto the front lines, and yet. Kawakairo gritted his teeth and kept punching the seal, his eyes burning with rage. Why? Before he could find an answer, the swarm of monsters behind him lunged forward like starving predator. Kawakairo spun around and killed one with a single strike. But then he made a startling discovery. Behind him stood an endless sea of monsters, swarming like flies. He activated his power, his eyes glowing as he tried to peer into the future. I can get out of here. My future is. The future he saw was a vision that utterly broke him. Death, dying under the fangs and claws of those monsters. Kawakairo laughed hollowly. It doesn't exist anymore, does it? Alone, he faced the massive horde as they frenziedly closed in on him. He gritted his teeth, channeling all of his fury into his fists. Kawakairo leaped into the air, preparing to strike down at the mob of monsters, but they were like ants, rushing forward one wave after another without end. After a long fight, Kawakairo collapsed to his knees, covered in wounds. His head hung low and his arms went limp as blood poured from his injuries, forming a massive pool on the ground. I couldn't change the future. He raised his head, his gaze cold as ice. I guess there's no other choice. Kawakairo watched the monsters as they continued to swarm him, except to accept death, right? They crowded over him, tearing at his battered body as fresh blood splattered everywhere. Yet Kawakairo didn't stop fighting. He kicked the nearest monster into the air, though he remained surrounded by countless others. I won't die in vain like this, Kawakairo thought as he used the last of his magic to grab a monster's head. I will reincarnate and become even stronger. He fought back like a madman, reaching for the peak of power. I will have my revenge. I'll carve this rage into my very soul. Kawakairo threw a punch into the empty air. Until the day I can take my revenge and wash away my regrets, he vowed, as a powerful surge of energy erupted from his body and shot toward the sky from his palm, temporarily blowing away the surrounding monster. Kawakairo's entire body seemed to be in excruciating pain as blood leaked from his eyes, nose, and mouth. The light stretched on and on before condensing into a blinding flash. The scene shifted to another location, where someone suddenly snapped their eyes open. Dressed in a hospital gown, the person sat up and reached for their slippers, intending to stand. He looked at himself in the mirror. A somewhat pale teenager was reflected in the glass. He touched the surface, his eyes showing a hint of joy as he said coldly, "It looks like the reincarnation was a success." It turned out this boy in the hospital gown was Kawakairo's new body. He began to take in his surroundings. Is this a hospital? These machines look so strange. I wonder how many years have passed. If it's been 100 years, I won't be able to get my revenge, he thought, his eyes filling with hatred as he remembered the smiling faces of those who had betrayed. Kawakairo noticed something. What's this? He picked it up. It was the student ID for this body. Student ID, ID number, 122, name, Asai Kyosuke attribute, void. Looking at the card, he realized, it looks like 20 years have passed since then. His eyes suddenly lit up in surprise. Kawakairo stared at the attribute line of the body's previous owner. This is attribute void. He immediately broke into a smug grin. Heh. Then that smile turned increasingly twisted as Kawakairo began to laugh like a maniac. He reminisced, in my past life, my teammates feared me because I was the strongest thanks to my time attribute. But eventually, I realized I couldn't get any stronger. Even with future sight, I couldn't see the true depth of the void attribute's power, he realized, knowing he couldn't use his old abilities to measure the strength of someone with the void attribute. Kawakairo looked down at the hands of his new body. This poor kid. There's no doubt about it, the void attribute is the strongest. It's like an infinite, chaotic space, but in my past life, no one possessed it. Because it was so rare, no one knew how to train it, so he looked back at the card and noted, that's why he's still only level 1. Kawakairo looked at the image of the naive student on the ID and thought, he was probably mocked for being attributeless more than once or twice. He held the card to his heart and said, don't worry, kid. I'll make your name known across the globe as the world's strongest adventurer. Thanks to Future Sight, I know exactly how to train the void attribute, he realized. He could use his past life abilities to see the flow of energy and know how to nurture it into something great. He activated the power within his new body, and a brilliant light enveloped him, illuminating the entire room. With this power, I will become absolutely invincible, and I'll make those traitors. He clenched his fist and smiled demonically, regret betraying me and sending me to my death. He recalled Cavel's laughing face from that day, and the others who were once his close comrades, with their gleeful smiles as they turned on the person who had trusted them. To get my revenge, I need to level up first. From this moment on, the Kawakairo of the past is dead. I am Kyosuke. He lay back down on the bed and closed his eyes. The space around him was pitch black, the void attribute, true to its name, was related to conditional magic. Its essence lay in the ability to freely turn imagination into reality. He shut his eyes tight and focused his mind, and magical energy began to fluctuate. Anyone can imagine things, like an art student imagining the shape they want to draw, but when they put pen to paper, the result isn't always as perfect as the vision. Turning it into reality is the hard part. Luckily, this body is badly injured, he noted. Kyosuke's body was still wrapped in white bandages around his midsection. If I project the image in my head onto this body, he grimaced, focusing hard to visualize it. The magical energy he was trying to control flowed like a stream of mysterious, shimmering light. He visualized every cell being healed by magic, the energy traveling through Kyosuke's body to mend the damage. The wound on his hand was gradually covered by a beautiful, golden-orange light. The energy looked like the sparkling light of a galaxy. The injury on Kyosuke's hand healed rapidly, and the magical energy slowly faded away. He sat up abruptly and looked down at his arm in delight. The wound was gone without a trace. Great, it worked. Kyosuke pressed his thumb against the skin of his right wrist. Since it was only basic magic, the recovery speed wasn't high, and his internal injuries weren't fully healed yet. He thought, if I use it repeatedly, the level will increase. By repeating the visualization process to treat the wounds, he would soon be fully recovered. His ability to turn imagination into reality would also improve. The magical energy of the void attribute was vast, encompassing many different elements that could expand the range of what he could manifest. Because of that, I can create and use many different types of magic. I can master everything from wind, water, and earth to fire and lightning. Eventually, the images in my mind will be materialized perfectly in the real world. The mirror-like barrier would no longer hold him back. It would shatter to give the void attribute room to grow, until it became as vast as the universe itself. Kyosuke smiled. Just then, a middle-aged doctor holding a medical chart stood at the door in surprise. You're finally awake. Kyosuke turned his head to look at. The doctor rushed over to check on him. Don't move too quickly. You were supposed to be severely injured after that monster attack. He pulled the blanket back and lay down on the bed. I see. So that's what happened to this boy. The doctor beamed at him and said, and yet, despite being in critical condition, you woke up. It's like a miracle from the Saintess herself. Kyosuke looked up and asked curiously, what did you say, the Saintess? What do you mean? The doctor was taken aback. You don't know. He shook his head honestly. The doctor's face flushed with reverence at the thought of the Saintess of the 5 sacred stars. Kyosuke's face went blank. I don't know what the 5 sacred stars are either. The man adjusted his glasses and frowned at the medical chart. Right, you just woke up. It's understandable that you're confused. He gave some instructions before leaving the room. Never mind. I'll give you a full checkup now. I'm going to get the equipment. Just stay right here. As soon as the doctor left, Kyosuke threw off the blanket and sat up. The Saintess, the 5 sacred stars. Are they one of the families or adventure groups that rose to power in the last 20 years? He walked over to the TV remote on the table. Leveling up is a must. But I also need to understand the current situation, he thought, picking up the remote and pressing the power button. The TV turned on and a voice announced, today's special report, looking back at the level 555 dungeon disaster from 20 years ago. The news showed footage of the monster invasion that had devastated the streets years ago. Perfect. A special report on the very event where I was betrayed. Kyosuke focused on the news. The culprit was. The screen showed an image of his past self, the leader of the Gold Seekers, a level 100 time attribute user named Misato Kawakiro. Kyosuke flinched in shock. What? He stared at the screen in disbelief. I'm the culprit. What the hell is going on here? The screen replayed scenes of monsters emerging from the gate and destroying the city, leaving it in flames. He predicted the disaster but told no one, planning to use the chaos to rule the world. The remaining members of the Gold Seekers stopped him. They are the great heroes known as the 5 sacred stars. The TV showed his 5 former teammates. After a fierce battle, Misato Kawakiro was defeated, and the dungeon was successfully sealed. The news continued. It is a miracle that everyone knows. To this day, the 5 sacred stars continue to lead the world in various fields. Kyosuke stood frozen in front of the TV. Today, we've invited experts to. He snapped the TV off. Kyosuke's reflection appeared on the dark screen as he hung his head. He covered his mouth and laughed, his laughter growing increasingly manic. He was consumed by rage. They didn't just betray me. They dragged my name through the mud. They sacrificed me, he thought, the image of his bloodied face flashing in his mind. And now they're being cheered for like celebrities, like real heroes, shamelessly taking the glory while the whole world praises. Kyosuke's hand trembled with rage as he gripped the remote. I won't forgive them. I'll never forgive them. He grit his teeth hard, his eyes filled with pure hatred, every last one of them. I'll send them all to hell. The hospital room fell silent. He regained his composure and let out a long breath. Kyosuke turned toward the nightstand, but I have to be careful. I can't let myself get on their radar yet. He set the remote down on the stand. Then he reached for the smartphone. That's right. The teenager looked at the phone screen. The school this kid goes to is. He smiled with genuine interest. The phone screen lit up, just as I thought. The principal of the Takigo Adventure Training Academy. One of the 5 sacred stars, Iwako Hyde. Kyosuke gripped the phone. I just woke up and I already know where to find him. Talk about luck. He sat on the bed, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. But Iwako is a very cautious man. He's not someone who leaves his weaknesses exposed. Just then, his eyes caught the ID card sitting on the headboard. The card showed his current identity and level. The level gap right now is way too big. I can't take him down like this. Kyosuke threw himself back onto the bed. He held his hand out and stared at it. I can't do anything at level 1. For now, I'll focus on leveling up, and then I'll find him. He curled his hand into a fist, his gaze steady and determined. Just you wait. You're my first target, Iwako. A few weeks later, the sunlight streamed into the room, bright and piercing. Kyosuke stood before the mirror, stretching and warming up his body. Great, now I can move around without any issue. As he put on his coat, the doctor stood behind him in utter disbelief. No, it's unbelievable. You've made a full recovery in just a few weeks. The man thought happily of his idol, wondering if this was truly a blessing from the saintess. Kyosuke, back turned to the doctor as he tied his necktie, thought, that's not it, doc. With a cold expression, he realized, everything is thanks to my own power. Kyosuke left coldly, raising a hand as he reached the door. All right, thanks for taking care of me. The doctor watched him go. Ah, okay. You take care of yourself too. He stood outside the hospital under a clear blue sky. Now then, I've finished preparing the basics. He slipped his ID card into his pocket, thinking, my current level is enough. Time for a little warm-up before heading into a dungeon, he thought with a confident smile. Sounds like a plan. Kyosuke recalled his conversation at the hospital, where the doctor had sighed while explaining this body's situation. I heard from the doctor that Kyosuke's entire family died in an accident. He walked alone down a main street with his hands in his coat pockets. He spoke silently to the former owner of his body. I felt sorry for the Kyosuke of that time, too. Then he closed his eyes and thought, but for me, it's actually a good thing. It means I can do whatever I want. Kyosuke took a step forward. Right across the street stood a gate. He curiously pulled out his phone to check the map. Is this the place? After evaluating the situation for a moment, Kyosuke pulled up his hood and face mask, his gaze determined. To level up and get stronger, I'm going to test myself here. He approached the security guard and placed a card on the table. The guard immediately grabbed his wrist to stop him and shouted, Hey, you. Kyosuke jerked his hand back and gave the man a cold stare. What? The guard became visibly tense under his gaze. You. He had seen the information on Kyosuke's card. You're only level 27. This is an area where adventurers need to be at least level 30 just to form a party and enter. And yet you're planning to go in alone. That's practically suicide. It turned out the guard was just worried about his safety, which is why he acted so impulsively. He grabbed Kyosuke's wrist again to reason with him, but the boy remained perfectly calm and said, I think that only applies to normal cases. Then our protagonist brushed off the well-meaning guard's hand. He held up his card for the man to see clearly. I'm a student at the Takigo Adventure Training Academy. As long as I sign the waiver, I'll be fine, right? Kyosuke had come prepared. He stared at the guard and thought, I researched this thoroughly while I was in the hospital. The guard hesitated awkwardly. Well, that's true, but while the two were still arguing over a solution, a voice rang out from behind Kyosuke, making his eyes snap wide open. Oh, come on. He turned his head and saw 3 people standing by a tree across the street. The one leaning against the trunk spoke up. That's enough. An orange-haired guy laughed and said, They're only saying that because they're worried about you. While another looked at him mockingly and added, Aren't you just a rookie? Better to know your place. Kyosuke glanced at them but didn't bother to argue. He turned back to the guard watching the gate and pointed to the tablet on the table. I just need to sign here, right? Without waiting for an answer, Kyosuke picked up the pen and decisively signed his name under the I agree line on the screen. The guard tried to stop him again. Wait, but Kyosuke didn't care. He finished signing, tossed the pen back onto the table, and walked away coldly as the guard watched with a worried face. No more problems now, right? He walked toward the gate alone, waving a hand back at the guard who was still trying to stop him. Thanks for the concern, though. I appreciate it. Seeing him walk off, the guard quickly turned and pointed toward the 3 gathered under the tree. Hey, you guys. Sorry, but please keep an eye on that kid. The guard truly was a kind soul, he told the trio, Letting him go in alone is like sending him to his death. The shortest one, with a middle-part hairstyle, smirked in annoyance. Ha! He stepped forward aggressively. Why should we do anything for that guy? But before he could finish, his purple-haired friend in glasses, who hadn't spoken yet, laughed and patted his shoulder, saying, "Actually, this could be interesting." The guy in glasses continued, "If no one's watching." The other two stared at him in surprise. With a wicked expression and a sinister look in his eyes, he told them, "It doesn't matter what happens, right?" The three of them immediately hit it off and ran toward the gate with malicious grins. That little brat acting all tough. He needs another 100 years of training. The kind guard, unaware he had just asked the wrong people for help, waved goodbye to them thankfully. "Sorry for the trouble. I'm counting on you guys." The three entered the gate after Kyosuke. On the other side lay a long tunnel lit by torches on both walls, but on that seemingly endless path, there was no sign of our protagonist. The guy in glasses said excitedly, "All right, let's do this like usual," and the orange-haired guy added with a laugh, "Kill the kid, then blame it on the monster." They remembered someone they had killed in a dungeon before. The young man's body had been covered in wounds with blood splattered on the walls and floor, while they stood by with their hands in their pockets. It's all thanks to idiots like this. And our pockets are getting heavier, they thought. They made a habit of killing solo adventurers in dungeons and stealing everything from their money to their gems. Thinking of the profit and the thrill of the kill, the three of them sprinted deeper into the dungeon. 10 minutes later, they were still running at full tilt. The guy in glasses was getting tired and asked the orange-haired one, "It's been a straight line this whole time, right?" The other guy was panting just as hard and replied, "And yet we still haven't caught up to that kid." Suddenly they stopped. The orange-haired guy pointed ahead as if he'd found something. Look. Ahead of them, Kyosuke was facing off against a massive horde of monsters, finally caught up. A surge of energy radiated from his body, and Kyosuke's gaze was freezing cold. He swung his hand in a sweeping motion, and a violent flame erupted toward the enemy. Kyosuke then raised his hand to head level, summoning magic that swirled like a cyclone around his right palm. Then he thrust it forward, sending the cyclone and the fire charging ahead with immense power. Kyosuke's flames were so powerful that they swept through the monsters, incinerating them instantly before they could even think of escape. In an instant, the massive horde was reduced to ash, and the tunnel was clear once again. The three who had followed him stood in total shock. The guy in glasses stared with his mouth hanging open. No way. And the short one couldn't believe his eyes either. He wiped out a D-rank monster swarmed by himself. The orange-haired guy's frozen expression shifted into a smirk as he pointed toward Kyosuke. More importantly, "Isn't that a rare item drop?" In front of them, a bag full of glowing gemstones sat alongside more gems scattered all over the ground. As the three scumbags stared at the loot, their eyes lit up and they couldn't stop grinning. "If we sell that, we might be able to live like kings for 6 months." They noticed that Kyosuke was still focused on picking up the gems and hadn't reacted to them being there, so they began to plot. "Looks like the kid hasn't noticed us. What an idiot. Those rare items are ours. Just kill him." No sooner said than done. The three of them moved to carry out their dirty work, one of them leaping forward. The orange-haired guy clung to the ceiling of the tunnel, and the one in glasses smiled as he looked up at his partner's position. The short one also moved into place. The guy in glasses glanced over and nodded to confirm they were ready. The three bandits simultaneously unleashed their magic to attack Kyosuke. "Right now, kill him." Our protagonist pulled down his mask and cursed under his breath. Damn it. He activated his magic and turned around with a look of pure rage, shouting at the cowards, "You think you're being clever." Kyosuke used his abilities to effortlessly weave through their water and wind attacks, thinking, no matter the era. Without breaking a sweat, he bypassed their wind blades and water pillars. There are always pieces of trash who want to steal what belongs to others. The orange-haired guy and the one with the middle part hair jumped down and stared at Kyosuke in horror. What? He dodged the attack. Impossible. Does he have eyes in the back of his head? The guy in glasses refused to believe it. He summoned a fireball and lunged at Kyosuke's back, shouting, "That was probably just luck. Die." Kyosuke didn't dodge. Instead, he turned and channeled all his strength into his fist. A direct punch to the stomach of the guy in glasses made the fireball in his hand vanish completely. He coughed up blood instantly. The punch was so powerful, it sent the man flying back until his large body slammed heavily into the tunnel wall. As the dust settled, a section of the tunnel was smashed to pieces. The guy in glasses lay crumpled against the wall, while Kyosuke calmly continued his hunt. He spoke to the unconscious man, "To insects like you, I'll crush you without mercy." His two cohorts were paralyzed with fear, not daring to make a sound. Kyosuke stomped on the ground, "And I won't hesitate to use you as stepping stone." Looking like the Grim Reaper himself, he turned his hateful gaze toward them and said, "Because the revenge I'm carrying, officially starts right now. The sky outside the gate remained as clear and peaceful as ever. At that moment, another person entered the dungeon. A handsome man in a cloak stood with his arms crossed, looking arrogant. It was Iwako's subordinate, Yoichi Tsudai, who said, "I came here after hearing a student had entered the dungeon alone." He looked at the 3 bodies on the ground and wondered, but why are there rookie adventurers lying dead? Yoichi surveyed the scene and asked himself, just what the hell happened here? Back in the outside world, it was late at night, and a single light was on in an apartment building. Kyosuke sat in his room looking at the ID card in his hand, thinking, in that D-rank dungeon, I was finally able to level up and test my void magic. He stared intently at the information on the card. His new spell was Information Concealment. Kyosuke gave a sinister laugh. Not only can I fake my level, but I can even erase the dungeon entry logs. That's pretty useful. He lay on the bed and checked the news on his phone. All right, tomorrow's my first day at the academy. A notification on the phone showed a message from the day before. Give me the money, hurry up. Wake up, you attributeless loser. He realized what it was with a look of annoyance, so that's how it is. The next morning, students were on their way to school. As Kyosuke walked with his backpack, someone called his name, Kyosuke. He turned his head to look back. An energetic and adorable girl waved at him. It was Kyosuke's classmate, Asahi Karin. Good morning. Are you feeling better now? Kyosuke replied politely, thanks, I'm fine now. She seemed very worried about him and let out a sigh of relief when he said he was okay. That's good, I was so worried about you. Kyosuke gave her a gentle look, realizing that the original Kyosuke did have people who cared about. Just then a voice interrupted their conversation. Look who it is. Kyosuke tilted his head to look, and the person continued mockingly. Isn't it the attributeless kid who just barely escaped death? Kyosuke saw 3 guys with blue and red hair approaching him with sneers. Since I had to protect a level 1 weakling like you, I should get some kind of reward, right? The leader said arrogantly, you brought it with you, didn't you? I'm a little short on cash right now, so. Hearing that, Kyosuke immediately remembered the message from the night before. So it's these bastards. Karin stepped forward to block Kyosuke. She seemed a bit scared herself, but courageously stood up for her friend. Stop it. Kyosuke just got out of the hospital. Her actions took Kyosuke by surprise. He noticed her hand trembling as she gripped her backpack strap. Kyosuke looked at Karin. He stepped in front of her and said, thanks, but I've got this. The 2 lackeys behind the leader burst out laughing. LMAO, look at this attributeless shrimp. Don't act tough just because you're in front of a girl. The leader cracked his knuckles with a nasty attitude. Let me remind you, you're just a useless brat who can't even use magic. You're the ones who need a reminder of your place, Kyosuke replied bluntly. The 3 stopped laughing immediately, looking like they couldn't believe he had the guts to say that. Our protagonist stood before the bastards who had bullied the original Kyosuke and told himself, I'm nothing like you scumbags. Rest easy, kid. I'll make your name known across the world as the strongest adventurer. He raised a hand and said, I'm a man of my word. Kyosuke's actions made the leader's blood boil. He summoned a fireball above his head, losing control of his temper as he screamed at Kyosuke. What the hell are you talking about? Karin warned him anxiously. No way. Using magic outside of a dungeon is a violation of school rule. But the guy didn't care and barked at her. Shut up. This attributeless trash is the one at fault for daring to stand up to me. He hurled the fireball at Kyosuke, shouting, take this. The boy stood his ground without flinching. Kyosuke narrowed his eyes. He channeled fire magic into his right hand as well. With a flick of his wrist, his fireball surged forward. Kyosuke's fireball was 3 times larger than the other guys. The 2 spheres of flame were about to collide. An explosion rang out as the fireballs clashed and burst, sending countless embers flying between the 2. The 2 lackeys gaped in horror. Impossible, isn't that the same type of magic? Since when could he use that? The leader was also panicked. He couldn't believe his eyes and asked, what is this? Kyosuke looked at the bastard with a cold face and asked, is that it? His words were a direct insult to the bully, who gritted his teeth and hissed, damn you. The leader immediately turned to his lackeys. Hey, you guys, don't just stand there, get him. The 2 henchmen followed orders and launched their magic at the protagonist. Yes, sir. Try this on for size. It was the same wind and water combination as the 2 bandits who had lost in the dungeon. Our protagonist didn't even bother to take off his backpack. He raised his hand and used both water and wind magic at the same time. With a wave of his hand, his magic shot out to meet theirs head-on. The 3 bullies were truly terrified now. What the hell? Just how many types of magic can he use? I've never heard of anything like this. Before they could recover from the shock, Kyosuke asked a short question that made them freeze in place. Satisfied. Kyosuke snapped his fingers. Now it's my turn. A massive surge of magical power appeared behind him, swirling like a storm. Kyosuke walked forward step by step with clenched fists. Don't worry, I won't kill you. At least. The three bullies panicked and turned to run for their lives. Shit. But the protagonist's voice sounded like a demon from hell. Kyosuke begged you for help, didn't he? He grabbed the leader's shoulder. And what did you do back then? His eyes were devoid of emotion, as cold and heartless as a killing machine. Never mind, I don't need to hear an answer anymore. He clamped a hand over the leader's mouth, making the guy break out in a cold sweat of fear. Insects like you, the leader tried to pull Kyosuke's arm away with both hands, but he couldn't resist the overwhelming strength. Kyosuke judged him coldly. Always say the same thing. The guy was already crying in terror, and so, no matter what you say, I'm not stopping this punch. As he prepared to strike, Kyosuke's hateful gaze bore into the bully, and his fist began to glow with a combination of different elemental power. Without a shred of hesitation, he punched the leader squarely in the face. The guy's nose exploded in blood as he was instantly knocked unconscious. His body was sent flying like a rocket, traveling a long distance before finally stopping. The leader lay sprawled out on the main road, smoke rising from his body as he stayed perfectly still. Karin covered her mouth in fear, aside Kyosuke. The two lackeys frantically rushed over to help their unconscious leader. From now on, no one would dare look down on him. Kyosuke gave a sinister smile. Let's walk the path to becoming the strongest adventurer together. Shouts of apology rang out across the school grounds. We're sorry. We're so sorry. The two henchmen carried the leader, who couldn't even walk on his own anymore, crying out, We're sorry, okay. Just leave us alone. Once they were a safe distance away from our protagonist, the leader gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. Damn it. After getting out of the hospital, he's a completely different person. Kyosuke closed his eyes and said softly, in the end, he wasn't anything special after all, while Karin peeked over at him, looking bewildered and silent. The two of them walked side by side down the hallway, as classmates looked on with attitudes that were anything but friendly. Everyone shot them uneasy glances before turning away to whisper and gossip amongst themselves. Kyosuke noticed the strange behavior of his peers and wondered, am I attracting too much attention? Just as the protagonist and his classmate were about to enter their classroom, someone grabbed a male student's shoulder from behind and called out, wait a moment. The person asked, you're Asai Kyosuke, right? And Kyosuke glanced back at the one who had spoken. A handsome guy with a cold expression tilted his head and said politely, do you have a moment? Making Kyosuke wonder, who is this guy? He looked at the stranger with suspicion, his guard instantly going up. He looks like some kind of aristocrat. What a pain, should I just ignore him? Having made up his mind, he raised a hand and gave a bashful smile, offering an excuse to the person behind him. I'm sorry, class is about to start so. The stranger didn't let him finish and cut him off. Come to think of it, I haven't told you my name yet, have I? He stood tall in the middle of the hallway and declared, I am Yoichi Tsudai, the leader of the cat biters. Karin stopped in her tracks and stared at him in surprise, repeating, the cat biter. Kyosuke's face remained expressionless as he thought, the guild founded by Principal Iwako. Kyosuke's hand froze on the doorknob as Tsudai continued, I'll ask you one more time, Asai. He gave a dark, somber smile and asked, could you spare me a little bit of your time? Kyosuke remained silent. Then he turned around and smiled back. Well, if that's the case, I guess there's no other way. The scene shifted to an empty classroom, where Tsudai looked at him and asked seriously, I'll get straight to the point. Were you the one who defeated those adventurers found in the D-rank dungeon last night? Kyosuke acted as if the matter had nothing to do with him and replied, what are you talking about? But internally, he was questioning everything. That information should have been kept strictly confidential. How does he know? Kyosuke stared coldly at the man in front of him, who continued his interrogation. I was informed that a student had entered the dungeon, so I went to investigate. Inside the dungeon, I discovered a notorious criminal group that specializes in hunting rookies. But by the time I saw them, they were nothing but corpses on the ground. And what's more, Tsudai began darkly, describing what he had seen when Kyosuke used his magic. You were using multi-attribute magic this morning, weren't you? Kyosuke laughed secretly to himself, realizing, so he doesn't know the specifics of my magic yet. The man gestured more aggressively. Now, tell me the truth, were you the one who took them down? Kyosuke turned away and fumbled through his pockets. Since I was attacked so suddenly this morning, I really don't remember exactly what happened. He pulled his ID card out of his coat pocket and gave a helpless smile. I'm only level 1. How could I possibly do something like that? Tsudai looked at the card Kyosuke held out in surprise. The information on the card was clear. The student ID really did list him as level 1, and with the void attribute to boot. He looked at Kyosuke's harmless smile and felt a wave of contempt thinking, just a nobody. How dare he waste my time? Sudai gritted his teeth in anger. He turned and pushed the door open to leave, saying dismissively as he exited the classroom, "Sorry for calling you here." He paused at the door and looked back one last time. "Don't do anything else suspicious. Having to do extra work is a real drag." Kyosuke stood in the hallway and watched Tsudai's retreating back. He thought to himself, that guy, Tsudai. It looks like I can use him, and a devious smile spread across Kyosuke's face. He can get close to Iwako without making him suspicious. Is there a way to turn him into my pawn? He wondered after dealing with the foolish Tsudai. Wait, isn't now the perfect time to test that magic? Kyosuke thought with a calculating smirk. The scene shifted to an office where Tsudai stood at attention, reporting his findings to someone sitting with their back to him, facing the bookshelf. My report on the events in the D-rank dungeon last night concludes here. The other person sat with their legs crossed and a hand on their cheek. Even you make mistakes, it seemed. Iwako Hideki, the principal of Takigo Adventure Training Academy and a member of the 5 Sacred Stars, frowned in reprimand, his hair sleek and his hands covered in sparkling jewelry. I told you to be careful when choosing people to use. Tsudai bowed deeply. I sincerely apologize. I will work to smooth things over immediately. Hideki stood up and said, "Of course you will." He walked over to Tsudai, who kept his head bowed, and remarked, "If your involvement in rookie hunting comes to light, I'll be the one facing criticism." Hideki grabbed Tsudai's face and forced it up so they were eye to eye. His expression was like that of a demon, terrifying Tsudai as he warned, "Don't forget that. If anything else goes wrong, even you will be kicked out immediately." The man bowed his head low again and shouted, I understand, Principal Iwako." From an angle where Hideki couldn't see, Tsudai gritted his teeth and cursed silently. Damn it. Why do I have to clean up this mess? If I had known things would turn out like this, I would have squeezed more hush money out of those bastards, he thought, revealing that he was just as corrupt as the bandits Kyosuke had encountered, having taken bribes from them. He gritted his teeth, trying to suppress the rage he felt from being reprimanded. Hideki turned back toward his desk and added, "Still, there is one thing I don't quite understand." Tsudai raised his head and asked curiously, "What is it, sir?" The principal picked up his tablet and noted, "According to your report, the student mentioned would have to be at least a third year. But no third years entered that dungeon last night," he stated, as the tablet screen clearly displayed that data. Hideki placed the tablet back on its stand and concluded, "In that case, those men were likely killed by monsters while they were hunting, and you're lying to cover it up." He walked past Tsudai with his hands behind his back, making an assertion that made the subordinate's face turn pale with fear. He walked over to the window and stared out at the clear blue sky. "It's a much more realistic conclusion than thinking one of my students could defeat a group of rookie hunters single-handed." Tsudai seemed to realize something and asked, "So, that's how it is?" Hideki replied without turning around, "Indeed. Unless something extremely unusual happened," he added, and Tsudai's eyes widened in realization. What? Tsudai remembered the anomaly Hideki was talking about. Something unusual. The anomaly is Kyosuke's level 1 void attribute student ID. He spoke up hurriedly, "Principal Iwako, is it possible that a special attribute is related to this?" Hideki placed a hand on his chin and tilted his head in thought. "A special attribute. That is a possibility." Hearing this, Tsudai felt he had hit upon something very interesting, and a smirk played on his lip. With a confident look, Tsudai placed a hand over his heart and said, "Principal Iwako, please let me handle this matter." His target was once again our protagonist, Kyosuke. "I will quickly." Tsudai gave a malicious smile and a wicked look as he vowed, "Resolve this issue once and for all." On a wall, a torch was burning brightly, casting off glowing red embers. Several boys dressed in identical outfits were unleashing massive amounts of power in the same direction. Seeing a monkey-like monster acting frenzied in front of them, one of the boys cried out urgently, "I saw it heading toward." Suddenly, the monkey grew to a massive size and let out a terrifying roar, its blood-red eyes looking as if it wanted to devour everything in sight. At that moment, someone concentrated a surge of power into their palm, forming a cyclone-like circle. That power shot directly into the rampaging monkey, making it scream in agony. The students watched in fear as the monkey began to collapse in front of them, cold sweat dripping down their faces. Tsudai was the one who had defeated the beast, and he shouted to the others, "Students, do not break the formation." Seeing that display of power, the students all looked on with admiration and exclaimed, "Yoichi is incredible. Well, he was handpicked by Principal Iwako after all. Maybe I should join the catbiters too." Tsudai looked silently at the pile of defeated monsters and said softly, "All right, I've cleared all the monsters in this area." Those behind him shouted in unison, "Great job, Yoichi." Hearing that, he turned and walked away, instructing them, "I'll leave the rest to you." The students replied, "Understood." "Now then, it's time for the real reason I'm here," Tsudai told himself, reaching into his clothes to grab something. He pulled out a small chain with a strange surface and placed it gently in his palm. "Reveal Asai Kyosuke's location to me," he commanded, then tossed the chain forward, infusing it with a mysterious green energy. The chain began to stretch out with incredible speed. Sudai felt a force pulling him along as he held the end of the chain, thinking, "Just as I thought, he's far away from the other students." Following the chain's direction, Sudai began to pick up his pace. "I don't know what he's planning, but this works out perfectly for me." Sudai's thoughts began to take a dark turn as he imagined the outcome. This way, no one will suspect his death was anything other than a tragic accident. I just happened to find Asai's body. These kinds of things happen all the time in dungeons, after all, he thought, his mouth twisting into a cunning smile. As if remembering something, he thought back. First there was the rookie hunter incident, and then the string of trouble since he got out of the hospital. He remembered the scene he had witnessed from above. Plus, I'm really curious about what they said, Sudai thought, remembering the time in the classroom. Back then, he had asked boredly, "Is it true?" A group of young men were kneeling before him, some with bandages on their faces. A red-haired one spoke up hurriedly. "It's true, believe me. That attributeless kid attacked us using the exact same magic we used. Not only that, the bastard created a giant flame like nothing we've ever seen," the blonde one added, his voice trembling as if he were remembering something horrific. In the blonde man's memory, Kyosuke walked forward with a massive wall of fire behind him, dozens of times larger than his own body. Sudai looked at them with disbelief and remarked, "I find this hard to believe." Suddenly he stood up and said nonchalantly, "Fine, I've asked everything I needed to know." The group panicked and asked tremblingly, "So, what now?" Sudai paused as he was walking away and said coldly, "Hey, educate them. I have no use for weaklings who lose to a talentless loser like that." "No, impossible, that's not what you promised," the red-haired guy screamed, reaching out to run after him, but he was held back by those around. A blue-haired guy with a face full of injuries suddenly spoke up. "That guy. That guy is." His words made Sudai stop in his tracks, just as he was about to leave. "He's not human anymore." As he uttered those words, his face was filled with terror as if he were looking at a demon, his eyes vacant and soulless. Now Sudai was led by the chain to a massive area, where the only sound was that of his own footsteps. As he walked, he thought about the other man's expression. That kind of fear isn't normal. Sudai told himself, just to be sure, I put him through the catbiter's special training, but all he showed was a strong illusion. He continued walking, passing the corpses of defeated monsters scattered across the ground. He must be using some kind of magic tool or something. I'm pretty sure he took out those rookie hunters using some underhanded trick, he thought, laughing smugly. Sudai looked down at his path and saw the wounded corpse of a goblin lying on the ground. Another monster corpse. Was this Asai Kyosuke's doing? He wondered, his mind filled with confusion. He examined the bloodstains on the monster and analyzed it. Just a basic physical strike. It seems like what they said wasn't entirely nonsense. But this level of power, there's nothing to be afraid of, he said, a smug look returning to his face. Sudai thought of Heidki, the principal of Takigo Academy, and judged, even Iwako, the one kicked out of the Sacred Five, could do this much. His thoughts were filled with certainty. For now, I have no choice but to follow his orders, but one day I will surpass him, and I'll take his place at the head of the Sacred Five and rule the world, Sudai fantasized. A smug smile appeared on his face, and his gaze ahead became distant and ambitious. He calculated silently, but to do that, I can't let anyone know about my connection to those rookie hunters. As for Asai Kyosuke, the one who could cause trouble later, I'll make sure a small accident happens to find him, he thought, his smile widening until it reached his ear. The chain continued to lead him forward, and Sudai told himself, he must be around here somewhere. The chain in his hand finally slowed down as it reached its destination. He retracted the chain and hid behind a wall to scout the situation, wondering, all right, what is he doing in a place like this? Sudai peered around the corner, and suddenly his face twisted as if he were seeing something horrific. His eyes bulged, and cold sweat began to pour down his face. In front of him, Kyosuke was sitting atop a pile of monster corpses. With a smug grin on his face, the boy spoke up, "You're late. I was starting to get bored waiting for you." Sudai quickly ducked back behind the wall, his whole body beginning to tremble as he thought, "What? My presence should have been completely concealed." Kyosuke smiled and asked calmly, "How could he detect my presence?" "That's what you're thinking, isn't it, Yoichi?" The man gritted his teeth, his eyes full of loathing as he thought, "Can he read my mind?" At that point, Sudai stepped out and asked irritably, "Just what the hell are you?" Hearing that, Kyosuke replied calmly, "I heard Iwako chose you, but you're not as impressive as I thought you'd be." Kyosuke looked down, his gaze razor-sharp and his voice dropping an octave, "The way you hunt rookies and extort them. It's exactly like that coward Iwako. Tsudai's face filled with rage again. What? How do you know about that? Kyosuke jumped down and said slowly, Yoichi, it seems you really enjoy tormenting others, don't you? The light falling on his back gave his silhouette an even more powerful presence as he asked softly, but you've never understood what it feels like to be the one being hunted, have you? Now I'm going to teach you that feeling, Kyosuke declared coldly. With this magic, I'll make you pay for what you've done to me, he said, staring coldly at the man with an expression of mounting excitement. Seeing Kyosuke's overwhelming aura, Tsudai cried out in anger, you're a dangerous bastard. Far too dangerous, he hissed, his eyes burning with rage. As soon as the words left his mouth, he summoned his sword, a blade that glowed with a brilliant golden light and radiated a mysterious power, for the sake of my ambition. Tsudai lunged forward, declaring as he attacked, I will defeat you at any cost, right here and now. Kyosuke effortlessly dodged Tsudai's attack, his body remaining relaxed and his hands tucked casually into his pockets. Kyosuke concentrated a surge of power into his palm and asked mockingly, is that all? Is that your true strength? He unleashed the flames in his hand, and they grew massive as if to swallow everything in their path. Tsudai swung his sword and shouted arrogantly, you think you can defeat me with that level of skill? As he finished speaking, Tsudai looked up to see a mysterious bolt of blue electricity being fired at him. By reflex, Tsudai quickly used his sword to block the attack. A few stones fell to the ground at his feet, but then a golden aura surrounded them. Suddenly, those stones flew into the air as if to attack. Tsudai gripped his sword tightly, his body tensed in a combat-ready stance. Tsudai glared at the boy and gritted his teeth. Damn it, he really can use multi-attribute magic. What kind of attribute is your void? He started to ask, but before he could finish, Kyosuke was already lunging at him from behind, his gaze sharp and lethal. Tsudai seemed to sense something, and his eyes widened. He spun around and quickly blocked the strike with his sword. Damn you, you're nothing but an obstacle to my plans. Tsudai spat out the words. Following the impact, both were knocked back, their feet skidding across the ground and leaving long trails in the dirt. Kyosuke said indifferently, your plan, you say? Tsudai replied, his voice brimming with confidence. That's right. One day, I will be the one to surpass Iwako. He laughed out loud as he revealed his ambition. Then I'll replace him and become one of the 5 sacred stars. The boy coldly asked the man in front of him, why Iwako? Why him? There are plenty of other sacred stars after all, Kyosuke added. Tsudai narrowed his eyes and smirked, saying slowly, because he is the one who was once kicked out of their ranks. If I become a sacred star, I'll have the right to rule the world, he said, acting as if he were stating the obvious. Suddenly he paused and then added cheerfully, so if you think about it, targeting the weakest link is only logical, isn't it? Kyosuke turned his head, his face full of disgust at Tsudai's filthy scheme. He uttered a single word, pathetic. Hearing this, Tsudai immediately asked in anger, what did you just say? A layer of mysterious blue light radiated around Kyosuke as he rested his sword on his shoulder and leaned on one hand, telling Tsudai, I was actually worried that you had gotten to Iwako first. But if your ambition is only this mediocre, then I have absolutely nothing to worry about, Kyosuke said, looking down with a face full of loathing and contempt for Tsudai's actions. Hearing those words, Tsudai's previous joy vanished as he lost control. His eyes bulged as he stared at Kyosuke standing before him. The man gripped his sword and lunged forward in a rage, screaming, shut your mouth. What's wrong with wanting power? What's wrong with wanting money and women? He shouted, swinging his sword in a frantic flurry as he fought. He yelled into Kyosuke's face, trying to justify his beliefs. The kind of power where you can trample on as many people as you want and no one dares to say a word. That is the power I want, he roared, coming face to face with a perfectly calm Kyosuke. Tsudai laughed savagely and ambitiously. If I become a sacred star, I can do whatever I want, and once I reach that position, I'll have the chance to find the saintess's weakness, and then I'll make that woman mine, Tsudai said, revealing his vile and sick thoughts, the kind of thoughts that would make anyone who heard them feel nothing but contempt. As they continued to clash, Kyosuke replied coldly, it seems your words aren't even worth listening to. It's time to end this, he declared, unleashing a powerful sword strike that sent his opponent flying back. Tsudai stared at the shattered fragments of his sword and cried out in terror, impossible, my sword. Kyosuke tossed his own sword aside and remarked, thanks to your useless rambling. I've finished preparing the spell. Hearing that, Tsudai screamed in fear, don't come near me. Now then, let's see what you've got, the boy said coldly, his dark eyes flashing with a sharp light. Without another word, Kyosuke immediately stepped forward and cast a spell on him, absolute hypnosis. As soon as the spell was cast, the struggling Tsudai went deathly silent, his entire face becoming vacant. Then he fell over like a statue, hitting the ground with a loud thud. Kyosuke looked down thoughtfully and mused, This magic requires the caster to break the target's spirit first, but once it's activated. "Hey, get up," Kyosuke ordered, and the man's joints began to move one by one. He rose as if lifted by some unseen force, his body still as stiff as a board. Sudai tilted his head and replied soulfully, "Yes, master, I have risen." Kyosuke smirked, watching the man with interest, and thought, it looks like it was a success. He commanded slowly, "For now, focus on completing your mission. I will give you further instructions later." Sudai replied in a strange, robotic tone, "Yes, I understand. I understand." Seemingly annoyed, Kyosuke ordered, "Go back to speaking normally." After that command, the man's eyes seemed to light up and return to normal, no longer vacant like before. Sudai turned away and walked back toward his original direction, replying, "I will return to lead the group." Kyosuke watched him walk away thoughtfully, his expression full of mystery. Suddenly, Kyosuke broke into a smile, a flash of triumph in his eye. Just as Kyosuke stepped out from the dark area, a sweet voice rang out. Karin ran toward him and asked anxiously, "Kyosuke, where have you been? I was so worried." Kyosuke gave her a sheepish smile and replied with a hint of apology, "Ah, sorry. I was just talking to Yoichi for a bit." Karin was a bit surprised and asked curiously, with Yoichi, what were you two talking about?" The boy replied calmly, "Just a little bit about how to make dreams come true." Karin smiled and asked, "So, did you get any good advice?" He recalled Sudai's vacant expression while under his hypnosis and couldn't help a momentary surge of excitement, but he still replied steadily, "Yeah, I got some great advice. Thanks to that, one of my dreams is definitely going to come true." Karin said happily, "I hope your dream comes true soon, Kyosuke." Hearing that, he replied, "Yeah, I hope so too." Suddenly, someone called out, "The special class is almost over. All students assemble immediately." Karin heard the announcement and urged him, "Let's go, Kyosuke. We can't afford to be left behind." Watching Karin's back as she walked ahead, Kyosuke thought to himself, "I'm really glad I participated in this class. Because I finally have a pawn that Iwako won't suspect," he thought, letting out a small, satisfied smile. In the principal's office at Takigo Academy, Hideki sat in his plush chair. He spun around, shot a look of annoyance at the person before him, and asked, "Well, any progress on the rookie hunter case?" Sudai bowed respectfully and handed him a file. "Yes, sir. As expected, there is a student with a special ability involved in the incident." The file belonged to someone they both knew well, with a familiar ID photo attached. The student is Asai Kyosuke, a first year with the Void attribute. Sudai reported seriously to his superior, "I detained him at the usual location and interrogated him. He admitted to using multi-attribute magic to defeat the rookie hunter." Hearing this, Hideki paused at the strange detail and glanced up, asking, "Multi-attribute magic? What are you talking about?" Just as he had planned, Hideki was clearly caught off guard by the information. Sudai smiled inwardly, but he chose not to confirm everything to avoid ruining the plan, saying, "The details are still unclear. If you give me more time, I'm confident I can investigate further." Then the man made a suggestion. "That reminds me. It's been a while since we worked together. Why doesn't the principal personally handle this one?" he asked with a cunning face and dangerous eyes, his lips curling as if plotting something. Hideki didn't suspect a thing. He looked up at the ceiling, thought for a moment, and agreed, "That doesn't sound too bad." He cracked his knuckles, his eyes filled with the boredom of someone looking for a new toy. "It's been a long time since I've tortured someone. I'll properly repay him for all the trouble he's caused both of us." Sudai didn't hesitate and said, "In that case, let's," but before he could finish, the ringing of a phone interrupted them. Hideki frowned at the desk phone and clicked his tongue, wondering who could be calling at this hour. Hideki waved his hand, signaling the man to leave first. "I'll be there later." "Yes, sir. I'll see you then," Sudai replied, bowing respectfully before withdrawing. Hideki picked up the receiver and said, "Iwako speaking." A sharp female voice rang out. "Oh, isn't it the great principal himself? Thank you so much for choosing our company in yesterday's bidding war." Hideki immediately knew who it was and said irritably, "Stop acting." On the other end was Lei Ryuaxi, a beautiful and stylish woman who looked like a major player. Her short, professionally styled hair and aura radiated wealth as she smiled and asked, "Didn't fall for it, huh?" "Well, we are partners after all, sharing the government subsidy money," she added. She was the CEO of Lei Company and one of the Sacred Five, Lei Ryuaxi. Hideki leaned back comfortably in his chair and said, "You haven't changed a bit, have you?" Not having much time for games since he had to handle the torture personally, he declined further talk. "Sorry, but I'm busy right now. Let's talk some other time." Ryuaxi replied sarcastically, "What could a principal who rules over an academy and lines his own pockets possibly be so busy with?" Having his secret called out, Hideki snapped, "Watch your mouth." But he had more pressing matters, so his anger subsided. "Never mind. I'm currently investigating a student with the void attribute. Ryuoxi asked in surprise, the void attribute. What could a failure like that possibly do? Hideki didn't explain much, only giving a vague answer. Yeah, but still, it's a special attribute after all. His expression and voice immediately changed as he added, so anything could happen, right? Ryuoxi thought for a moment, her beautiful face taking on a somewhat terrifying expression. She spoke up, are you talking about something like Kaiwakiro's time magic? At the mention of that familiar name, Hideki's face contorted. He gripped the phone tightly, his eyes filled with a deep-seated hatred. Hideki screamed into the phone, don't mention that name, it makes me sick. To avoid being deafened, Ryuoxi had to pull the phone away from her ear. She chuckled and said, you're still as hot-headed as ever, aren't you? Her eyes also mirrored the hatred for that name as she empathized with him. But I don't blame you. Ever since he awakened that power, the balance of power in the adventurer world has completely shifted. Ever since he awakened that power, the balance of power in the adventurer world has completely shifted. Her red-painted lips curled into a dangerous smile. Not wanting to be a nuisance, she said, all right then, I'll contact you later. See ya, she finished, leaving nothing but the dial tone on the other end. After hanging up, Hideki's face soured. He slammed the phone onto the desk and cursed, selfish fuck. But the person who truly angered him wasn't just Ryuoxi, but the old friend they had mentioned. He complained, still, hearing that cursed name again after all these years really pisses me off. Hideki's face darkened, his eyes glinting as if plotting something, and he hissed, then isn't this the perfect time to vent all of this rage? After a while, following Tsudai's directions, Hideki personally went to investigate the special first-year student. He walked into the woods, only a few steps away from the factory. As he approached the door, he thought to himself, now, how should I torture him? Waterboarding, pulling out his fingernails. A series of horrific punishments flashed through his mind as a lock appeared on the door. Hideki used his fingerprint to activate the entrance. His face looked truly evil. Anticipating the satisfaction of his twisted hobby of tormenting others, he grinned wickedly. I'll vent all the rage I couldn't unleash on Kaiwakiro onto you instead. The door activated and he noted with satisfaction, good, it's open. Hideki opened the door and said, sorry to keep you waiting, Tsudai. But the inside of the factory was empty, not a soul in sight, nor any sign of Tsudai. Only old equipment and spare parts remained. Caught off guard, Hideki said in surprise, what is this? There's no one here. Seizing the moment when his back was turned, Tsudai lunged with his sword to attack from behind. Hideki sensed it and turned just as the blade swung down. His eyes widened in shock, but with his profound power, he caught the glowing blade with just 2 fingers without even having to fully turn around. Hideki's face was dark with fury at being betrayed by his henchman, and he gritted his teeth. It seems you've underestimated me. I suppose it's the arrogance you've gained from all those compliments, isn't it, Tsudai? The subordinate flinched, panic filling his eyes as his carefully prepared plan fell apart. Hideki exploded in rage, his palm glowing as he prepared a counterattack. Did you really think you could defeat me with just that? A massive, winding golden chain appeared and quickly surrounded Tsudai. Hideki's eyes were full of murderous intent as he decided to eliminate his opponent immediately. He yanked the chain hard, and in a flash, it bound Tsudai tightly from head to toe. It even gagged him, leaving him hanging upside down in the air. After binding Tsudai, Hideki delivered a furious kick, shouting, there's no way someone like you could ever be my opponent. Bound tightly and helpless, the man was sent flying by the kick, unable to even cry out in pain. The principal walked over to him and said, you picked the wrong enemy, you bastard. Tsudai struggled and tried to scream, watching in terror as the man approached. Hideki stood before him, his fists clenched in rage. You destroyed yourself with your own foolish ambitions, Yoichi Tsudai. A voice suddenly rang out, still as stupid as ever, I see. Hideki flinched, his heart leaping into his throat as he realized someone else had been there the whole time. He spun around toward the back of the factory and stammered, who's there? From the shadows, Kyosuke stepped out and remarked, kneeling before the strong and exploiting the weak. He looked at the man in front of him and added sarcastically, it seems you're just as greedy and foolish as ever. Hideki's eyes bulged in anger that someone would dare act so boldly on his turf. He threatened, how dare you insult me? I am the principal of this academy. You're still the same, using your position and power to oppress others. Kyosuke replied calmly as he walked forward, destroying yourself for foolish ambition. Sounds like the perfect self-introduction for you, Iwako Hideki. At that, Hideki's blood boiled, his face turning red and the veins in his neck bulging. He barked, who the hell are you, you bastard? Kyosuke stepped out coolly, hands in his pockets, walking slowly. Recognizing the school uniform, Hideki yelled, I'll have you expelled. Give me your student ID right now. The angrier he got, the more Kyosuke enjoyed it. He gave a sinister laugh and said mockingly, now, calmed down. I've finally made it to this stage, so let's have a little chat, just the two of us. Kyosuke had waited a long time for this day, to finally settle the score of the irreconcilable grudge from his past life. Outside, the sun was setting, dyeing the trees in a nostalgic golden hue, a perfect setting to settle old scores. Seeing Hideki losing his cool, Kyosuke suggested calmly, "Why don't we talk for a bit?" "Iwako Hideki," he said, staring at the man and calling him directly by name. As the principal of a major academy, Hideki gritted his teeth at the audacity of a mere student. "You dare mock me." His hand began to glow again, just as it had against Sudai. Boulders and debris from the ground rose into the air, controlled by his power. Hideki clenched his fist, his eyes burning with rage as he boasted, "I'll show you exactly how massive the gap in power between us truly is. Take this high-level earth spell." From the ground, a massive hand rose, a stone replica of his own but 100 times larger, and soared into the air. It curled into a giant fist and lunged like a punch. Hideki's pupils glowed yellow as he manipulated the earth, his own hand mimicking the stone fist's movements. He sneered in contempt, "A student like you can't possibly dodge that." He threw the powerful punch toward Kyosuke and roared, "Die." Instantly, the giant fist followed his command and flew straight at Kyosuke. The boy remained standing boldly, even as the fist loomed right in front of him. A massive collision followed, sending earth and stone flying as smoke and dust filled the air. Hideki looked up and laughed with total satisfaction. "This is the price you pay when a mediocre student like you dares to defy me." Through the smoke of the attack, the silhouette of the factory appeared, half collapsed with the ground cracked from the sheer force. There was no sign of anyone left alive. With that much power, a normal student would be crushed or at least dying. Hideki laughed smugly. "Did I go a bit too far? I guess I'll have to find a new place to torture people. I still don't even know who you were, but I think I'll stick around to watch you die." The explosion had left his face splattered with mud, so he reached into his coat for a handkerchief. Hideki wiped his face and walked slowly toward the ruins to witness Kyosuke's death, complaining, "What a pain in the ass." Suddenly, he stared ahead in shock. As the smoke cleared, a figure stood in the exact same spot, perfectly unscathed as if nothing had happened, right in the center of the destruction. Hideki froze. "What?" Kyosuke walked slowly toward him. Even though he had initially made a peaceful offer, the man had rudely initiated the fight. Kyosuke frowned and asked nonchalantly, "I told you, I only wanted to talk for a bit." He wasn't injured or even scratched, not even a speck of dust remained on him, leaving Hideki utterly stunned. "What? You're completely fine after taking my high-level spell. No student should be able to do that." He pointed a finger in rage and demanded, "Who the hell are you? Tell me your name right now." Kyosuke smiled at the question, rubbing his chin provocatively. "Who am I, you ask? You still haven't figured it out yet." His face darkened, his eyes flashing with a counter-question. Of course, reincarnation was the last thing on the man's mind, so he replied, "What? I don't know any bastard like you. Stop playing around and give me your name." Kyosuke rubbed the back of his neck and smirked, saying softly, "I'm truly hurt, Iwako. Have you really forgotten about me?" At that moment, his image was the spitting image of Kyoakiro, Hideki's old friend who had once used that exact same tone with. Hideki's face went pale as a ghost, his mouth falling open in a terrified whimper. "No, you're..." He was completely panicked, his legs buckling as he turned his face away, refusing to accept the truth. Impossible. Hideki couldn't believe his eyes. He clutched his head, desperately trying to deny reality. That guy was clearly. His eyes lit up as he remembered something, and the fear vanished from his face. "You bastard. Stop this cheap act. You watched the news about the past, didn't you?" he shouted, his eyes twitching with rage as he looked at Kyosuke with utter contempt. He gritted his teeth. That man, Masato Kawakiro. He raised his hand, channeling a surge of emerald green power. Hideki screamed furiously. "He's already dead." As a whirlwind of earth and debris began to form around, Kyosuke closed his eyes and let out a long sigh, looking at his old friend standing before him. He stepped closer slowly and said, "You're always like this, only believing what's convenient for you and ignoring everything you don't like." Hideki completely lost his composure. Though he was terrified inside, he put on a fierce front and threatened, "Stop talking nonsense. Take one more step and I'll blast you." Kyosuke smirked. "So that's how it is. You were swayed by the sweet words of those around you," he said as he activated his magic, concentrating energy into a small golden sphere that grew in his palm, unnoticed by Hideki, who was too preoccupied by his own panic. Kyosuke questioned him sharply, "And that's why you betrayed me, Masato Kawakiro, isn't it?" His gaze was so intense it seemed to pierce through Hideki's soul. His greatest resentment didn't come from the outsiders, but from his very best friend. Hideki, stung by the truth, roared, "Shut up," and hurled his attack toward the boy with pure rage. But since he had chosen to confront him openly, Kyosuke was fully prepared. His eyes glowed as he raised his hand to gather power. As Hideki's attack lunged forward, Kyosuke unleashed his magic, a beam of golden light that sliced right through the emerald green stripe. The principal's attack was neutralized, disintegrating instantly before his stunned eye. He stared at the familiar spell in shock and stammered, That magic. It's the same thing Kawakiro used back then. In his memory, his old friend had used that exact same technique to wipe out monsters. The deflected attack slammed into the ground nearby with a thunderous boom, sending up clouds of dust. The two men stared at each other like strangers who knew each other too well, the surrounding trees shaking from the sheer force of the blast. Hideki collapsed to his knees. It can't be. He couldn't believe his eyes. I'm certain we sealed him inside that dungeon. Looking at his broken former friend, the boy approached and explained, I was imprisoned and thrown into the depths of despair, Kyosuke added, looking down at the man who had caused his life's tragedy. His eyes burned with the hatred carried over from his previous life. Hideki stammered, Are you really Misato Kawakiro? Kyosuke dropped to one knee and replied, It's been quite a while, hasn't it? He flashed a bright smile and said, Long time no see. I'm glad you still remember me, Iwaka. Hideki sat on the ground, dazed, and whispered, You, Misato Kawakiro. Suddenly he snapped out of it and stood up abruptly. He waved his arms and screamed, Don't take me for a fool. That would mean he died and came back to this world. Stubbornly clinging to his own logic, Hideki prepared to cast his spell once again. He spoke with murderous intent. If you're a ghost, then stay in your place and be silent. This time not just one, but 5 attacks lunged toward Kyosuke simultaneously. The boy simply pivoted on his heel. He effortlessly dodged every single one of Hideki's strikes, without even taking his hands out of his pockets. Kyosuke looked up toward the sky. The giant earth fist controlled by the principal slammed down toward the ground from above. Once again, the boy dodged with perfect rhythm. Hideki clicked his tongue in frustration and barked, Impudent brat. He calculated desperately, I have to gain the upper hand. Even when we were the gold seekers, I never fought on the front lines, which is why the other sacred stars still mock me to this day. Resentment boiled within Hideki as he clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. But that doesn't mean I'm weak. Instantly, he spun around like a conductor, commanding earth and stone to swirl around him like a storm, his power glowing with an intense emerald light. Hideki boasted proudly, This is the ultimate technique I've spent 20 years perfecting, Wind-Earth Dual Magic. A massive swarm of debris caught in the cyclone lunged forward, like a lethal hailstorm. He opened his mouth and roared, Take this. The stones shot forward with the speed of light. The wind-infused boulders streaked through the air, leaving nothing but trails of emerald green power. The barrage slammed into the spot where Kyosuke stood with devastating force. Under the relentless assault, the ground exploded, sending rocks and dirt flying everywhere. Exhausted from the multi-attribute spell, Hideki dropped to one knee, panting heavily, but he still bragged, How was that? That's my strongest magic. He peered cautiously through the thick dust and falling leaves to see the result of the explosion. Staring into the dark smoke, he noticed that, unlike before, Kyosuke hadn't countered the attack. He thought to himself, he didn't fight back. A look of pure joy spread across Hideki's face as he let out a soft chuckle. Then he threw his head back and screamed at the top of his lungs, I did it. I actually did it. His face was twisted with greed and malice now that his ambition was realized. He yelled, I've defeated that bastard, Misato Kawakiro. Hideki pumped his fist, celebrating a feat he couldn't achieve in the past, and sneered, Did you think I was the same as I was back then? Idiot. No matter how strong your time attribute was, it's all in the past now. How many years do you think have passed? 20 years. 20 goddamn years. The old me that you knew doesn't exist anymore. Having seemingly killed Kawakiro, the principal was riding a wave of ultimate vanity. Defeating him had restored his confidence and proven his current power, so he said with satisfaction, Don't you ever look down on me again. He laughed sinisterly. 20 years have passed, and my level has increased. It's only natural that I've become stronger. Hideki let out a sigh of relief, savoring the victory over his nemesis. He narrowed his eyes, thinking of his rivals. Now that I've taken down Kawakiro, I won't let them look down on me either. The truly strongest member of the Sacred Five is me. Hideki looked like a total madman, his face reflecting every dark thought in his mind. A voice suddenly asked, Are you done? Hideki's face went dark, his pupils shrinking in terror. He gasped, Kyosuke was perfectly fine, calmly brushing the dust off his clothes. The principal pointed at him, his face pale with shock as he screamed, How is this possible? You took all those hits and yet. Kyosuke smiled and remarked, You've learned some powerful spells, I'll give you that. I guess being a hero of this era pays off. A strange white aura began to appear around him as Kyosuke said, Now then, I can finally vent my anger without holding back. He added with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, His fists clenched as power surged, glowing with various colors. Hideki was white as a sheet, his mind in a state of total panic. This guy, he's a monster. He tried to steady himself. I can't back down now, not after everything I've done to get here. Refusing to give up, Hideki activated his earth magic again. I won't let you play games with me anymore. A massive hand made of earth lunged toward Kyosuke. It instantly snatched him up, squeezing him tightly in its palm. Hideki thought triumphantly, I got him. But Kyosuke was about to disappoint him. He whispered, oh dear. You're still barking as loud as ever, aren't you? Kyosuke used water magic to block the hand from crushing him. Since Hideki's spell was made of earth, it turned into soft, useless mud the moment it hit the water, losing its shape and falling apart. He taunted, you thought that was enough to beat me, as the mud surged back toward Hideki. The man panicked, no. Stay away from me, get back, he shouted, using wind magic to try and push the mud away. Kyosuke flicked his hand, creating a streak of wind power similar to Hideki's, but while the principal's was emerald green, his was a brilliant turquoise. His wind magic formed a massive tornado that sucked in all of the principal's spell. The cyclone grew larger and more powerful, filling the air with dust. Hideki had to shield his face against the sheer force of the gale. The tornado drew closer and closer to him. Hideki was blasted by the force of his own redirected attack. He was thrown back until his head slammed into a nearby tree, making him scream in pain. Kyosuke wasn't finished. He activated a fire spell and stood before the man, who scrambled backward in terror. Realizing he couldn't win, Hideki fell to his knees and begged, I'm sorry, Kawakiro. I beg of you, please spare me. He looked pathetic, his clothes and face covered in mud. He slammed his forehead into the ground, crying, I'm sorry for what happened 20 years ago, so please. Kyosuke remained silent at the desperate plea, his lips pressed thin. While his face was pressed against the dirt, Hideki gave a cunning smile, thinking, Kawakiro is a kind-hearted fool. If I do this, he'll definitely. The man was incapable of change, still only caring about his own skin. Kyosuke continued to stare at the begging man in silence. Contrary to Hideki's expectations, Kyosuke said coldly, shut up. The man looked up in shock. Huh, Kyosuke continued. This is exactly how you trapped me back then. Did you really think I'd let history repeat itself? A terrifying aura radiated from Kyosuke as his face darkened. His grudge was too deep to ever let this man off easily. Terrified, Hideki scrambled to his feet and cried, wait, Kawakiro, we were friends, weren't we? His fury reached its peak, his eyes filled with murderous intent as Kyosuke hissed, you have no right to say those words, especially after you turned me into this vengeful demon. He gathered power into his fist. He punched Hideki's loathsome face without a shred of mercy. It wasn't just one. He delivered a relentless barrage of strikes to the man's entire body, repaying the debt of the grudge he had carried from his past life. Under the rain of blows, Hideki couldn't even fight back, coughing up fresh blood. He felt a surge of regret. The image of Kyosuke before him looked like a devil come to punish him for his crimes. Hideki realized too late, I shouldn't have messed with this guy. Finally, with a powerful palm strike, a massive surge of energy sent Hideki flying for miles like a rocket, crashing right through large trees. Hideki's head slammed hard against a trunk. Kyosuke stood over him and said, you should thank me for not killing you. I still have one more thing to ask. Hideki was nothing but an empty shell, completely unconscious. He was covered in ice and burns, his body battered and foaming at the mouth. Seeing him like that, Kyosuke noted, but you can't hear me anymore, can you? The setting sun illuminated half of Kyosuke's face as he stared coldly at the traitor, finally settling a part of the grudge that had haunted him for so long. Hideki slowly opened his eyes, pain radiating through his entire body. Kyosuke looked down at him, his tone ice cold. Hey, you're finally awake. The man was so terrified, he scrambled back 100 meters. His face was pale with fear as he screamed, please don't kill me. The boy gave a slight, contemptuous smirk. Oh, please, I'm not going to kill you. He tilted his head slightly with an easy air that only terrified the man further. But his pupils glowed golden as he threatened in a low voice. You're going to answer my questions, aren't you? He reached into his coat as if searching for something. All right, first of all. He pulled out a phone with a name glowing on the screen. Tell me everything about this woman. Hideki's eyes widened. He clearly recognized the name. He jumped up in a panic, my phone. But Kyosuke only stared coldly at the first name on the list. In your call history, this person named Lei called you today. Kyosuke's calm expression turned to anger. What exactly did you two talk about? A drop of sweat rolled down Hideki's cheek as he stammered. It's because Lei is coming to Japan in 3 days, so I thought she wanted to talk about that, but a knowing smile appeared on Kyosuke's lips as he realized the truth. I see. Memories of the past betrayal resurfaced. in 3 days, Lei would. He relaxed his hand, a look of confidence on his handsome face. I've decided what I'm going to do. Heidki frantically caught his phone as Kyosuke tossed it back. Take it. For now, treat Lei exactly as you always do. Suddenly, the boy put a finger to his lips. However, do not say a single word to her about my identity. He pointed firmly at the man and declared, while you were unconscious, I placed a curse on your heart. A small flame slowly appeared in his palm. If you tell her who I am. He closed his fist, and the flame instantly triggered a massive explosion. Leaving the man's face pale and lifeless, he added, Zen boom, you'd better keep your word. The boy turned and walked away, leaving the man behind. He felt a secret sense of joy at having successfully bluffed him. I didn't actually use a spell like that. But Heidki was clutching his head in terror, his lips trembling. But for someone like Iwako, a threat like that is more than enough. The man remained kneeling on the ground, his will completely broken. I won't use absolute hypnosis on you, Iwako, because I want you to feel despair while you're still fully conscious. A sinister smile played on Kyosuke's lip. Flight attendants were carefully pushing carts down the aisle. 3 days later, Ryuoxi stared thoughtfully at the blurred landscape outside the plane window. Her bodyguard lined in and whispered, Miss Lei, we're almost there. The attendant's voice came over the intercom. Ladies and gentlemen, we will soon be landing at. Suddenly a scream rang out, catching her attention. A group of hijackers appeared out of nowhere and grabbed a flight attendant, shouting, this plane is under our control now. One of them aimed a gun at the passengers and ordered, everybody on the ground now. Then Ryuoxi stood up, seemingly unbothered by the chaos. She walked calmly toward the shouting hijacker. If you don't follow my orders then. Suddenly she appeared right next to him. It was. With a decisive strike, she slammed the hijacker to the floor. He stared up at her in utter disbelief at what was happening. In an instant, she had completely taken down the rest of the group. The passengers in the cabin watched in awe as she revealed herself. It was. They cheered for her powerful and glamorous presence. It's the sacred star, Lei Ryuoxi. We're saved. Eventually, the hijackers were arrested as soon as the plane landed. A man met her and bowed deeply in thanks. Miss Lei, I can't thank you enough. Her youthful face broke into a kind smile. It was lucky I was on this flight. It saved the airline's reputation from a nasty stain. Then she turned her head toward the gun in her bodyguard's hand. But more importantly, it seems that gun is a special model that can't be detected by scanner. Ryuoxi's voice suddenly dropped several octaves, almost as if she were conducting a black market deal. Lately, many groups have been using equipment made from dungeon materials, which is why. She placed a hand on the man's shoulder with an air of faux sympathy and understanding. I must equip my staff with a few items for self-defense. A dangerous smile played on her lips as she added in a completely threatening tone, like that weapon you're carrying. Terrified, the man lowered his head and quickly replied without daring to protest. Of course, I'll take care of it right away. Inside the airport, dozens of people were moving about, searching for their flights. On the other side, she gently pressed the phone to her ear and gave a low-voiced instruction. It's me. Release the hijack. Her bodyguard shot a quick glance at his employer and gave a slight smile. Everything went smoothly, didn't it? And she completely agreed, unable to hide her amusement. This was quite entertaining. Remembering the chaos on the plane earlier, her voice rose with excitement, planting the hijackers. In the end, it was the decisive move that secured the deal. She was amused by the man's cowering and respectful demeanor from before. The cheers from the people waiting outside lifted her spirits even more. Look at that. It seems this was also quite useful for polishing my reputation. The crowd of people didn't stop cheering her name enthusiastically. Miss Lei, as expected of the hero Lei Ryuoxi. A professional smile appeared on her face as she gave the crowd a warm wave. Several cars pulled up in front of a very dignified-looking school. She stepped out of the car with a relaxed air and walked forward. Now then, time to handle the business that brought me all the way to Japan. On the wooden door hung a sign that read, Principal's Office. Heidki was staring blankly out the window, his face covered in bruises and wounds. A soft sound was enough to catch his attention now. Ryuoxi walked in from outside with a cheerful attitude. Pardon the intrusion, Iwako. She sat down leisurely in a chair and spoke to him casually. You said you were investigating a student with the void attribute. Any progress on that case? His eyes shifted slightly as he felt a pang of guilt, and he carefully chose his words. No, it turned out to be a false alarm. Just as you said, that student is just a useless failure. She took a slow sip of tea and continued calmly. I see. Rare attribute or not, in the end, he was nothing special. However, Heidki felt like he was sitting on a bed of nails. If I accidentally say something I shouldn't, the magic will trigger immediately. I just have to answer normally. She gently set her teacup down and her tone became serious. Well then, let's get straight to the main point of our discussion. The shadows quickly concealed most of the cruel expression on her face regarding the new drug we're developing. We should choose our next guinea pig, shouldn't we? She crossed her long legs and commented softly, "You're quite good at exploiting this academy system." Meanwhile, through Kyosuke's earpiece, the audio from the principal's office was playing. First, let's start with the student roster. Standing on the rooftop, he cursed under his breath, so despicable. His face grew extremely cold as he declared in a low voice, "The next one to taste despair will be you, Lei Ryuoxi." The television in Kyosuke's room blared rigidly. And now for today's news. Yesterday, the sacred star Lei Ryuoxi arrived in Japan. He listened silently to every word, his expression unreadable. She has received much praise for subduing the hijackers who. Looking at the smiling image of Ryuoxi on the news, he thought, Lei Ryuoxi, one of those who betrayed me 20 years ago. She idly glanced at the exquisite hourglass in her hand. She manufactures special weapons from materials taken from dungeons and seems to have amassed a fortune from that trade. But he remembered the situation he had just overheard. Based on her conversation with Iwako earlier, it seems she's using this school for shady business. He stood up and put on his overcoat, a hero on the outside, but using others for profit behind their backs. A contemptuous smile appeared on his thin lips. I can't let this slide. Then he stepped out the door and headed straight toward his goal. The scene shifted to a school hallway, bustling with laughter. He held his phone, deep in thought about his strategy. But how should I make my move? On the phone screen was the latest news about Ryuoxi. Ever since I set foot in this academy, security has been tight. Finally, he made a decision on his course of action. First, I'll investigate the situation. Just then, a voice called from behind him, Kyosuke. Recognizing the person, he gave a slight greeting. It's you, Asahi. Karen replied cheerfully in a soft voice, good morning. She took a step closer and looked at his phone. Are you reading the news about Lady Lei? He glanced over and tossed out a cold reply. Yeah, I'm just skimming it. Karen's small face was filled with unmistakable admiration. Lady Lei is amazing, isn't she? She defeated those hijackers yesterday. She paused for a moment before continuing her chatter, and the great mountain serpent is very famous too. His eyes lit up slightly at the new information. Mountain serpent. She explained innocently as they walked. That's the clan Lady Lei founded. It has many powerful members. He vaguely remembered those who looked like bodyguards earlier. I see. Those men in black protecting Lei, are they from that clan? Karen continued excitedly. Many students here are planning to join the army. What about you, Kyosuke? He gave a short laugh, completely intent on refusing. No. However, he suddenly stopped, as if he had remembered something. Wait a minute. Kyosuke gently rubbed his chin with his long, slender fingers, calculating carefully. If I use that clan, I can get close to Lei. His footsteps finally moved forward with a steady pace. All right. He waved goodbye to Karen and didn't forget to say, thanks, Asahi. Because of you, I know exactly what I need to do. She stood by the classroom door, watching his hurried departure. A giant question mark appeared over her head. It's nothing. Inside the elegant wooden cabinet sat a long line of prestigious awards. Heidke, sitting at his desk, flinched at the sound of the phone ringing. He carefully picked up the receiver and spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. It's me. Kyosuke looked up at the deep blue sky and said softly, Hey, Iwako, I need a favor. From the other end of the line came a hesitant and timid reply. What is it? And the boy gave a slight smile as he made his demand, if Lei contacts you. The scene shifted to a certain laboratory. A bound man was kneeling on the floor, surrounded by several researchers. The door was suddenly pushed open, and the light illuminated a familiar silhouette. Ryuoxi stood with her hands on her hips, full of confidence, as she asked, How does it look to you? The man was in a state of total panic, his face pale as he begged, Please, I'm begging you, don't inject me with that drug anymore. If this keeps up, I'll die. A high-heeled shoe was suddenly brought before his face, making him even more terrified. She decisively kicked him down to the floor without a hint of mercy. Ignoring his trembling, she gave her cold verdict, not a chance. I don't listen to the opinions of a lab rat. Her bright red lips curled into a knowing, delighted smile. There's no need to be so pessimistic. Her heel ground into the man's cheek, making his pupils contract. If your body is compatible with this drug, you'll become even stronger. She turned to leave and gave a light snap of her fingers. So, let's begin. Seeing the syringe filled with red liquid, the man screamed even louder, Please, wait, I still. But the medical staff quickly injected the liquid into his neck. His entire body went stiff, his scream cut short halfway. Immediately after, the scream turned into a howl of pure agony. After struggling for a while, the man eventually collapsed completely. His face was vacant, and his speech gradually turned into meaningless groan. After observing, she couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Loss of speech this time. It seems the drug won't take effect if there isn't at least some magical skill. The door opened once again, accompanied by a soft sound. We still need more data. The bodyguard following behind reported the next step carefully. We'll soon need more test subjects. She crossed her arms, agreeing with this view. True. A sinister smile appeared on Ryuoxi's face as her hands typed furiously. As usual, we'll disguise it as recruitment for the Great Mountain Serpent. As she walked leisurely into the elevator, she contacted Heidki. Hello, Iwako. Regarding the test subjects we talked about before. Leaning gracefully against the elevator wall, she made a light request. I need people who are good at magic. Can you pick out a few students from your academy? But the man on the other end remained silent, not answering immediately. After a moment, he spoke up with a suggestion. In that case, how about this? She stood in the elevator, listening silently to every word he said. We can hold a selection trial right at the academy. That way, it'll be easy to filter out those with talent, right? The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, her face unable to hide her malicious intent. Sometimes you actually come up with good ideas. The elevator chimed softly, announcing the ground floor. She walked out leisurely, her heart full of joy. The date and specific details will be announced later. On the other end, Heidki quickly hung up the phone. He stood with his hands behind his back, staring silently out the window. I've done as you requested, Kaiwakairo. The scene shifted to a large hall crowded with people. I have an announcement to make. The bodyguard standing at the podium announced seriously. The Great Mountain Serpent has decided to hold a selection exam to find new recruits. This caused a stir among the students below. Really, this is our chance to join that famous clan. Kyosuke, standing in the ranks, couldn't help but let out a small smile. His gaze was fixed on the man standing on the podium. Just like that, the path to Lei has opened. One morning in the middle of the gym, students and examiners were all present. One examiner spoke up. We thank you for coming to participate in the Great Mountain Serpent recruitment exam. A male examiner with long hair began to explain the rules. I will explain how this evaluation will be conducted. First, while the examiner was explaining the process, Kyosuke made his own calculations. To join the Great Mountain Serpent and get close to Lei, I must pass this evaluation. When I approached Iwako, I tried not to draw attention, but this time it's the opposite. To attract the attention of Yang Xinyu, Lei's right hand, and the examiner, I will show off my power. While standing thoughtfully in the hallway, a voice suddenly called out, Kyosuke. It was Karin approaching to say hello. Are you going to participate in the evaluation? Kyosuke gave a slight nod. Yeah, you too. His gaze wavered slightly. I don't want her involved in this, but Karin gave a bashful smile, cutting off Kyosuke's thoughts. I know I don't really belong here, but I have a reason to participate. With a look of pure determination, she looked at Kyosuke. Let's do our best so we can both pass this exam. Kyosuke told himself, I must pass at any cost. At the stadium, the examiner announced, we will begin the test to measure your mana capacity. Then he pointed toward a yellow orb. This measuring device will display the mana of anyone who touches it. We will conduct the mana measurement here, so please step forward one by one. The first young man stepped up and touched the mana measuring device. After he left, there was a sigh, along with a score from the examiner. The examiner called the next name. Next, aside Kyosuke. Kyosuke walked up with a friendly smile. I'm in your hands. He held out his student ID card before stepping forward. Seeing the information on the card, the examiner had no expectations. Void attribute, level 30. Looks like I shouldn't hope for much. Kyosuke stepped up and placed his hand on the mana measuring device. A blinding light radiated out, shaking the entire hall. The examiner was blinded by the light and couldn't understand what had happened. The surrounding students were also stunned. What the hell was that? This is insane. Kyosuke remained standing by the measuring device, while everyone else looked on in shock. He turned back and asked confidently, is that enough? The examiner, still dazed, replied, oh, yeah. Kyosuke turned to leave, while the board of examiners began recording his rank. Out of all those who had been measured, only Kyosuke had reached S rank. The next part of the evaluation was announced, the magic skill test. Kyosuke was creating a sphere of earth and stone. The examiner behind him began to comment, he can only create a lump of dirt. Having a lot of mana isn't enough on its own. Suddenly, a meaningful smile appeared on the corners of Kyosuke's mouth. In his hand, a sphere of the water attribute appeared. Seeing this, the examiner was stunned that Kyosuke could create two spheres of different attributes at the same time. The smile stayed on his lips as a fire attribute sphere formed. Not stopping there, Kyosuke continued to create two more spheres of different attributes. Everyone around was shocked by his ability. A man exclaimed, he's creating all the basic attributes at once. Kyosuke smiled triumphantly. How's that? A guy with the useless void attribute doing something like this. It caught you off guard, didn't it? From a distance, Karin ran over to praise him. You were amazing, Kyosuke. Kyosuke encouraged her in return. Thanks, you do your best too, Asahi. It was Karin's turn, and she prepared for her test. Karin concentrated her mana to demonstrate her ability. Several withered plants on the shelf began to look livelier thanks to her magic. The stems stood tall and began to bloom. And finally, from those withered sprouts, Karin turned them into large, healthy flowering plants. Two male students saw her ability and laughed. She only knows how to revive wilted flowers. Nothing special about that. Only Kyosuke noticed the special nature of Karin's magic. Is that light attribute magic? That's a rare attribute. But the examiners will probably find it hard to evaluate. I feel sorry for her, but it's better if she doesn't get caught up in this. Mocked by the others, Karin lowered her head in shame and walked away. The long-haired male examiner from before had noticed her and left a note on his phone. Asahi Karin, worthy of being a test subject. The next round was announced by the examiner. Finally, we will conduct one-on-one duels. The long-haired examiner pointed toward the people behind him. Your opponents will be them. The students were shocked. You want us to face members of the Great Mountain Serpent. The examiner reassured them. Don't worry, we won't judge based on win or loss. What matters is how you fight. He said that, but internally he was contemptuous, as if a student could ever beat someone from the Great Mountain Serpent. A blonde guy arrogantly challenged Kyosuke. So you're the kid who caused a stir during the evaluation. He began to warm up as he threatened him. It seems you showed off a bit and got good results in the other tests, but I'll show you that none of that matters when you're on the battlefield. Faced with the heavy pressure from the muscular man, Kyosuke only offered a polite smile. Indeed, I hope I can learn much from you. The blonde man asserted confidently, I'll take you down in a single blow. He activated his earth attribute skill and began creating spheres of soil. Then dozens of identical spheres lunged directly toward Kyosuke. Without a hint of fear, Kyosuke calmly used his magic to block the incoming attack. He then used his magic to deflect the earth spheres back toward his opponent. The blonde man was struck by his own magic reflected back at him. He gritted his teeth. What? He destroyed my magic in a single move. When he regained his focus and looked ahead, Kyosuke was no longer there. The blonde man looked around in confusion. Where did he go? Suddenly, Kyosuke appeared behind him, pressing a dagger made of ice against his throat. He gave a smug smile and whispered into the man's ear, You call casting a single spell to create an opening, real combat. I've certainly learned a lot today. The result of the match was announced. The winner, Asahi Kyosuke. The long-haired male examiner stood among the crowd in shock. He actually defeated a member of the Great Mountain Serpent. Just who exactly is this student? As night fell, Ryuoxi sat in her room listening to the examiner's report. Lei, the evaluation has concluded. She inquired about the situation. Did you find anyone interesting? And the examiner on the other end replied, Well, there is one student who is quite noteworthy. Ryuoxi showed interest in this individual, a noteworthy student. The examiner continued his report. Yes, he passed the evaluation with overwhelming strength. However, it appears he possesses the void attribute. Ryuoxi mused, the void attribute. Could it be the same student Awako is investigating? Thinking of this, she sat up and burst into laughter. Haha. Ryuoxi's eyes were filled with excitement. It seems I'm about to have a very interesting lab rat in my hands. In the hall, the long-haired examiner announced, I will now announce those who have passed the evaluation. First of all, his stern gaze stared straight ahead. A decisive voice immediately rang through the room. Asahi Kyosuke. The surrounding students began to gossip. Of course he passed. His performance was insane. Kyosuke himself offered a satisfied smile. Everything is going according to plan. Now I can finally get close to Lei. The examiner continued reading the list. Next, Asahi Karin. She replied joyfully, Here. Kyosuke looked over in surprise. Asahi was chosen too. He began to ponder. I didn't think having a special attribute alone would be enough to pass. It seems Lei is plotting something by exploiting the academy's student. There must be a reason behind Asahi being selected. Karin was beaming with happiness over her result. Kyosuke smiled at her, but it was accompanied by a helpless sigh. He looked at Karin and told himself, It's fine. I won't let them lay a finger on Asahi. I just need to achieve my goal and protect her. On another day at the Great Mountain Serpent, a few days after the evaluation, they stood before the H-Lay Company Japan branch building. In the office, the long-haired examiner greeted the students. Welcome, those of you who passed the evaluation. He began to explain the schedule. Today, we will conduct a compatibility test before officially inducting you into the Great Mountain Serpent. Furthermore, Lei Ryuoxi will also be attending. Hearing those words, Kyosuke's gaze momentarily turned terrified. She will meet with you after the testing concludes. please follow me. Kyosuke and Karin followed the group. While Karin looked around curiously, Kyosuke was thinking, I want to get to Lei right now, but I can't leave Asahi behind. Karin said excitedly, it's really nerve-wracking being inside such a large building, isn't it? And Kyosuke replied, yeah. She turned to him with a happy smile, but thinking about being able to join the Great Mountain Serpent, I'm truly happy. Kyosuke had a question, by the way, why did you want to join the Great Mountain Serpent? Karin scratched her head bashfully. My mom is in the hospital, and the treatment costs are quite expensive. Kyosuke nodded, realizing, so she joined for her mother, not for herself. Now I have to work even harder to protect her. The long-haired examiner stopped in front of a basement. We've arrived. Kyosuke wondered, a basement. Then they all descended into the basement and stopped in a hall. Kyosuke evaluated his surroundings, testing equipment. Then they must. At that moment, the long-haired examiner ordered, close the door. The door slammed shut, leaving everyone bewildered. Kyosuke noted, they have no intention of letting anyone out, do they? They're quite serious about this. Seeing the situation, two young men stepped forward to question him. Hey, what's the meaning of this? The long-haired examiner finally revealed a terrifying face and barked, silence. The two young men were so intimidated by his voice that they began to tremble. The long-haired man explained, as I mentioned before, we will now begin the compatibility test. Specifically, we will test your compatibility with a new pharmaceutical currently under secret development. This drug is formulated from materials gathered in dungeons and is capable of significantly enhancing the user's physical strength and mana. A red-haired young man looked confused. What? While a green-haired one smiled. Then this is a good thing. Kyosuke asked, does this new drug have any side effect? The long-haired man pointed to a screen. It'll be faster to just show you. A male student who was tied up for an injection begged, please stop, I still. The other students watched the scene with shock and fear. The student quickly lost consciousness, saliva involuntarily dripping from his mouth. The green-haired young man yelled, what the hell is this? The examiner replied calmly, what you just saw is someone who is not compatible with the new drug. Does that answer your question? The two young men protested vehemently, don't be ridiculous, we're not taking that drug. With that, they activated their magic, preparing to attack the examiner. The two lunged at the long-haired examiner with a threat, let us out of here right now. Meanwhile, Kyosuke calmly instructed Karin, Asahi, stay close to me. The long-haired man clenched his fist. He effortlessly took down the two young men, causing trouble in the lab. They were knocked unconscious instantly by the examiner's strike. After the attack, the long-haired man looked at the two and remarked, good grief. The number of specimens has decreased. His gaze began to shift toward someone else. He pointed at Karin and ordered, let's start with that girl over there. He filled a syringe with the drug. That girl surely possesses the light attribute. I'm very much looking forward to the results of this experiment. Then he took a step toward Karin, terrifying her. Instantly, Kyosuke stepped in front of Karin. His face was stern as he protected her from the approaching villain. The long-haired man asked, what are you doing? And Kyosuke replied, stopping a scumbag like you from getting near her. His words made the man grit his teeth in anger. He ordered a large henchman nearby. Hey, hold him down. The man threw a punch at Kyosuke, but the boy dodged it with his speed. Kyosuke's speed took the man by surprise, and he couldn't keep up. With a single strike, Kyosuke quickly took down the large henchman. Those around them watched in shock. What? With the first one down, Kyosuke shifted again with lightning speed. The next two henchmen were also quickly defeated by his hands. The large lackeys collapsed to the ground in pain after being struck by Kyosuke. The long-haired man couldn't believe his eyes. No way. He took down all those men in a single move. Having dealt with the obstacles, Kyosuke turned back. He fixed a cold gaze on the long-haired man and warned, you're next. The man froze under the weight of Kyosuke's aura. Facing a disadvantageous situation, the long-haired man decided, it's come to this. If I can just grab that girl. But his sudden lunge made Karin scream in terror. No. Kyosuke caught the man's hand just as he was about to grab Karin. I told you, I won't let you near her. He pulled his hand back in irritation. Damn it. Who the hell is this guy? A normal student shouldn't be able to. Kyosuke's gaze had turned terrifying. Now then, prepare yourself. Kyosuke stood before Karin like a hero. The long-haired man gritted his teeth in fury. Shit. Kyosuke instructed, Asahi, stay behind me. And though she was scared, Karin replied tremblingly, thank you, Kyosuke. Watching the boy protecting her, Karin thought, Kyosuke is amazing. I couldn't even follow his movements earlier. I knew he had gotten stronger, but I didn't realize it was to this extent. The long-haired man regained his composure and snapped, you bastard. Don't you dare act so high and mighty. Without a trace of fear, Kyosuke said, let me ask you one thing. These students from the academy being used as test subject. Just what is it all for? He stared intently at the opponent before him. Hearing Kyosuke's question, the long-haired man gave a sinister smile. He replied arrogantly, it's simple. Those who follow Lady Lei can receive her blessing. Once we successfully develop this drug, she will become even more powerful than before. Kyosuke frowned. You think conducting such inhumane experiments is acceptable just for that goal? The man continued with his heartless words. We're just utilizing what's available. That's all. Besides, he gave a strange smile. It's an honor for them to serve as our test subject. Kyosuke remembered Karen's words at the company lobby. My mom is in the hospital, and the fees are quite expensive. Being able to join the Great Mountain Serpent has made me really happy. Remembering those words, he clenched his fists even tighter. The long-haired man idly pointed at Karen. That girl too. She was overjoyed to become, but Kyosuke's voice cut him off with pure rage. Shut up. A massive surge of power began to envelop his entire body. The mana radiating from him made the long-haired man flinch slightly. Kyosuke hissed, who do you think you are? A piece of trash who only knows how to trample on others, could never understand Asahi's feeling. Karen looked at the boy before her with emotion. Kyosuke. The long-haired man wondered, what is this terrifying pressure? Is he really just a student? Despite his confusion, a smirk remained on his face. He spoke to Kyosuke with an air of confidence. Normally, I'd tell you to know your place, but I don't dislike your audacity. How about it? Why don't you swear fealty to Lady Lei? If you hand that girl over, you might even be appointed as a high-ranking officer. I'm certain Lady Lei would be very pleased. Those words only fueled Kyosuke's anger. I told you to shut up. I can't forgive people like you. The long-haired man loosened his tie. You'll regret this. He then began to manifest his own power. His eyes glowed with a powerful golden light. His sheer strength caused the ground beneath his feet to crack. Kyosuke noted, body reinforcement magic, I see. The man confirmed, yes. Combined with my martial arts, this is an invincible skill. Then he threw down a challenge. Come at me if you've got the guts. The man's feet left the ground as he lunged forward. He threw a heavy punch toward the boy. Take this. The blow fell with immense power but completely missed Kyosuke, leaving the man stunned. This power, the man continued with a confident face. It seems you managed to dodge that one. Kyosuke evaluated. I see. So that's how body reinforcement magic works. It is indeed quite strong. In that case, the man lunged at Kyosuke again. I dare you to dodge this one. Kyosuke closed his eyes and activated his magic. Concentrate and turn imagination into reality. Seeing him standing still, the man mocked. What the hell are you doing? Giving up already. His fist drew closer. Die. Kyosuke's eyes snapped open. Void magic. He blocked the man's punch. Activate. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. No way. Is his strength equal to mine? No. He's even stronger. Kyosuke looked at the long-haired man and gave a provocative smile. It seems I can use body reinforcement magic now too. Thanks. It was because of you that I was able to visualize it. Seizing the momentum, Kyosuke delivered a powerful blow to the long-haired man. The man was severely injured by Kyosuke's strike. His entire body was sent flying as the ground beneath him shattered into pieces. Crushed against the ground, he refused to accept this defeat. No way. A thought flashed through his mind. Just who the hell is this guy? Kyosuke stood in silence, looking down at the long-haired man with eyes full of hatred and contempt. Once it was over, Karen was deeply grateful. Thank you, Kyosuke, and our protagonist gently asked her, Asahi, are you okay? Glancing at the others, Kyosuke offered, I'll clear the way, so you all should get out of here. The two young men hesitated, but what about you? Kyosuke didn't answer their question. Instead, he used his power to shatter a large glass window. Under the stunned gazes of his three friends, Kyosuke walked out boldly. He left with only a few words, I have things to do. On Ryuaxi's end, the phone rang with an urgent voice. Lady Lei, it's an emergency. It seems Master Yang has been defeated and the students have escaped. Ryuaxi gasped in shock. What? The voice on the other end continued the report. There is someone incredibly strong heading straight for you. Before the sentence could finish, a loud crash suddenly rang out. Ryuaxi looked on in bewilderment. What on earth just happened? It was Kyosuke, standing right at her office door. Ryuaxi asked with guarded suspicion, Who are you? Why are you here? Kyosuke's expression turned terrifying, his voice calm yet dripping with menace. It's simple. I'm here to repay the grudge from 20 years ago. Ryuaxi couldn't quite process Kyosuke's words. A debt from 20 years ago. What are you talking about? Kyosuke stepped closer. It seems you still don't understand. Do I really need to explain it to you? Ever since that SSS rank dungeon 20 years ago, You 5 sacred stars have been hailed as heroes. At the mention of the past, Ryuoxi's face grew visibly tense. Kyosuke continued, suppose a certain someone's plot was thwarted on that very day. Ryuoxi tried to act unbothered, turning away. What's a mere student like you blathering about? Are you planning to give me a history lesson? Ignoring her, Kyosuke pressed on with his story. Now, the 5 sacred stars are leaders in every major field in the world, praised as heroes who vanquished evil. Ryuoxi interrupted, just what are you? But Kyosuke cut her off, however. The truth is entirely different. Ryuoxi frowned, her voice laced with irritation. What did you say? And Kyosuke continued as his aura suddenly shifted. You used your own teammates as sacrifices to reap the rewards and build your reputation. Even now, you trample on the will of those who once fought by your side. Am I wrong? Ryuoxi burst out laughing at Kyosuke's accusation. She looked at him with disdain. I was wondering what kind of nonsense you were spewing. Don't tell me you actually believe those pathetic conspiracy theories. Despite her attitude, Kyosuke remained firm. It's more than a theory. I know exactly what you did. You were the one who pushed your own teammates into that gate. Kyosuke's indictment left Ryuoxi's face pale with guilt. She narrowed her eyes suspiciously. How? How could a mere student know about that? Sensing the conflict in her mind, Kyosuke asked, don't you see it yet, Lei, who I really am? With a cold shift in his expression, he emphasized, I am Misato Kawakairo. At the mention of that name, Ryuoxi panicked. No, it's impossible, but Kyosuke cut her off sharply. It's already happened. I'm using the very power that once made you call me a monster. A level 100 time attribute user is a monster, after all. Every word from Kyosuke sent a fresh wave of fear through Ryuoxi. Shaken by the truth, she stammered in disbelief. Number Kawakairo, are you really here? Kyosuke asserted, I also know exactly what your lay company is secretly doing. If I bring it to light, your reputation will crumble. But Ryuoxi swept her hand through the air and barked, don't play games with me. Kyosuke kept closing the distance. Playing games. I should be the one saying that to you. For what happened 20 years ago, and for trampling on the hopes of a girl who gave her all. I will never forgive you. Faced with his threat, Ryuoxi suddenly broke into a grin. She lifted her head arrogantly. Don't look down on me. You're no longer in Misato's body. Ryuoxi gripped a staff tightly. Now that you've dared to show yourself before me, I'll make you regret it. She unleashed her magic toward Kyosuke. The force was so immense it caused cracks to spiderweb across the entire room. Using his speed, Kyosuke dodged Ryuoxi's strike. Holding her staff, Ryuoxi boasted, how do you like that? This is the power of the weapons developed by Lei Company. It's forged from dungeon materials, harder than any known metal. Let me show you just how sharp it is. She leaped into the air and swung at Kyosuke, but he evaded every relentless blow. A powerful strike aimed directly at his face failed to connect. Ryuoxi sneered. It seems dodging is the only thing you're good at. But then she realized something was wrong. Why aren't my hits landing? Kyosuke spoke in a detached tone. I see. While evading her attacks, he remarked, you've been playing the role of a corporate queen for too long. Your techniques have become sloppy. You're no better than Iwako now. Kyosuke appeared behind her, causing her to flinch. She screamed and lunged at him. Enough talk. Ryuoxi's weapon passed right through his body. She gloated, I got him, I actually hit him. But before she could celebrate, Kyosuke's voice rang out, too bad. Kyosuke appeared behind her once more, leaving her stunned. She froze on the spot. How, you? Then she gritted her teeth in realization. Is that void magic? I've never heard of it being used this way. If that's the case, she prepared her weapon for the next strike. She began to imbue her weapon with fire magic. Her eyes burned with rage. I'll finish him with the next blow. I'll silence that big mouth of yours forever. Take this. The energy surged forward, as if to incinerate everything in its path. Ryuoxi charged frantically with a massive flame. Her spear glowing with fire magic, thrust toward Kyosuke. But without much effort, Kyosuke caught the tip of the spear with just 2 fingers. Ryuoxi gasped in shock. No way. Is this really all the strength you have? Kyosuke mocked her with a piercing stare. You're actually worse than you were 20 years ago. Sensing her disadvantage, she decided, then I have no choice but to use that. She braced herself to activate another type of magic. Kyosuke barely had time to react. Are you planning to? His eyes flashed with a momentary look of astonishment. Ryuoxi was now holding a red syringe in her hand. She thrust the needle directly into her own arm. Instantly, a surge of purple magic enveloped her body. Kyosuke's face immediately tightened with tension as he frowned. Ryuoxi's entire body began to transform. You're really going that far. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent as she growled, monster. Soon the purple energy faded, revealing Ryuoxi's body completely transformed into a half-monster state. Once finished, she gave a contemptuous laugh. Haha, you can't defeat me now. Facing her, the protagonist replied calmly, on the contrary, do you really think you can beat me just by using a drug? Do you think it's that simple? Ryuoxi maintained her disdainful attitude. Don't underestimate me. Do you have any idea how much time and money I poured into this drug? I gathered materials found only in the deepest parts of the dungeons and spent years researching it. Ever since I witnessed that extraordinary power 20 years ago, I've always searched for a way to reach that level. And now I've found the power that surpasses everything. Honestly, I should be thanking you, Kaiwakairo. At this point, Kaiyosu could no longer stand to listen to this wicked woman. He cut her off. Huh, how pathetic. You really think you've surpassed everything? You dare to brag while relying entirely on a drug. Kaiyosuke's face was cold and questioning. This left Ryuoxi stunned as she asked, what did you just say? Before she could say another word, our hero shifted into an attacking stance. Sorry to interrupt your monologue, but it's time I ended this. With those words, Kaiyosuke's hands were engulfed in brilliant golden flame. On the other side, Ryuoxi seemed just as eager to send Kaiyosuke to his grave. She entered her own combat stance. Fine, let's settle this. Let's see who's truly the strongest. As soon as the words left her lips, her body blurred forward. Fast as the wind, she lunged directly at Kaiyosuke. However, faced with this attack, the protagonist simply leaned to the side to dodge it effortlessly. Unfortunately for the wall behind him, it took the full force of Ryuoxi's strike, shattering into fragments of debris that flew everywhere. Ryuoxi turned back to Kaiyosuke with a defiant challenge. How's that? This is the result of my life's work. I'll send you back to your death once more. She lunged again with incredible speed, giving even Kaiyosuke a momentary shock. Before he could even set his defense, Ryuoxi's massive hand struck him squarely in the chest. The sheer force sent the protagonist flying backward like a cannonball. Seeing her hit land, Ryuoxi thought triumphantly, I've won. Sadly for her, her joy was short-lived. She suddenly felt a sharp pain in her foot, forcing her to look down. She discovered that, at some point, a jagged shard of ice had pierced completely through her left foot. The pain shot to her brain, forcing her small frame to collapse onto the floor. Meanwhile, Kaiyosuke walked calmly toward her with his hands in his pockets, saying, I said that the moment you launched your attack. Kaiyosuke's perfect preparation left Ryuoxi panicking, breaking into a cold sweat as she stammered, How could you? Kaiyosuke leisurely explained, It's all thanks to your lackeys using it earlier. I already figured out how you use body reinforcement magic. Your drug is certainly impressive, but in the end, it only lets you stir up a bit of a storm. His dismissive tone made Ryuoxi bite her lip in anger. You dare mock my research. Kaiyosuke barked back, enough with the excuses. You trample on others and have the nerve to call it progress. You truly disgust me. As he spoke, Kaiyosuke's face grew more furious, his eyes filled with murderous intent. This sent alarm bells ringing in Ryuoxi's heart. With no other choice, she concentrated her power into her palm and lunged at Kaiyosuke despite her wounded foot. She screamed, Shut your mouth. Unfortunately for her, Kaiyosuke merely reached out and grabbed her wrist to stop the simple attack. While holding her, he delivered a devastating punch directly into her stomach. It was so powerful, it made her cough up blood instantly. At that moment, Ryuoxi felt nothing but shock and resentment. My power. It had no effect. So this is Kaiwakairo's current strength. And just like that, before she could do anything else, Ryuoxi lay slumped on the floor like a beaten dog. Kaiyosuke left his old enemy behind and walked away coldly, saying, Lay, from the very beginning, that was never true power. Shortly after leaving the building, a familiar voice called out to the protagonist from behind. Kaiyosuke turned to see his friend Asahi. Oh, Asahi, are you okay? He smiled. I'm glad you're safe. Nearby, a crowd of reporters noticed the explosion at the building and began to buzz. Look, just like the tip said, Lay Company has been attacked. Their words made Asahi look at the boy beside her suspiciously. Was it you? Kaiyosuke, of course, played dumb, who knows? He shrugged and thought to himself. Now that the truth of Lay's crimes is exposed, the test subjects are safe, and Lay has lost everything. Seeing the protagonist's pensive expression, Asahi asked worriedly, Hey, Kaiyosuke, I still don't quite understand what's happening, but if you hadn't been there, I don't think I'd be standing here right now. So I really want to thank you. Her words took Kaiyosuke by surprise, but he soon gave a faint smile and reminded himself, That's right, I almost forgot. Helping others used to be my entire reason for living. Time passed quickly until that evening, when news of the attack on Lay Company spread everywhere. A female news anchor's voice came from the TV. We've just received word that illegal human experiments were being conducted in a secret underground lab owned by Lay Ryuoxi, one of the 5 sacred stars. The incident was discovered after the facility was raided by an unknown assailant. Currently, she shows signs of memory loss, and the identity of the person responsible remains a mystery. Back with Kaiyosuke, hearing the anchor's voice, he felt a flicker of curiosity. I wonder how the others will react. Then suddenly the news anchor's voice became urgent. We have a breaking news update. Sacred Star Nathaniel has just released an official statement. Her words caused Kyosuke's expression to shift instantly, his eyes filling with a murderous glint as he stared intently at the screen. On the TV, the blonde man began to speak. On behalf of the 5 sacred stars, I stand here to deliver an urgent message. I can only say that we are deeply heartbroken by the events involving Lei Ryuoxi. She was our comrade. We feel a profound sense of anguish for not realizing her fall from grace sooner. He spoke with a display of deep sorrow, but how could such an act ever deceive Kyosuke's eye? If anything, it only made the protagonist more irritated, not realize it. So the 5 sacred stars are going to pretend they knew nothing at all, just like exactly what they did 20 years ago. They haven't changed one bit, lying without even blinking, willing to do anything to protect their noble hero status. People like me and Asahi aren't even worth their expectations. We're just stepping stones to them. Nathaniel Cavell, based on how he acted back then, it's highly likely he was the mastermind behind pushing me into that betrayal. But that makes sense. He's always been a calculating man, careful with every step. And right letter 1 EDD, his whereabouts are still unknown. Kyosuke calmed himself slightly and pulled out his phone, looking as though he intended to contact someone. In another scene, inside a strange church, a girl was kneeling before an altar as if in prayer. Behind her, another stranger approached and spoke. He said so, Lady Claudia. In front, Claudia didn't even bother to turn her head, merely saying coldly, I see, I understand, go. Having said that, she clasped her hands together again, continuing her prayer. Lord, please lead us to a future filled with light. The scene shifted to a training room where Ingolf was. He received a reminder from his subordinate. Lord Ingolf, the council meeting is about to begin. Hearing this, Ingolf casually tossed his dumbbell to the ground and growled. I know, I'm going now. Lay that bitch, what the hell was she thinking? Ingolf's voice was thick with rage. And so, not long after, a private meeting of the 5 sacred stars took place. Naturally, the one presiding was Nathaniel. Seeing everyone was present, he spoke. All right, everyone, let's begin the 5 sacred stars council meeting. On the screen, Claudia maintained her prayer-like posture and spoke up. So the assailant exposed Lei's illegal experiments. How despicable. On the other side, the massive Ingolf agreed, growling. What the hell was that Lei woman doing? She stained the honor of the 5 sacred stars. Facing their words, the blonde sacred star Nathaniel slowly sat back in his chair and offered his view. Right. However, these experiments were conducted by Lei alone and initiated by the rest of us sacred stars had no knowledge of this. For a man like Nathaniel, how could he not have known? Yet, he had decided to dump all the responsibility onto Lei. Back to the traitor Heidke, he immediately understood Nathaniel's intent and couldn't help but admire him internally. That's Nathaniel for you, always so rational. In other words, they're just pinning everything on Lei and abandoning. I don't know about Claudia and Ingolf, but Nathaniel certainly knew about Lei's experiments. And yet he abandoned her just like that. The more he thought about it, the more Heidke broke into a cold letter 1 EDDI before Nathaniel's cold decisiveness. After a few seconds, he regained some composure, glanced nervously at a letter nearby, and reminded himself, no, the important thing now is that I must follow his instruction. Over here, the plain-looking Claudia suddenly spoke. I'm quite curious about the attacker. To explain that, Heidke spoke up about that. A sealed letter was sent to the academy from the person who attacked Lei. He held the letter up for everyone to see. This caused the others to jump in surprise. A letter from the attacker. Iwako read the contents immediately. The group urged him on. Then Heidke looked at the letter in his hand. Of course, I'll read it now. The content of the letter was, I have returned to this world from within that gate. I will deal with all of you, so just you wait, Misato Kawakari. The moment they heard the name of the author, the expressions of the other 3 shifted wildly, especially Nathaniel. Her face was drenched in sweat from anxiety, and her voice trembled with a flicker of hope. Could someone be impersonating Kawakiro? In response, the blonde man grew pensive for a moment, then shook his head. No, he couldn't know about the inside of that gate unless he was actually there. The sender is definitely Kawakiro. Hearing him say that, the priestess woman rubbed her chin, thinking, perhaps he used time magic. Before she could finish, the hulking Ingolf snapped. What are we worried about? If Kawakiro really has returned, we'll just take him down all over again. The giant spoke with a voice full of bloodlust. Naturally, Nathaniel completely agreed. Ingolf is right. Think about it. We don't need to act in a hurry. Over here, Claudia seemed a bit anxious and tried to say something, but Nathaniel shut her down immediately. Why don't we just observe and see what Kawakiro does? And so, the brief meeting ended in a rush. After turning off the computer screen, the massive Ingolf walked toward the window, staring outside and saying with a voice full of fury, Kawakairo, you are the only one I will never forgive. In another development, after the meeting ended, Principal Heiki Iwako hurriedly reported the situation to the protagonist. His voice came through the phone. So, as you instructed, I have followed your orders. Hearing this, Kyosuke replied calmly, I see. Having spoken, he leaned back happily, his mind constantly calculating the next move. So Nathaniel isn't acting immediately. He's very cautious. Well, it doesn't matter. Once they realize I'm truly back, they won't be able to sit still. First, I'll deal with those whose whereabouts I already know. Finished thinking, he happily ordered his hound. All right, Iwako, move out. On the other end of the line, Iwako's anxious voice rang out. What are we going to do next? Seeing his hound so worried he looked ready to piss himself, Kyosuke reassured him. It's not that difficult. You just need to arrange for me to transfer to an academy associated with Engolf. Seeing this, Heike seemed to guess Kyosuke's goal and asked, so you're targeting Engolf next? Kyosuke admitted it bluntly. Exactly. Using a short-term exchange program should be easy, right? Back to Iwako, since he was now on Kyosuke's side. Even if he didn't want to, he had to offer a warning. Let me be clear, Engolf isn't like me or Lei. You won't find any bad rumors or shady deals about. This warning from the sharp-faced man made Kyosuke fall silent for a moment, but then he said flatly, even so, I at least have to see his face. I'll leave the formal procedures to you. With that, he hung up, staring coldly at the scenery outside while whispering to himself, even if there are no rumors about it, it doesn't change the fact that he betrayed me 20 years ago. Time passed quickly. Thanks to Iwako's arrangements, the protagonist soon secured a spot to study abroad. Scene shifts to Kyosuke's location. GI letter 1EDD. He looked around at his surroundings and whispered, so this is Germany. I've confirmed the connection between this country's academy and Engolf. I'll use this German academy to get close to him. But first I have to actually get to the academy. Thus, with this thought in mind, the protagonist moved quickly. Before long, a noisy sound caught his attention. These people are like leeches. Naturally, Nathaniel completely agreed with this. Engolf has a point. Come to think of it, we don't need to act in haste. However, Kyosuke couldn't understand what they were saying due to the language barrier. Come to think of it, they speak a completely different language here. Then I'll use Void to auto-translate, Kyosuke thought. No sooner said than done. Without a moment's hesitation, Kyosuke used his magic to affect the surrounding area. Then very quickly, the sentences began to transmit into his ears. The man in the brown jacket said with a smirk, don't say that. Come on, sweetheart, what's the harm in coming with us for a bit? Beside him, the man in the black coat chimed in, coming with us won't be a waste of your time. Come with me. In response to those words, the black-haired girl maintained her look of annoyance and replied, it's because of people like you that I call you leeches. I'm not going anywhere with street trash like you. Her words seemed to make the two thugs angry. What did you say, girl? You're being naughty, we'll have to punish you. As he spoke, the man in the black coat reached forward and gripped the girl's shoulder tightly, causing her expression to darken. But just then, an intervening voice rang out. Hey, why don't you two just get lost and leave her alone? The sudden voice caught the attention of all three in front. The man with the brown hair began to question Kyosuke. Huh, who the hell are you? Over here, Kyosuke went straight to cursing. I told you to get the hell out of here, you trap. The relentless insult made the two thugs go crazy immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, both of them concentrated their power into their fists, forming a brilliant golden flame and lunging forward, determined to teach Kyosuke a lesson. You little dog, don't you dare look down on us, they barked, swinging their flaming fists toward Kyosuke. Unfortunately for these two, they had no idea how strong the person in front of them was. With just a simple flick of his hand, Kyosuke easily blew them away, leaving them slumped on the ground like dead dogs. This left the black-haired girl stunned. In just one blow, he took them both down. Just who is this student? Luckily, Kyosuke hadn't been too heavy-handed, so very quickly, the two thugs woke up and fled in a hurry. We were very sorry. Watching their pathetic retreat, the black-haired girl turned and didn't forget to thank Kyosuke. Yeah, thanks for helping me. To which Kyosuke slightly shook his head. It's nothing. Having said that, he glanced around as the group of extras began to gossip incessantly, some even pulling out phones to take pictures. This made Kyosuke uncomfortable, so he said, it looks like we've attracted a crowd. Let's get out of here. And so, the two of them quickly left the chaotic area. Behind him, the black-haired girl seemed to have a thought. The last time I was helped like this was when I met that person. Time passed quickly. By now, Kyosuke and the mysterious girl had traveled quite a distance. After seeing that there were no more people gossiping around them, the mysterious girl spoke up. Hey, I just wanted to thank you for what you did. Thanks to you, things didn't get any worse. To Kyosuke, handling those thugs was just a casual task, so he didn't pay it much mind. I told you already, don't worry about it. Internally, he thought about the girl's attitude, She seems like a responsible type. That said, I feel like I've met her somewhere before. Unlike Kyosuke, who had many doubts, the short-haired girl turned to look at him and asked, "By the way, your uniform. Are you a student from Japan?" The question snapped Kyosuke out of it, and he nodded. "Ah, yeah, that's right. I just arrived today on a short-term exchange program. I'm on my way to the training academy." He explained politely, and perhaps because they hit it off, the black-haired girl smiled and offered, "In that case, let me take you there as a thank you." Having someone willing to lead the way, our protagonist naturally wasn't foolish enough to refuse. He nodded and said, "Thanks a lot." Thus, the two continued walking together. As they walked, they chatted. Kyosuke asked, "Are you traveling around the world?" To this question, the mysterious girl shrugged and admitted, "Well, I have my own circumstances." Her natural yet vague words made Kyosuke feel a bit curious. Is she the same age as me? It's rare to see a girl traveling alone like this. Then, unable to hide his curiosity, Kyosuke asked, "Is it safe traveling alone? Don't you get caught in situations like that often?" Hearing him, the mysterious girl waved her hands dismissively and laughed. "Oh, I'm fine. I might not look like much, but I know a few spells." Her words didn't make Kyosuke feel better. They only made him worry more. Internally, he thought, "But didn't you just get caught?" Setting that aside, the short-haired girl rubbed her chin and continued, "By the way, are you studying at the training academy?" Kyosuke replied, "Is there a problem?" The black-haired girl glanced at him. "Well, the merit system. Many students there think that way. They have a whole ranking system in class, like a specific hierarchy, and there's even a reward point system based on performance." Hearing this, Kyosuke just nodded slightly. "I see." Internally, he quickly understood the meaning. It sounds like they take the meritocracy even more seriously than in Japan. According to Iwako, Ingolf often organizes periodic training sessions for top-tier students. Meaning, if I want to get close to Ingolf, I have to make a mark in that merit-based environment. This is perfect, exactly the kind of challenge I like. Thinking of this, Kyosuke couldn't hide the excitement on his face. Back to the mysterious girl, she soon pointed ahead and reminded him, "Look, we're here." That is the Lansing Training Academy. Before them stood an absolutely massive academy campus. Realizing he had arrived, Kyosuke waved goodbye to the mysterious girl. "This is far enough, thanks." Behind him, the black-haired girl waved back. "You're welcome." "Oh, I haven't introduced myself. My name is Shirato Seiyuki." As she spoke, she reached out her hand. Seeing this, Kyosuke reached out in return and introduced himself. "I'll remember that. I'm Asai Kyosuke." Immediately upon hearing the protagonist's name, Shirato's expression suddenly changed, becoming emotional as if she couldn't believe it. This caught Kyosuke's attention, and he asked, "What's wrong?" Shirato quickly regained her composure and shook her head. "Oh, it's nothing. Your name is just the same as someone I used to know." "Well then, bye, good luck at the academy." With that, the black-haired girl turned and left. While Kyosuke watched her go, he had some thoughts of his own. "Shirato, there's something about her that keeps lingering in my mind. Anyway, all right then, let's go." Having said that, he quickly stepped into the academy campus. However, before he had gone far, trouble found the protagonist when he heard an arrogant voice. "Hey, you." "That's you, right." The voice belonged to a haughty red-haired boy. Before this attitude, Kyosuke handled it calmly and said, "And who are you, you thug?" His words made the red-haired boy furious. He yelled, "Who are you calling a thug? It's not every day we get a Japanese exchange student moving here. It's just that I didn't think you were anything special. But to make sure you don't misunderstand this place, I'll give you a little welcome ceremony." He spoke while leaning his face close to Kyosuke to apply pressure. For Kyosuke, one glance was enough to realize what the red-haired boy intended. It only made the protagonist sigh internally. "Good grief, I just got here, and I already run into a freak." Just as she said, he probably wants to test his strength through a map. Thinking that, Kyosuke casually tossed his bag aside and said, "Fine, I'll fight you." Seeing this, the red-haired boy closed the deal immediately, feeling a surge of joy. "Glad you can listen to reason. Well then, let's fight." Having spoken, he began to use his power, controlling several floating stones around him and shooting them forward as fast as bullets. However, this wasn't enough to trouble our protagonist. With a very simple wave of his hand, Kyosuke easily brushed away the entire attack, leaving the red-haired boy looking completely dazed. But without giving him a few seconds to be surprised, Kyosuke's cold voice rang out. "Quantity is there, but the power is too weak. If you're going to use earth magic, it should at least be like this." Accompanied by those words, a massive sphere of earth materialized in his hand. Then, without a moment's hesitation, Kyosuke hurled it forward with immense force. The red-haired boy narrowly escaped, but the boulder slammed into the wall behind him, leaving a gaping hole. Merely looking at the damage it caused was enough to make the thug's entire body tremble. Finally, at that moment, he realized he was standing before a true monster, and he wondered to himself, just who on earth is this monster? In another development, the scene shifted to Awako, who was walking while talking to someone on her phone. Yes, that's correct. She spoke coldly, holding a folder filled with comprehensive information regarding the protagonist. It's Saturday. I've already met Asai Kyosuke. I will remain in Germany to continue observing the target. Back with our protagonist, he had just received his student ID from a staff member and was quickly leaving the administrative office. As he walked, Kyosuke looked at the card in his hand and thought, all the paperwork is finished. Finally, I can enter the local dungeons. Earlier as a student, I was allowed to use auto-translate, so it feels a bit different than when I was in Japan. As Kyosuke looked down, his student ID displayed basic information. Lansing Training Academy, Asai Kyosuke, Void Attribute, level 41, 0 points. Seeing those 0 points, he quickly deduced, this must be the point system Shirato mentioned. It likely tracks dungeon exploration and performance. Thinking of this, Kyosuke casually slipped the card into his coat pocket and reassured himself, whatever. I don't have classes today, so I should go see what the dungeons in Germany are like. Thus, Kyosuke hurried away, unaware that at that very moment, the red-haired boy he had schooled earlier was secretly observing him from behind with a pensive expression, deep in thought. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the front of an unidentified dungeon gate. Before entering, Kyosuke reminded himself once more, if I want to get close to Engulf, I have to reach special grade first. Perhaps I'll start accumulating points in this high-level dungeon. With that, our protagonist stepped inside without hesitation. Very soon, the interior of the dungeon revealed itself to Kyosuke as a vast corridor. From a distance, several skeleton soldiers began to wander toward, sparking some interest in the black-haired youth. Let's see what kind of monsters come out. Undead now, are there some strong ones among them? I didn't encounter this type in Japan, but I've known their weaknesses since my time as Misato Kawakero. Acting on his thought, Kyosuke activated his magic, cloaking his palm in a brilliant golden flame. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, the skeleton soldiers caught the scent of the living and charged like rabid dogs. One of them gripped its axe tightly and swung it forward with great force. Luckily, Kyosuke was agile enough to dodge to the side. Otherwise, he might have been cleaved in two by its strength. On his end, Kyosuke prepared to counterattack, thinking, the undead crumble before powerful physical force and fire. While thinking, he unleashed a fire punch, striking the skeleton soldier squarely in the abdomen, shattering its spine in two and sending its upper torso flying backward. Witnessing their comrade defeated in a single blow, the two remaining undead stood dazed, not daring to move. Seeing this, Kyosuke proactively extended his hand and taunted, come on, keep it coming, attack me right here. Time passed quickly. By now, the area was littered with the crushed bones of the undead, while Kyosuke walked forward unbothered with his hands in his pockets. As he walked, he muttered, this must be the final room. The boss should be waiting here. With that thought, Kyosuke quickened his pace toward the front, and very soon, he encountered the dungeon's boss. Glancing at its form, it appeared to be a lick. The powerful aura it radiated made even Kyosuke acknowledge it internally. This is the boss. The pressure is quite heavy. First, I'll test it with fire and see. I'll attack it first with fire magic. Thinking this, Kyosuke quickly hurled a fireball forward. However, the lick reacted extremely fast, swinging its staff to the side, while simultaneously releasing a surge of purple energy that struck the fireball head-on, causing both attacks to dissipate in midair. Seeing this, Kyosuke wasn't too surprised. It neutralized the fireball. Makes sense, it's the boss after all. On the other side, the lick began its offensive. It concentrated mana into its scepter and unleashed a mass of purple liquid that looked incredibly dangerous. Although he didn't know exactly what the attack was, Kyosuke nimbly leaped backward to evade. Sure enough, the next scene made his expression turn rigid, because the floor beneath him had been corroded into a large hole. This made Kyosuke's skin crawl. That orb melts everything it touches. That's a high-level magic. However, I can use that to my advantage to create an opening. With that thought, a smile quickly spread across his face. Perhaps feeling provoked, the lick fired 3 more magic orbs in rapid succession toward him a second later. However, our protagonist had already formed a plan. He thought to himself, I'll concentrate wind magic in the soles of my feet to enhance my propulsion. Thanks to this magic, Kyosuke's speed increased visibly. His body turned into a streak of green light, easily dodging all the incoming attacks, until he closed the distance right in front of the lick, leaving it completely stunned. Not stopping there, Kyosuke continued to mock. Let's see if you can withstand your own attack. At that moment, in Kyosuke's palm was a purple energy orb belonging to the lick itself. Before the monster could react, The protagonist slammed the orb into its face, causing its features to corrode at a visible rate. Agonized sounds echoed through the surroundings, accompanied by green smoke. Finally, its body helplessly and slowly faded away. Back with Kyosuke, even he had to admit the effectiveness of that magic. Effective, but since it's high level, I can't recreate it perfectly yet. I need to level up my void magic. More importantly, there's someone else here. At that point, Kyosuke spoke up softly. I know you're there, come out now. Sure enough, not far from Kyosuke, the silhouette of the red-haired boy had been standing there for some time. Realizing he'd been spotted, he could only give a dry laugh as he stepped out and said, "Haha, I didn't expect you to be so sharp. I was watching you fight, I hope you don't mind." His words were met with a cold stare from the protagonist. What now? Are you here to challenge me again? Kyosuke silently evaluated the red-haired boy. It seems he hasn't learned his lesson yet. But that aura, he's definitely hiding something. On the opposite side, the red-haired boy began to slowly approach and said something mysterious. Well, I guess it's time to make things clear. He spoke while pulling something out from inside his pocket, a move that immediately put Kyosuke on high alert. He quickly moved into a combat stance, his mind racing to anticipate the move. Damn, he really does have an objective. It couldn't be another reinforcement type like Brusen or a hidden weapon. Completely contrary to Kyosuke's expectations, the red-haired boy suddenly knelt, bowed his head, and pleaded, please take me as your disciple." This unexpected action left Kyosuke completely dumbfounded, his mind in total chaos. What does he want, and what is that bowl for? Kyosuke wondered. And very quickly, as if reading Kyosuke's confusion, the red-haired boy held out the bowl and explained, "This is the Japanese doja style, right? I even heard you're supposed to offer wine to show respect. I couldn't help it, I was captivated by your power. Please teach me magic, I'm begging you." On his end, Kyosuke felt a bit creeped out by the display and took 2 steps back, muttering, "Are you kidding me?" However, the red-haired boy didn't let up and continued, "That battle just now was amazing. I feel so stupid for picking a fight with." Back to Kyosuke's perspective, he could only sigh at the situation. Great, now things have become even more complicated. At that moment, Kyosuke suddenly noticed something, causing him to hurriedly reach out and pat the red-haired boy's shoulder. The red-haired boy thought Kyosuke was about to accept him as a disciple. But a second later, a massive explosion occurred not far from them, sending debris flying everywhere. The cause of the explosion was the giant hand of a bone dragon slamming into the ground. It turned out the lick from before wasn't the actual boss. Seeing its form, the red-haired boy's face went pale while Kyosuke's brow furrowed tight. So that lick earlier wasn't the final boss. It seems the real boss has finally appeared. Over on the side, the red-haired boy stared at the boss's form as memories suddenly clicked into place. If I remember correct, I've seen this thing in a book before. That's a bone dragon, the very monster that wiped out an entire village a long time ago. Word is that Lord Ingolf was only barely strong enough to take it down. But what the hell is it doing here? He spoke in a daze, while Kyosuke, having heard enough, simply turned his head and gave a cold, detached reply. I see. His icy attitude made the red-haired youth flinch, and he hurriedly tried to stop him. Wait a second, don't tell me you're actually planning to fight it. That's beyond reckless. No matter how strong you are. Before he could finish his sentence, Kyosuke cut him off. Just relax, and based on your information, Ingolf wasn't the one who killed it. Having said that, he began to calculate silently. I get it. For the 5 sacred stars, admitting that Misato Kawakiro was the one who actually killed the beast would be too much of a hassle. So they twisted the story for future generations. Typical coward. Well, now I just have to kill it one more time. All right, let's do this. Kyosuke spoke with a razor-sharp tone, and as if sensing the provocation, the bone dragon didn't hesitate for a second. It slammed its massive, skeletal hand straight down, sending a shockwave rippling through the surround. Witnessing the force, the red-haired boy was struck with terror. Before he could even react, the shockwave hit him directly, sent his small frame tumbling backward. Only Kyosuke remained standing firmly in place. However, after witnessing that attack, Kyosuke's expression darkened slightly as he thought, "Damn, it's stronger than it was 20 years ago." But that doesn't change anything. With his decision made, Kyosuke funneled power into the soles of his feet and lunged at the bone dragon like a bolt of lightning. He leaped high into the air, closing in on its massive skull, his hand cloaked in brilliant golden flames. Kyosuke whispered under his breath, "Take this." He then delivered a 1,000-pound punch directly into its giant face, causing the skull to shatter into countless fragments in an instant. From a distance, the red-haired boy was practically paralyzed with excitement. Oh my god, did anyone see that? My master just blew that monster away. Hearing this, Kyosuke offered a dry complaint. You're getting ahead of yourself. Weren't you just saying fighting it was suicide? I don't feel like explaining it to you, but this isn't over yet. Kyosuke spoke as he turned back toward the front. This caused the red-haired boy's jubilant face to suddenly freeze. Sure enough, a second later, the bone dragon's head had fully regenerated as if nothing had happened. It's regenerating, the red-haired boy screamed in shock. Kyosuke took the opportunity to educate him. A bone dragon's stamina is far higher than other undead. If you hit it half-heartedly, it'll just piece itself back together. The red-haired boy was bewildered, wondering how Kyosuke could possibly know such things. However, the protagonist had no intention of answering, as he was busy formulating a plan. It's tougher than I thought. In that case, the next move should be. As for the red-haired youth, seeing Kyosuke so pensive, he fell into his own thoughts. He speculated, is Kyosuke planning to try something else? But how can he possibly face that monster? On the opposite side, the bone dragon began to lose its patience. It opened its massive jaws and let out a deafening, ear-piercing roar, then suddenly spun its body around, swinging its massive tail directly at both of them, forcing them to duck down frantically to avoid the blow. However, the bone dragon's assault didn't stop there. It immediately redirected its tail, targeting the most dangerous threat, Kyosuke. Yet the speed of the lumbering beast was still not enough to trouble the protagonist. With a slight shift of his body, he easily evaded the tail swipe. Over on his end, the red-haired boy grew worried for Kyosuke, as the boy seemed only to be playing defense. He didn't realize that Kyosuke was silently waiting for the perfect opportunity. His eyes remained locked on the monster as he thought, not yet. I need to make the mental image clearer. That is the essence of void magic. Born from the imagination, the clearer the image, the more powerful the authority. As he thought, he began to gather a specific magic into the palm of his hand. Unfortunately for the bone dragon, it was unaware of this. It lunged forward once more with its jaws wide open. The moment it reached Kyosuke, it unleashed a blast of heat with terrifying destructive power. Seeing Kyosuke take a direct hit, the red-haired boy nearly turned white with fear. He screamed, "Master." However, a second later, his eyes filled with utter astonishment, because as the light faded, the sight before him was Kyosuke gripping the bone dragon's razor-sharp teeth with his bare hands, holding it still no matter how hard it struggled. Kyosuke's grip tightened as he activated his magic, creating a spiral of surging water that coiled around the bone dragon's entire body. Finally, he directly flash-froze its entire frame, leaving the massive skeletal body completely unable to budge a single inch. Seeing the battle end like that, the red-haired boy's jaw hit the floor in disbelief. That was unbelievable. You're way too strong. Time passed quickly. Not long after, the two of them left the dungeon, with the red-haired boy trailing persistently behind the protagonist. "Master, wait for me." Kyosuke heard him and let out a weary sigh. "Why do you have to be so dramatic?" The red-haired youth replied with a bright smile. "Well, you know, it's about showing proper respect." He then noticed Kyosuke was staring intently at his student ID and asked curiously, "Is something bothering you on your ID card?" Kyosuke nodded and explained, "I was just wondering how many points a single dungeon raid earned." "You're Mateo, right? How do these points actually affect the class rankings?" Kyosuke asked, and Mateo rubbed his chin. As he thoughtfully explained, "This is just a rough guide, but for every 10,000 points, you go up one class level. So to get into the special class, Kyosuke, you'll need about 30,000 points. But unfortunately, dungeon points are fixed, and that bone dragon you just took down doesn't grant any extra points at all." After hearing this, our protagonist quickly ran the numbers. "I got 500 points from that last dungeon, which means I'll have to grind dungeons 600 times just to qualify. Looks like getting into the special class is going to take quite a bit of time," Kyosuke said softly, while Mateo yelled in surprise. "So you really are aiming for the special class?" At that point, as if suddenly remembering something, Mateo offered excitedly, "Oh, there's a shortcut to earn points much faster." Before he could finish, Kyosuke leaned in with a terrifyingly intense look and demanded, "Tell me," Mateo shrieked in fear. "Whoa, too close." "The thing is, the Celestial Festival is happening in a month. It's an event where students compete directly with each other in various assigned challenges, and the winner gets 20,000 points. Just hearing that reward made Kyosuke's eyes sharper than ever. "Perfect. If I take the top spot, I'll close the gap with Engulf in no time." Thinking of this, Kyosuke clenched his fist and declared, "I'm taking first place in this Celestial Festival." And so time flew by. A month later, on the day of the Academy's Celestial Festival, all students intending to earn points were gathered at the event grounds. The announcer's voice echoed through the area. "All right, the Celestial Festival officially begins now." In a corner of the square stood Kyosuke, who was determined to join the special class as quickly as possible, so he naturally wouldn't miss this. Beside him was Mateo, who said excitedly, "The festival is finally here, Master." Kyosuke simply gave a cold nod in response. Meanwhile, inside his mind, he was already strategizing for the top spot. If I accumulate enough points and take first place here, I'll be promoted to the special class. If that happens, I'll be one step closer to that bastard who betrayed me 20 years ago. Ignoring him, the academy professor's voice continued from the high platform. Your mission is simple. Seize the jewel at the very top of the highest tower. The method doesn't matter. You can fight each other or climb straight up. The choice is yours. Show us the strength you have forged. The stern voice made Mateo break into a nervous sweat. Meanwhile, Kyosuke let out a smirk of interest. He thought to himself, sounds exactly like something an academy obsessed with merit would do. It suits me perfectly. A moment later, as if regaining his confidence, Mateo started shadowboxing and blurted out, Master, we're taking first place no matter what. Kyosuke sighed in exasperation. When I heard the Celestial Festival was for pairs only, I didn't know what to do. Luckily, I already had someone available. Before he could think further, a familiar voice called out from the front, Hey there, Kyosuke. It was none other than Shirato. Her appearance surprised Kyosuke and he asked, You're here too, Shirato. Shirato smiled and replied, Yeah, I came to watch you shine. Mateo, seeing a beautiful girl, eagerly asked, Who's this pretty lady, Master? Is she your girlfriend? The answer was a swift chop to the head from the protagonist. Don't say such ridiculous thing. Before their greeting could continue, the students suddenly began shouting in a frenzy. Hey, look over there. Before them was a massive screen, and the person appearing on it was the source of everyone's shock. None other than the traitor, Ingolf. His appearance caused the protagonist's face to fill with murderous intent, as if he were ready to strike immediately. The scene shifted to the stands, where a black-haired professor said with a smile, Lord Ingolf, we are honored to have you join our festival. Ingolf replied with a slight shake of his head, Don't mention it, I'm just curious about this festival. Let's see if there are any golden eggs among these young mages. Back with Kyosuke, his face remained dark with rage, while Shirato watched his reaction with a thoughtful expression. Not long after, the announcement rang out, Students, enter the tower at once. Following the command, everyone hurried into the tower. Very quickly, the interior revealed itself, a spiraling structure with multiple staircases leading straight up. Mateo, seeing everyone rush off, said, All right, let's go, Master. Kyosuke nodded. However, things weren't going to be that easy. Before they could even step onto the stairs, a massive explosion occurred. The cause was a giant wolf. Its appearance made Mateo's eyes bug out in terror. He moaned, Good Lord, right at the start. Kyosuke shrugged and replied, As expected, they released ranked creatures early. Hearing this, Mateo frantically asked, What should we do, Master? Before the question was even finished, he realized that the protagonist's silhouette had vanished. Mateo looked around frantically and saw Kyosuke lunging forward, delivering a punch straight to the giant wolf's face, sending it slumped to the side. After taking down the guardian of the stairs, the protagonist calmly turned back and reminded him, What are you waiting for? Let's move. Mateo nodded dazedly. Ah, yeah, right, I'm coming. And so the two of them hurried up to the second floor. Meanwhile, outside, their entire battle was being broadcast for everyone to see. And sure enough, the traitor Ingolf began to notice him. His eyes narrowed slightly as he whispered, a Japanese student. Unlike him, the other students were buzzing with admiration. Holy crap, did that student just finish off that monster in one hit? Even Shirato broke into a cold sweat seeing Kyosuke's display of power. She whispered to herself, I knew he wasn't ordinary. The scene shifted to Mateo, who had just finished taking down a monster, and Kyosuke asked, Are you all right? In response, Mateo gave him a thumbs up and asserted, I've still got plenty of energy, Master. Seeing his disciple was fine, Kyosuke hurried along. Good, then don't hesitate, let's keep going. Mateo trailed behind him, looking a bit exhausted. Thus, the two of them continued up the stairs, until Kyosuke realized something. He shouted, Stop! Sure enough, a massive explosion erupted right in front of them. But this explosion wasn't caused by a monster, it was caused by a human. The one responsible was a blonde student using magic to block their path. He let out a weird laugh. Hee, you won't be getting past us. Mateo, frustrated, clenched his fist and shouted, These bastards are playing dirty. Hearing this, the two students didn't feel ashamed. Instead, they mocked them. What was that? Too far away, couldn't hear you. Guess we'll see you later, losers. You can just sit there and watch. With that, they both sprinted forward, making the red-haired youth seethe. Hey, get back here. He shouted, then turned to ask his master, Master, what do we do now? Kyosuke replied quite simply, What do you mean? It's easy, we just leap over them. Mateo didn't quite grasp the meaning. But a second later, Kyosuke grabbed him firmly by the shoulder and jumped straight forward, taking the boy airborne with him. The scene shifted to the blonde student. Before the two of them was a large door, seemingly the boss room. He said gleefully, Great, this is the final room. This was easier than I thought. Beside him, the blue-haired student replied excitedly, Exactly, there's no way we'd lose to some Japanese kid. that was what they thought. However, a familiar voice suddenly rang out behind them. How could that be? The two cheaters spun around in a panic and barked. What? How the hell did you get here? Kyosuke answered with a look of utter contempt. I hate to break it to you, but your obstacles barely slowed me down at all. Behind him, Mateo was nearly dead on his feet, but still managed to chime in. That's right, we aren't losing to clowns like you. You're finished. He spoke while pointing tremblingly forward. While the two students, realizing Kyosuke was no ordinary opponent, proactively cast their magic. Don't look down on us, we'll crush you, they both shouted. However, in Kyosuke's eyes, their casting speed was incredibly slow. Before the magic could even take shape, he lunged forward and delivered a sharp strike to both of their necks, causing their eyes to roll back as they collapsed unconscious on the spot. Seeing this, Mateo was initially stunned, then burst into joy. Wow, I didn't even see him move. Setting the minor skirmish aside, the two opened the door and entered the final room. Inside the room was a crystal ball resting on a stone pedestal. Kyosuke deduced that the crystal was the jewel required for the mission, and Mateo shouted excitedly, "That's it, we're the first ones here." However, nothing is ever that simple. Kyosuke quickly realized, it's not over yet. Following his words, several armored knights suddenly appeared around the crystal, looking as if they had been summoned from nowhere, leaving the two confused as to their origin. This development even startled the professors watching from outside. What is this? Where did those armored knights come from? That wasn't part of the program. Only the traitor in golf looked on with amusement, as he was the one who had set this up. He thought to himself, perfect, let's see if they can overcome this trial. I mean, it wouldn't be interesting if it ended too quickly, right? He added with a devious smile. Sitting next to him, the black-haired professor could only give a forced laugh. Haha, you're quite merciless, sir. In response, the giant man remained firm. If they want to become great mages, then this is nothing. He then calculated silently. Of course, no student can break through that many enemies. How could they possibly break through and get the jewel? Let's see what they've got, he said with interest, focusing his attention on the TV screen. Back with Mateo seeing the summoned monsters, he was in a state of total panic. Master, what do we do? He asked frantically. Kyosuke had only one answer. If we don't defeat them, we won't get the jewel. We have no other choice. Hearing this, the red-haired boy turned to ask more specifically. Defeat them, but there are so many of them, and they look really tough. Kyosuke replied with a look of pure seriousness. Even so, I have to do it. To achieve my goal, I must succeed. Seeing his determined face, though Mateo was still nervous, he managed to say, all right. In that case, I'll support you, even if it's just a little. He spoke as he cracked his knuckles, unaware that while he was blathering, a knight figure behind him had already swung its sword with lightning speed. Luckily, Mateo reacted just in time to duck. Otherwise, he would have been sent straight to the afterlife. Elsewhere, Kyosuke was facing an attack from a knight figure. However, its strike wasn't enough to worry him. He immediately activated body reinforcement magic, cloaking his body in a faint golden aura, and easily caught the sword blade with just 2 fingers. He then focused energy into his right hand, clenched it into a fist, and delivered a straight punch, sending the knight figure flying into the air. The students watching from outside gaped in awe. He's fighting them barehanded. Back with Kyosuke, he lunged forward again, unleashing another fire punch. That sent the knight figure crashing back into a whole group of them. Just like that, with a single blow, not a single knight figure remained standing around the protagonist. Mateo couldn't help but admire him. Master is seriously the best. Even in golf, watching the broadcast had to acknowledge it. That Japanese kid, his magic is quite useful. Is he really going to take them all down alone? Well, it won't be that easy, he thought while slamming his hand onto the table. Sure enough, just as he thought, inside the tower, the fallen knight figures hadn't even been down for 3 seconds before another group was summoned. This made Mateo's eyes bug out in fear. They're cloning again. What the hell is the Academy thinking, letting these things attack us like this? At the same time, Sayuki had the exact same thought. With these numbers, he won't be able to fight back, but I still want to see if he can break through. So aside Kyosuke, what are you going to do now? She wondered silently to herself. Back with the protagonist, a puppet wielding a massive axe lunged at him, swinging directly at his position. Luckily, Kyosuke was agile and leaped backward just in time to evade the strike. He scanned the area briefly, calculating the number of enemies in his head. There are about 30 of them. That's a lot. But compared to back then, this is nothing at all. Unaware of Kyosuke's internal thoughts, the puppets continued their assault, giving him no time to rest. 2 puppets hurled their spears forward with the speed of arrows. In response, Kyosuke used his earth magic to erect a wall of soil, blocking the incoming projectile. However, the puppets coordinated their movements perfectly. While the frontal attack commenced, several others circled behind him for a sneak attack. Kyosuke sensed them immediately. He swung his arm, activating his wind magic, and unleashed a vacuum blade that blew away all the puppets behind him. Yet other puppets quickly took their places, gradually closing in on Kyosuke. He narrowed his eyes in annoyance, thinking, defeating them one by one is useless. I want to wipe them out with a single powerful spell. But in a situation like this, I'm not in the mood to build a new persona. That means the best choice is a magic I've seen before. That way, I won't waste time trying to recreate it. Whatever, I'll just use that one. Kyosuke let out a sigh as he recalled the magic that Principal Iwako once used. Next, he began to activate his void magic, causing the rocks and debris around him to suddenly float high into the air, as if controlled by an invisible force. Witnessing this, the massive Ingolf was so shocked he stood up from his seat, seemingly recognizing the magic. Back at Kyosuke's position, he swung his arms outward, combining earth and wind magic to blast the surroundings, ensuring not a single puppet could withstand the impact. The power was so great that the students watching from outside could feel the shockwave it generated. Before long, the magic dissipated, leaving only the wreckage of the puppets scattered across the room. At that moment, Kyosuke stepped toward the crystal ball. He gripped it firmly in his hand and whispered, "Done." Elsewhere, Mateo, who had been hiding somewhere, ran out to celebrate once he saw Kyosuke complete the mission. He did it. No, he really did it, master. The group cheered, celebrating the protagonist's success. Meanwhile, Sayuki's eyes widened in amazement at his ability, fusion magic. He can use that too. His power is terrifyingly deep. The scene shifted to Ingolf, who burst into a delighted laugh. Haha. So he can use the magic that Iwako spent 20 years developing, and he's just a student. Aside Kyosuke, how interesting. If he makes it into the special class, I'll make sure to educate him properly. He spoke with a calculating expression on his face. In the assembly hall, a person stood at the podium and announced, "Now, it is time to announce the student being promoted to the special class this semester. Asai Kyosuke, please come up to the stage." Kyosuke calmly pushed back his chair and stood up politely without a word. At the edge of the stands, a group of students whispered among themselves, "He's amazing. He's only been here a month and already achieved this. Did you see him at the Celestial Festival?" A student sitting with his arms crossed spoke up enviously, "That's insane. Can a human even do that?" Sitting next to him, Mateo rubbed his chin and smirked. "He's my master, so that's only natural." The man at the podium spoke again. "Next is the armband ceremony. We have a very special guest." Suddenly, Kyosuke's eyes shifted. He frowned suspiciously and thought, "A guest? Don't tell me." The announcer continued hoarsely. "Please give a warm welcome to." A man in formal wear stepped out from behind the curtain. He smiled and revealed the figure. "Lord Ingolf, the stage is yours." Hearing such a grand name, the audience gasped and buzzed with excitement. "What, for real?" Dietz took the armband nonchalant. Over here, Kyosuke watched him with a soulless gaze, analyzing. Ingolf, he came to the academy personally. What is he plotting? Dietz approached him, studied his face, and gave a faint smirk. "You gave quite a performance at the Celestial Festival." Kyosuke changed his expression, politely lowering his gaze and replying hesitantly, "It's an honor." The man slowly handed him the armband, and Kyosuke took it gently. Unexpectedly, Dietz leaned close to Kyosuke's ear and said coldly, "Asai Kyosuke, come to my estate tonight." In the stands, Mateo and the others wondered, what's going on? What did he say to him? On stage, Dietz waved to the cheering crowd below. The noise didn't stop as he turned and walked out of the room. Kyosuke gripped the armband, staring coldly at the man's silhouette. "Ingolf, what exactly is your plan?" Night fell dark as ink. A grand and luxurious castle stood tall. In the lobby, a butler bowed respectfully and said, "Asai Kyosuke, correct. We have been expecting you." Kyosuke put his hands in his pockets, his face calm as he followed the butler, thinking, "What does Ingolf want with me? Wait, does he know I'm Misato Kawakiro already? Damn, I wanted more time to prepare. If he already knows, I have no other choice." The butler stopped at a room, and Kyosuke paused to observe. As the door slowly opened, Kyosuke braced himself, thinking, right here, right now, this could turn into a battle. He looked at the room, and then at the lavishly set table, where Dietz was already seated. The man gave a slight smile, cutting his steak with a knife and fork while looking at him. "You're here. Sit down. We'll talk after we eat." Kyosuke approached the table and replied politely, "Pardon me." His eyes were cold as he wondered, "So, what's this about?" Once the food was cleared, Dietz looked Kyosuke in the face and said calmly, "Once again, I must say your performance at the Celestial Festival was impressive, especially the match on the top floor. You truly caught my attention. Now there is something I want to say." He lowered his head, a hint of murderous intent in his eyes as he asked coldly, "Just what are you hiding?" That look made Kyosuke shiver. He thought anxiously, damn does he know. Under the table, he clenched his hands, weighing the situation. No, that's impossible. If he really knew I was Kawakairo, he would have said it outright. He's definitely probing for something else. At that moment, Dietz casually touched his coffee cup and mentioned, "That fusion spell you used on the top floor, that was Iwako's life's work. It took him 20 years to create. How can you use it?" Hearing this, Kyosuke smiled instinctively. He regained his composure and guessed, "Just as I thought. He's just curious about my magic." He looked the man in the face and explained, "Back in Japan, Principal Iwako gave me special training." Dietz picked up his steaming cup and asked hoarsely, "Is that when you learned fusion magic?" Kyosuke replied politely, "Yes." Kyosuke faked a happy smile and added proudly, "He's a great teacher. I owe him a lot." Dietz let out a dry laugh and mused, "I suppose that sounds like something he would do. He uses it quite skillfully. However, do not abuse that power. Otherwise, you'll end up like Misato Kawakairo, the man who nearly tore the world apart." Hearing Dietz mention his former name, Kyosuke's expression didn't flinch for a second. The man turned his back to Kyosuke and brought up the old topic. "You must have heard of it. The SSS rank Calamity Dungeon 20 years ago. He was consumed by his own power, and eventually, he devised a twisted plan." Dietz's face was filled with anger and jealousy as he said irritably, "Luring monsters out of the dungeon. Plotting to eliminate the rest of us, his own allies." Kyosuke's expression shifted. He froze at Dietz's words and thought suspiciously, "What?" Over here, the man's eyes were etched with envy. He said crossly, "Also, he could be the only hero left." With that intent, Kawakairo acted on his plan that day. Fortunately, we stopped him before everything fell apart. Now Kyosuke's fingers gripped into a fist, trembling under the table as he struggled with his thoughts. "Nonsense. What the hell is this? Those bastards, I can't let this go." Suddenly, Dietz turned around and warned in a low voice, "That's why I'm telling you, don't let power consume you." Kyosuke interrupted him and replied seriously, "I'll be fine, sir. Power is meant for fighting evil." He spoke with a face full of confidence and determination. "And I will do everything to become stronger than anyone else." In Dietz's eyes, he saw the boy's reflection, but deep down, he saw Kawakairo's shadow. The man burst into a delighted laugh and rasped, "Just like at the festival, you truly are interesting. Fine then, I shall reward that spirit of yours." At that moment, Dietz approached Kyosuke. The boy looked at him suspiciously and asked, "A reward?" And the man looked down at him and replied, "Yes. For your next training session, I will act as your sparring partner." He peered down at the boy and added with a cold smile, "Assuming you agree, of course." Kyosuke stood up, pulled back his chair, and said politely, "I understand. I would be honored." They stared directly at each other. Night arrived, stars appeared in the sky, and people walked the familiar streets. Kyosuke's expression was icy as he walked and mused, "In golf, that's the best reward I could have asked for. Just you wait. I will crush you with everything I have and settle the grudge I've carried for 20 years. The day of the special class's periodic training arrived. Inside the school, in the hallway of the training hall, a group of soldiers chatted leisurely. "Hey, today is the periodic training for the special class, right?" One man with his bag on his shoulder said casually to his companion, "I'm so jealous. They get to meet Lord in golf. I wish he would train me too." Before he could finish, he felt a sudden chill behind him and glanced back, shivering. It was Kyosuke, sitting on a long bench, glaring at the man who just spoke with murderous intent. The two men turned pale. One stammered in panic, "Hey, let's go," and the other replied with a hurried "yeah." As they scrambled away, Kyosuke stared ahead coldly, whispering a name, "In golf. Finally, I can settle this debt. He promised to spar with me in today's session. He probably just wants to teach a curious kid a lesson, but for me, it's different. I will completely crush him and make him regret betraying me 20 years ago." At that moment in the school's training field, a raspy voice called out, "All right, the periodic training begins now. Please, Lord in golf." After the man spoke, a figure slowly appeared before them. Dietz walked in, observing the soldiers' movements, and gave a reply. Instantly, Kyosuke's eyes narrowed. He thought calmly, "There he is." The man stepped forward and reminded them, "I trust you, the finest students of this academy. You train your skills every day as usual, but sometimes observing is also training. So today, I've decided to heat things up with a sparring mat. No need to worry, I've already chosen my opponent." Dietz looked Kyosuke in the eye, gave a faint smile, and called him out. Asai Kyosuke stepped forward. In a flash, Mateo was in the stands, staring in shock. Holy crap. Skipping class was worth it. Master is actually fighting Lord in golf. Suddenly, he noticed someone below and thought suspiciously, that girl was at the Celestial Festival too. Mateo rubbed his blushing nose and speculated, "I get it. Things are going well between Master and her, huh?" Below, Sayuki felt a chill down her spine. She crossed her arms and thought, "I feel a weird gaze somewhere. Whatever." A sacred star hailed as a hero of the world. Let's see what he does. On the field, facing such an opponent, Diet's long coat fluttered slightly. He said in a low voice, "Now then, shall we begin?" Kyosuke calculated calmly, judging his opponent. Ingolf is one of the toughest among the sacred stars. He's on a completely different level than Iwako or Lei. But the one nailing today will be you. Seeing the boy was ready, Dietz clenched his fingers, released his power, and announced, "I'll make the first move." He channeled his power into his hand and swung it rapidly. He struck directly at the target, a terrifying boom echoing through the air. The punch was about to hit Kyosuke, but the boy hurriedly raised his hand to evade. The soldiers nearby scrambled away, shouting in shock, "What? Wind magic?" Even Sayuki raised her hand in surprise and analyzed. No, the shockwave from the punch alone tore through the air. At that moment, Kyosuke crouched low. He released his power and thought with a contemptuous smirk, "He's using reinforcement magic. I'll counter with earth magic." Rocks erupted from the ground, striking directly against Diet's spell. The man remained calm, power still radiating from his hand. He looked at Kyosuke with praise and exclaimed, "You blocked it." The boy stood up slowly, brushed the dust off his clothes, and asked with a faint smile, "So that's reinforcement magic. No wonder that hit was so heavy." Kyosuke glanced down at the rock fragments and thought, "I barely blocked that with reinforced stone. The power of that blow is insane." Suddenly, Dietz let out a growl. He replied with a smirk, "You're mistaken. I haven't even used reinforcement magic yet," he said while throwing off his coat. Kyosuke frowned inwardly, his eyes locked onto the man. Dietz generated a golden orb of power in his hand and said coldly, "Now, I'm using." He finished his sentence and hurled it straight at his opponent. Kyosuke's expression shifted as he let out a gasp. He quickly dodged the fireball heading his way. Dietz began firing consecutive fireballs at him. The magical onslaught left him struggling as he scrambled to evade the attacks. At that moment in the stands, Mateo frowned in worry for him, thinking, "No way, is Master being pushed back? What kind of insane attack is that?" Over here, Dietz's expression turned exhilarated as he shifted into a new stance and rasped, "Trying to escape with wind magic. You've got sharp instincts, but this battle is far from over." Having finished his sentence, he gathered his most powerful magical energy and hurled it directly at Kyosuke. Before the orb could reach him, the boy scrambled frantically to evade the strike. Clenching his fingers tight, Kyosuke gritted his teeth and shot a glance at the man, thinking, "With this much destructive power, now is not the time to hold back." He quickly regained his footing. Dietz's face darkened with suspicion as he thought. He stopped. "Don't tell me he's planning to counterattack." Sayuki's expression turned grave as she analyzed the situation in silence. "That's the same thing he used during the Celestial Festival. Fusion magic." Kyosuke's eyes lit up, burning with murderous intent. He used his magic to send shards of rock flying straight toward the target. Dietz quickly blocked the strike. His face was ferocious, eyes turning vacant as he gritted his teeth to resist. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion rang out right before Kyosuke's eye. As the thick black smoke began to clear, Dietz remained frozen in place, dropped to one knee. Kyosuke narrowed his eyes and thought irritably, the shockwave reduced the force of the impact. That engulfed. He's definitely grown stronger after 20 years. Dietz lowered his head and let out a dry smirk. His eyes were filled with bloodlust as he growled, "Good, very good. I suppose I shouldn't hide my cards any longer." A blinding power radiated from behind Dietz, and Kyosuke raised a hand to shield his vision. Behind his hand, he spoke in a perfectly calm voice. As the dawn approached, he stared straight ahead and wondered, "What is that magic?" Dietz looked down at Kyosuke with a provocative expression and said coldly, "Come on, let's keep this battle going." A terrifying surge of magical power erupted from Dietz. Kyosuke took a sharp breath, a magic that even I don't recognize. He saw the man beckon him provocatively and thought, so he's learned that move over the last 20 years, huh? Keeping a cool head, he moved into a defensive stance. Whatever, let's see what he's got. Kyosuke's eyes flashed. He thrust his hand forward, and the ground began to crack. "Let's start with this." Dietz frowned and dodged. Earth magic. Kyosuke's eyes narrowed like daggers. This is a wide area attack. He won't be able to dodge it, and the ground where the man had just landed split open, making him stumble. Seizing the opportunity, the boy reached out to activate his next move. "Once his footing is broken, I'll finish him with a fusion spell." A powerful strike lunged forward as he commanded, "Fusion magic." Mateo, watching from the sidelines, cheered even harder. "Yeah, Master's using fusion magic." Sayuki was also captivated by the match. He's losing his balance in midair. This is the perfect opportunity. Just as she predicted, the blow was about to land. But unknown to anyone, A smirk played on Diet's lips. He braced himself and let out a mighty roar. Kyosuke was thrown off by the action. What is he doing? The man actually blocked the boulders with his bare hands. Bit by bit, Diets began to gain control over the swirling mass of earth aimed at him. He literally tore the spell in half. The debris was simultaneously cast aside to both sides. Diets remained standing there, cold and unmoving. Kyosuke couldn't believe his eyes. He just sliced through my fusion magic. Tsuyuki broke into a cold sweat at the sheer power. Incredible. He neutralized a spell of that level. The man spoke to the boy in a low voice. That was an excellent attack. Diet's entire body remained unharmed, cloaked in magic, but it won't pierce my mana armor. Finally, it clicked for Kyosuke. Mana armor. I see. That golden light is his armor. He clenched his fist slightly, but to withstand fusion magic without a single scratch, that durability is insane. The man gave a dry laugh. This armor doesn't just protect me. Diets took a step forward. It turns my body into a weapon, combining offense and defense into one. That is the essence of my mana armor. With a blur, he lunged forward with a smug grin. Here I come. He leaped into the air, fist clenched tight. Kyosuke quickly jumped back several steps. With a single blow, the man pulverized the spot where the boy had been standing. Mateo screamed in shock. What? Boulders flew outward, relentlessly battering Kyosuke. It took a while for the dust to finally settle. The boy wiped a streak of blood from his cheek. Damn Engulf. He's much stronger than he was 20 years ago. Diet stood as imposing as ever, and Kyosuke thought, his mana armor is a real pain. His eyes narrowed, his mind no longer as relaxed as before. I have a way to counter it, but the spell isn't finished yet. I don't know if I can pull it off. Flexing his wrist, the man said, not going to charge, suit yourself. Next, Diet shot forward like a bolt of lightning. I'm ending this match. Kyosuke frowned in irritation. Damn it, I have no other choice. He gripped one arm with the other, gritting his teeth as he funneled all his power into his palm. Diet smirked. Is he trying to create something? You really think that can stop me? Suddenly, the space around the man went pitch black. Diets was bewildered, having no idea what was happening. Seeing the boy bracing himself to continue the technique, he narrowed his eyes maliciously. Diet's right hand swung out, blasting Kyosuke away. The boy couldn't dodge in time and took the hit head-on. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he clicked his tongue in regret. As I thought, I haven't mastered it yet. It took him a moment to stand firm and face the man. At this rate, suddenly Diets relaxed his fist. To Kyosuke's surprise, the man spoke. That's enough. Diet said indifferently, this is plenty for a sparring match. Let's end it here for today. However, this only made Kyosuke's face darken further, his hands trembling with suppressed rage. The man nonchalantly announced to the class, today's periodic training is over, dismissed. And the students hurried after him in praise. Lord Engulf, that performance was incredible. It was truly inspiring. Someone laughed. That Asai kid put up a decent fight, but in the end, Lord Engulf had him cornered the whole time. And another nodded. The 5 sacred stars really are on another level. Only Mateo came over to comfort Kyosuke. Master, you did great. Facing Engulf, no one's going to blame you. The boy said nothing, only thinking to himself, I underestimated him. Currently, I can't beat Engulf. He clenched his hand with determination. I need to push my void magic further and become even stronger. Nearby, the laughter and chatter of the students continued as usual. Tsuyuki was silently observing Kyosuke's back, thinking, no one here realizes the potential Asai Kyosuke is hiding. Diet strode away from the crowd. He recalled the feeling during the match. That moment. What was it? Bloodlust? No, it was something else. A smirk of intrigue appeared on Diet's face. But still, it's been a long time since I've experienced such an intense fight. Then he walked away with a steady back. It doesn't matter. Asai Kyosuke. Diets chuckled to himself. He's not the type of person who's going to end here. Holding a glass of premium red wine, Diets leaned back calmly in his armchair. Lightly swirling the wine, he mused. It's been a very long time since a battle actually made me feel this exhilarated. He carefully balanced his grip so the wine wouldn't spill, but that Asai Kyosuke boy, I didn't expect him to be that strong. He remembered the fleeting moment of shock during the fight, especially in that one instant. I actually felt fear. Diet's deep eyes reflected off the surface of the wine. Come to think of it, an old memory surfaced. I've felt that sensation once before. A shout from the past suddenly echoed back to him. A man stood before a younger Diet's and said softly, all right, looks like I win. The younger version of himself knelt on the ground, looking up at Kaiwakairo and asking, what was that just now? You've been hiding that magic from me this whole time, haven't you? The boy laughed with his hands on his hips. You almost had me back there. And besides, I have to save my best cards for last, right? The young Diet's thought to himself, you never change, always doing the unexpected. As he stood up, he sighed. That's why you're my eternal rival. Once he was upright, the young Diets challenged him again. Let's go one more round, Kaiwakairo. Clicking his tongue, the current Diets grew pensive. This is bad. The wine is making me too nostalgic. Suddenly his face turned dark and grim, but the past is stained. It can never be washed clean again. He couldn't suppress another sigh, and yet I still remember that thrill. He raised his glass and took a sip, the feeling of fighting someone on the same level. Diets' eyes lit up as if expecting something. So come then, aside Kyosuke. Show me what you've got, he said, perhaps looking toward the boy's uncertain future. Kyosuke looked up at the deep cavern before him. 20 years and it's still the same as it was, huh? Looks like I can use this. He clenched both fists tight. I'm not strong enough to take on Engulf yet. I need to retrain from scratch. The entrance radiated pure gloom. Luckily, this dungeon is the perfect place for that. Step by step, he entered the darkness. The pressure here made every step heavy. It's a gravity field, much stronger than the one outside. Kyosuke realized, no wonder Engulf hits so hard. If I take a direct blow, I'm finished. Flexing his hands, he resolved, so first, I have to make this body stronger. The thought alone made him want to smirk. Once I can face him head-on, the magic I'm developing will deliver the final blow. Facing a den of monsters, he had only one target. Just you wait, Engulf. Time flew by, and soon it was 3 days later. Tsuyuki watched the passersby thoughtfully. It's strange. Asai Kyosuke hasn't returned to the dorm since that day. The black-haired girl wondered, where could he have gone? Suddenly, she saw a figure dragging his feet after class. Tsuyuki recognized him. That's. Mateo looked as wilted as a rotten flower, muttering, it's so boring without Master around. Her voice calling out made Mateo snap out of it. Hey. Mateo's eyes went wide. Hey, it's Master's fangirl. Hearing that, Tsuyuki cursed him in her head. Fangirl my foot. Suddenly realizing she could use that role, she thought, actually, it's better if everyone thinks that. Do you know where Kyosuke is? Mateo scratched his head in confusion. I don't know exactly where, but I heard he went to the Eastern Forest to train or something. Tsuyuki narrowed her eyes. The Eastern Forest. Don't tell me it's. In an instant, the girl turned and ran. I knew it. Thanks. Leaving Mateo behind to just wave awkwardly. No problem. The red-haired boy innocently thought to himself, wow, she's really enthusiastic. Before long, Tsuyuki had tracked him down to the forest where the dungeon was hidden, a hidden dungeon deep in the woods. Yes, the perfect place to train. She bit her lip and questioned, but how did he know about it? He shouldn't know anything about this area. A suspicion formed in Tsuyuki's mind, unless, bit by bit, it felt as though she were peeling back a curtain hiding a massive secret. Is it possible? Tsuyuki's eyes flashed, sweat rolling down her face. Asai Kyosuke is Misato Kaiwakairo. She remembered back to about a month ago. Her superior had called her in. I was given a secret order. She recalled each page of the documents she'd been handed. Investigate anyone who could be Misato Kaiwakairo in disguise, and his image appeared vividly in her mind. Asai Kyosuke was on that list. Tsuyuki's hand clenched over her chest. If he really is Misato Kaiwakairo, then I. Her footsteps grew heavier with every pace. The pressure in the area made her pant for breath. I came here once for another mission, and it's just as brutal as I remember. The dark tunnel ahead seemed endless. Did Asai Kyosuke really train here? Fortunately, she found the person she was looking for. Kyosuke was standing right in the middle of a pile of neatly severed monster corpses. There he is. But there was something very different about him. So much so that Tsuyuki quickly hid, not daring to show herself. His aura, it's completely changed. Looking around the cavern, she was horrified, and all these monsters. He took them down alone. Tsuyuki narrowed her eyes. The overwhelming presence radiating from Kyosuke made her gulp. This is far beyond anything I imagined. After leaving the dungeon, Tsuyuki hurriedly contacted someone. Yes, that's right, she said tentatively. At this rate, he might actually surpass Lord Ingol. The voice on the other end let out an interested hum. And what about the possibility that he's Kaiwakairo? Tsuyuki was silent for a moment, then replied, it's very high, ma'am. The person on the other end let out a soft giggle. She spoke with interest, just as I thought. While dozens of people knelt at her feet, she added, things are about to get very interesting. Burjo spread her arms and said loudly, everything. Her bright blue eyes sparkled with excitement. Is proceeding exactly according to the god's plan. In the dark cavern, crystals emitted a faint purple light, illuminating the area. Kyosuke stood beside the corpse of a dragon and whispered, it's done. He rubbed his wrist and concluded with a joyful tone, this time it will reach Ingol. In a modern room, a man was about to leave when the phone on the desk suddenly rang. He turned back toward the device, thinking suspiciously, who is it? This man was the sacred star, Iwako Hide. Hideki didn't hesitate and picked up the receiver immediately. Hello. On the other end, a middle-aged man spoke calmly. it's me. Recognizing the voice instantly, Heidke gasped, engulfed. He asked tentatively, what's the matter? And Dietz coldly made a request, there's something I want to ask. He continued, about a student named Asai Kyosuk. Hearing this, Heidke's eyes widened in terror. After some time, once the information had been shared, Dietz replied indifferently, I see, that's all I wanted to know. Heidke answered with a trembling voice, all right. Once the call ended, he immediately put the receiver back. Heidke was scared out of his wits, thinking, Ingolf asked me about Asai Kyosuk's past, but I can't tell him that the boy is actually Kawakiro. He clutched his head and screamed in fear, if I say anything, I'm a dead man. On Dietz's end, he was staring at the phone thoughtfully. His expression grew heavy as he mused, Owako is hiding something, but I can't find any clear evidence. Dietz turned to leave while considering, in that case, the next step is. Suddenly, he noticed something on the floor. It was an envelope. Dietz looked at it with suspicion, thinking, someone slid a letter under the door. He picked up the envelope and opened it, wondering curiously, I wonder who sent this. As soon as he saw the contents, Dietz's eyes bulged in shock. This is. Then he gripped the letter tight, his heart filling with loathing. I see. Dietz gritted his teeth in rage. I knew it. Memories of the past flashed in his mind. Two people were sitting on a high cliff. The short-haired one said sadly, sorry about today, Kawakiro, and the one beside him replied dismissively, don't worry about it. Kawakiro looked at Dietz and stated, your hometown was destroyed. Of course I had to help. The man looked at him hesitantly and warned, but are you sure about this? Conquering the dungeon the state requested would have been much better for you. The boy looked up at the sky and replied with a mocking tone, they're just high-ranking officials who want to show off their power. Kawakiro added nonchalantly, I'd rather help people who actually need it. Dietz burst out laughing and remarked, good grief, you're kind to the bone. The boy looked out at the scenery and said happily, beside. Kawakiro praised sincerely, this place is truly beautiful. Seeing that, Dietz said proudly, it's called Keld Hill. It's the best spot around here to watch the sunset. Sensing the man's joy, the boy followed along. I see. I can tell you really treasure this place. Suddenly, Dietz called his name, Kawakiro. Kawakiro looked at him curiously, waiting for him to continue. The man's face turned serious as he confessed, I want to get stronger. Dietz's tone was determined as he added, not just for my hometown. There are so many places threatened by dungeon. Hearing this, Kawakiro laughed and said, why not? I'll work with you. Then he stood up abruptly and declared with passion, all right, I've decided to train even harder while I'm in this country. Dietz couldn't help but smile, let's do it. And the boy replied happily, it's a deal then. Back in the present, he stood by the window and let himself drown in thought. After that, we used to meet on that hill to push our limits whenever we had free time. Remembering a specific moment, Dietz's brow furrowed, his gaze turning icy, but he couldn't help the resentment as he thought. But then, a sea of fire consumed his mind. In the past, a young Dietz was running frantically through a blazing inferno. Reaching a certain spot, he stopped abruptly, his eyes filled with horror and disbelief. What caused his reaction was the sight of Kawakiro standing ahead, laughing loudly. Remembering this, Dietz clenched his fists in fury and resolved, I won't involve Nathaniel, Claudia, or the other sacred stars in this. He vowed with pure hatred, I will be the one to finish Kawakiro with my own hands. At the academy, Kyosuk was walking through the hallway. He walked thoughtfully, thinking, the next periodic training is in a week. That's when I'll have my rematch with Ingolf. Kyosuk vowed coldly, this time I'll definitely. Suddenly, a voice called out, breaking his train of thought, Master. Mateo came running up from behind and shouted joyfully, Master, you're back. Seeing this, Kyosuk asked curiously, why are you in such a rush? And Mateo answered honestly, the principal told me to give you this letter. He repeated suspiciously, a letter, and his friend confirmed while holding it out, here it is. Kyosuk calmly opened the letter to inspect it. After reading it, his eyes widened in shock. Mateo leaned in curiously to peek. What does it say? But Kyosuk quickly folded it and turned to leave. It's nothing. The friend stood there confused, whispering, Master. Behind him, Sayuki was hiding behind a pillar, seriously observing everything. A while later, a figure was standing waiting on a lush green hill. Dietz noticed the movement and greeted, you're here. Kyosuk looked at the back ahead and asked calmly, Keld Hill, the reason you called me here is. The man stated indifferently, indeed, I know who you are. Dietz turned around to stare at him, his tone cold as he revealed the truth. Asai Kyosuk, no, Misato Kawakiro. Kyosuk didn't confirm anything, only asking back steadily, you called me here for that reason. The man turned fully and stated, isn't it obvious? Dietz released his power and said, I called you here. He declared with peak fury, to erase your existence from this world. Hearing this, Kyosuke replied icily, "Is that so? We feel the same way." He activated his energy and stated, "I'll be the one to send you off." Kyosuke stood boldly and said firmly, "I want to ask one thing." He spoke with a dangerous air. "You said you're certain I'm Misato Kaiwakairo. How can you be so sure?" Diets ignored the question. "You don't need to know, but I will tell you this." He frowned and announced, "This has nothing to do with the 5 sacred stars. This is my personal business." Kyosuke asked again, "Is that why you chose this place?" And Diets answered bluntly, "Yes." Suddenly, he appeared imposing and considered. "Don't make a mistake because of me." Diets gritted his teeth in rage. "I will never forgive you." Kyosuke gave a cold smirk. "What a coincidence. I was thinking the same thing." Immediately, the boundary between them was clearly drawn, both radiating intense, murderous intent. Diets puffed up his chest and raised his superpowered fist. "As you saw in our sparring match, my mana armor blocks all attack." His golden armor manifested as he added, "Whether physical or magical, it doesn't matter." Which means, Diets charged forward and roared, "Kaiwakairo, you have no chance of winning." Having finished, he delivered a massive punch toward Kyosuke. Diets continued to strike relentlessly and rapidly, aiming to leave no room for a counterattack. Kyosuke stood in a defensive stance, ready to take Diets' blow. The man stared intently at Kyosuke. "Now, what are you going to do?" Diets remembered the moment Kyosuke lay in pain on the ground. "In our last sparring match, all you did was dodge. If it's the same this time." He thought while hurrying to deliver a finishing blow, "I'll hit you with another shockwave." Suddenly, a foot nimbly leaped high into the air. Kyosuke glowed with blue light as he lunged forward with a stern face. Seeing Kyosuke's agility, Diets was momentarily stunned. "What?" He watched Kyosuke charging straight ahead. "He's taking it head-on." Immediately, Kyosuke threw a punch to block Diets' attack. His strike instantly created multiple blue rings that trapped Diets' move. Now Kyosuke was right above him, his body radiating fire. He stared at Diets with eyes full of hatred and prepared his next strike. And then their hands officially collided with immense force. A vortex erupted between them, blasting both of them backward. Kyosuke braced his feet against the ground to keep from being thrown too far. In that moment he realized, "I see. His armor is like solid rock." Kyosuke observed Diets' every move and mused, "He can pierce through shockwaves, and not only that, his attacks are heavier than before." Diets stared at Kyosuke and thought, "That physique, I see, you've been training hard." Deep within his calculating eyes was a plan, "But I bet that's not all you've got, is it?" He observed Kyosuke's body gradually changing and realized, "Don't tell me. You're copying my mana armor." Realizing the truth, Diets gritted his teeth and cursed silently. How pathetic. Diets clenched his fist and shouted, "Kaiwakairo, I've figured out the trick behind your magic." He pointed directly at Kyosuke's face and stated, "Your void magic. It can copy other people's magic, can't it?" Then he sneered, "But imitation is just imitation. To me, that cheap trick is nothing." Kyosuke stood there with an annoyed look as the man added, "Your time magic was something to be desired." Suddenly, Diets placed a hand on his chest and lowered his head. Even I had to look up to it. He shot a sharp look at the boy. "But you're not the same as before. You've weakened significantly." Diets stood tall and imposing, "And you won't be able to pierce my mana armor." His body radiated brilliant light as he gritted his teeth and emphasized, "Never." But over here, Kyosuke calmly asked, "Copying, close but not quite." He clenched his fist. "Void magic is much deeper than that." Kyosuke looked back and raised his hand, creating a blue light. "It took me a while to visualize it, but I can finally show it to you." Hearing this, Diets remembered. That must be the move he tried to use during sparring, his ultimate technique. But it didn't worry him. Even so, it doesn't matter. Diets charged forward frantically. "No magic can pierce my armor." He decisively raised his fist toward Kyosuke, aiming to finish him. Kyosuke's eyes turned cold and soulless as he said, "Activate void magic." Diets lunged forward and roared, "Take this." But Kyosuke just stood there, strangely calm. Suddenly, blood splattered in front of Diets' eye. He lost his balance and stumbled backward repeatedly. Diets clutched his injured arm and grimaced. "He actually managed to hurt my arm." He looked down at his bleeding arm, unable to accept it. "Impossible. Did he break my armor? No way." Diets remained pensive. "No one can." Kyosuke said steadily, "I told you, void magic isn't just about copying." Diets gasped in surprise. "That's..." He stared at the weapon in Kyosuke's hand and realized in shock, the sword of heavenly fire. Diets lost his cool and screamed, What the hell is this?" Kyosuke continued, "Created from imagination, that is the essence of void magic." He pointed the sword directly at Diets. "Now you shall." Kyosuke stared with a sharp gaze and stated, "Feel its power for yourself." Diets let out a cold hum. his heart filled with both fear and suspicion. How is this possible? How can that sword slice through my mana armor? His mind drifted back to the match earlier. But Kyosuke's voice cut him off. You look confused. Kyosuke rested the heavenly fire sword on his shoulder and stared coldly at the man, taunting. You said your mana could block any attack, but the reality is quite different. Diet stubbornly insisted. What are you talking about? My mana armor is invincible. My magic has no blind spots. But Kyosuke interjected before he could finish. Yes, it does. Because your magic attribute turns mana into metal attribute. Hearing him hit the mark, Diets froze for a second. He roared back, how do you know that? And Kyosuke replied nonchalantly, don't be ridiculous, I've already used it. Finally remembering the boy's strike from before, Diets realized in shock, so that's what he did back then. Kyosuke again spoke indifferently. If I can recreate it, it means I already fully understand. Having said that, he seriously analyzed the situation for Diets. No matter how hard metal is, it isn't invincible, which is why I created a sword with a temperature so high it can melt metal, he finished, pointing his flaming blade toward Diets. Seeing the flames surrounding the sword with his own eyes, Diets became even more fearful, thinking, my mana armor has withstood countless spells without a scratch, even fire attacks were useless. And yet, how much heat has he funneled into that sword? Kyosuke remained defiant, pointing the blade at Diets in a bold challenge. Then he spoke coldly, delivering words that felt like a direct slap to the man's face. Accept it, engulf. You can no longer block my attacks. Diets was so enraged, he gritted his teeth and barked. Don't you dare look down on me. He stubbornly insisted, just because you have one more little trick doesn't mean you'll win, as his entire body erupted in a surge of rage, sending the surrounding earth flying. Diets charged rapidly toward Kyosuke. He raised his fist and shouted fiercely, I'll crush that arrogant face of yours. As the punch came flying in, Kyosuke blocked it directly with his sword. His eyes flashed with a sinister light. Then, he swung the blade in a powerful arc. The strike sent Diets flying backward. Diets took the hit, a wound on his leg splattering red blood. He collapsed in pain, but slowly forced himself to look up. Diets looked toward the boy, thinking in shock, it's impossible. Kyosuke stood firm and imposing, mocking the man as he stared him down. When you get emotional, your movements become stupid and predictable. You're still stuck in your old ways, aren't you? His current aura was worlds apart from the naive youth of the past. Diets felt a sudden rush of complex emotions. Regaining his focus, he snapped, shut up. Close your mouth. With that, Diets threw a punch, commanding the earth to surge toward Kyosuke. Kyosuke clicked his tongue, asking contemptuously, you still want to keep going? As the mass of soil and rock rushed toward him, he simply stepped aside with a light movement. By then, Diets had already closed the distance, preparing to throw a punch while the boy was distracted. He screamed heroically, stop lecturing me about the past, though Kyosuke still managed to dodge just in time. Diets threw another powerful punch at him, shouting with deep resentment, you're the one who burned my homeland to ashes. Hearing this, Kyosuke froze for a moment in total confusion. He tried to ask calmly, wait, engulf, what are you? But Diets was in a blind rage and wouldn't listen, his screaming drowning out the boy's voice. Realizing a civil conversation was impossible, Kyosuke conceded, fine then. He shifted into a combat stance and unleashed his mana. A thick, concentrated stream of mana erupted from him. It surged toward Diet. As the smoke and dust swirled, Diets let out a frustrated grunt and shielded his face, complaining, smoke. He grew even more furious and barked, damn it, you. Suddenly, Kyosuke's flaming sword was at his throat, making him fall silent in fear. The surrounding space became tense. The two maintained their positions, neither making the first move. Kyosuke stared him down with a grim face. Diets's entire body was stiff, not daring to budge. Suddenly he shut his eyes tight and asked, unresigned, why? He began to pour out his heart. I thought of you as a rival in a good way, someone I could give my all to fight. At this point, he couldn't hold back his tears, turning to question the boy. So why wouldn't you let me believe in that? After a few seconds of silence, Kyosuke finally spoke, about to say, engulf you. But right then, an arrow flew out of nowhere and pierced Diets in the back of the neck. Diets' eyes widened in shock as he collapsed. Kyosuke was just as stunned, reflexively shouting, what? He spun around toward the source of the arrow. The clicking sound of high heels approached the edge of the cliff above. Burjo gave a mocking laugh and said, I won't let you end things like this. Kyosuke frowned in rage and shouted, you. Catching sight of her face, he barked in shock, Claudia. Burjo greeted him mockingly, long time no see, Kaiwakairo. Kyosuke was bewildered, wondering to himself, she knows my identity already. While activating her magic, Burjo smiled sinisterly and said, I'd love to have a proper chat, but that will have to wait. After all, the real fun is just beginning. At that moment, Dietz' body was enveloped by a surge of dark mana. In his unconscious state, Dietz let out a pained groan. His body was lifted into the air by the dark energy. Witnessing this, Kyosuke couldn't help but curse internally. Damn it, it's Claudia's magic. Having achieved her goal, Burjo said gleefully, "Now then, enjoy yourselves, and slaughter each other." After being infused with Burjo's magic, Dietz had not only regained his fighting spirit, but had become even stronger. He stood firm in a combat stance, his vacant eyes growling as he stared fixedly at Kyosuke. Burjo stood on the cliff looking down at the two below, the wind lightly catching the hem of her dress. Suddenly, a figure approached and called out to her, "Lady Claudia, it's time." Kyosuke stood below with his sword, looking up at the distance, his face filled with shock. "That's..." The silhouette entered Kyosuke's vision, and he shouted a name in disbelief, "Shirato Seiyuki." Kyosuke frowned and asked accusingly, "Why are you reporting to Claudia?" Burjo ignored his question and simply left him with one sentence, "Now, fight with all your heart, Kaiwakairo," before turning to leave with Seiyuki. Seeing them go, Kyosuke tried to give chase while shouting, "Wait, Claudia." But before he could follow, his path was blocked by a figure radiating an overwhelming presence. Terrifying surges of magical power glowed and erupted from the man. Transparent armor plates covered Dietz' body as he clenched his fists and let out a long roar. Kyosuke gripped his sword and evaluated silently. Engulf. He's clearly not conscious. He remembered Dietz slumped on the ground earlier. Claudia must have used her hypnosis on. Kyosuke realized a grim truth. Even the perfect hypnosis he had used on Yoichi was just a copy of Claudia's original spell. He looked at the burning figure before him and sighed. If she's using it on Engulf, this is going to be a real pain. Kyosuke swung his fire sword forward, resolving internally, "Regardless, I have no choice but to charge head-on." Suddenly, Dietz threw his head back and let out an incredibly loud howl. After the roar, he launched an attack at Kyosuke. Seeing this, the boy prepared himself, the plan remaining the same. Kyosuke observed every move Dietz made with sharp, calm eyes, reading his opponent. Every step the man took caused the ground to shatter, showing the sheer force Dietz was putting into his movements. He lunged forward with a ferocious intensity, moving so fast he left afterimages behind. In a flash, Dietz appeared right in front of Kyosuke, bringing a powerful fist with him. Seeing such incredible speed, the boy's eyes widened and he gasped, "What?" Luckily, Kyosuke reacted in time to block Dietz' punch with his sword, but the sheer force of the blow pushed him back a long way. Kyosuke felt his hand go numb from the shock. He let out a pained groan and thought in shock, "What kind of power is this?" Kyosuke thrust his sword into the ground to stop himself from being pushed further back. He broke into a sweat and gritted his teeth, looking ahead with a guarded gaze. Currently, after that punch, even Dietz' hand was significantly injured. He clenched his fist and growled, his muscles bulging to their absolute limit. Kyosuke maintained his defensive stance and observed, "His muscles are bulging violently." He looked at the mindless Dietz and guessed the cause. "I heard humans unconsciously limit their own strength. Did she use hypnosis to remove those limits?" Just thinking of the possibility made Kyosuke curse in anger. "Damn it, Claudia." He pulled his sword from the ground, truly the queen of mental manipulation. Kyosuke raised his sword into an attacking position and reevaluated his opponent's combat strength. His speed is on a completely different level now. I have to deal with that first. By now, Dietz was already in the crosshairs of the fire sword. In an instant, Kyosuke's aura shifted, his eyes filling with murderous intent, target locked. Dietz charged forward again, fast as an arrow. As both were surrounded by violent winds, Kyosuke identified the point of attack, the legs. In a flash, both of Dietz' legs were slashed, blood splattering the ground. Kyosuke saw him injured in such a vital spot and thought with relief, "Good." He mused with this blow, but before he could finish the thought, Dietz acted as if he felt nothing at all. He lunged and threw a direct punch at Kyosuke. It wasn't just one, he delivered a relentless barrage of strikes. Under Dietz' fierce assault, the boy could only block passively and was continuously pushed back. Kyosuke's current situation was a struggle. He cursed under his breath as he fought. Damn it. Kyosuke looked at the man who had lost his mind and only knew how to charge, even after taking that hit. Suddenly, for some unknown reason, Dietz' movements jerked to a halt. Kyosuke noticed the shift immediately. The anomaly caused the man's punch to just graze past him. Kyosuke quickly retreated to a safe distance and assumed a defensive posture. He watched Dietz stand frozen a short distance away, wondering to himself, what's going on? Dietz' condition was worsening. He clutched his face and let out a pained roar. Kyosuke observed the purple mist around the man's body, beginning to dissipate, and wondered uncertainty. Is the miasma fading? Kyosuke speculated, did the hypnosis wear off? No, Claudia isn't that careless. He took on a serious, pensive expression. If she plans to use engulf, her calculations would be perfect. Kyosuke closed his eyes and thought it over. Something is missing, but I'll think about that later. His mana armor is crumbling. Seeing his chance, he seized the opportunity. In that case, Kyosuke activated his magic. He moved into an attacking stance and said, "Let's end this, engulf." With that, Kyosuke lunged forward like a bolt of lightning. Sensing the approaching danger, Diet spun around. He reflexively threw a punch. Their attacks collided, releasing a massive shockwave. Both the sword and the hand were knocked back by the force. But Kyosuke had a follow-up move ready. Take this. He began to gather power for the finishing blow, direct shockwave. At such close range, Diets couldn't dodge. The shockwave slammed directly into his chest. Finally, a thunderous boom erupted. Now, on the vast meadow, with the mountain range in the distance, Diets was beaten and limp. Kyosuke was supporting the man's body. Diets rasped out each word intermittently. I lost. Kyosuke replied nonchalantly as if it were nothing. Yeah, I win again. Hearing this, Diets gave a cryptic smile. Haha, you're still as bold as ever. He confessed, fighting you always made my blood boil, but this match confirmed one thing. As the sunlight bathed the landscape, Diets used his last bit of strength to say, "You aren't the one who burned my home." Kyosuke frowned in confusion and asked, "Burned your home? What the hell are you talking about?" At night, as the moon rose high, its soft light fell over the meadow. Diets lay on the ground and slowly opened his eyes. Kyosuke, sitting by the fire, spoke up and made the man jump. "You're awake." Diets stared at the silhouette sitting there with a detached air and stammered, "Kawakairo." He looked at the bandages on his arm in disbelief and asked, You bandaged me." Kyosuke replied, "It's just basic first aid. If you keep thrashing around, you'll reopen the wounds." Diets asked again in confusion, "Why?" He repeated with a guarded tone, "Aren't we enemies? Why are you helping me?" The boy gave a vague reply, "I was thinking about something." Then Kyosuke shot him a sharp look and asked, "Just before you passed out, you said I wasn't the one who burned your home. What did you mean by that?" As the fire crackled in the night, his voice continued, "I heard that 20 years ago, someone turned this village to ash. Have they still not found the culprit?" Diets narrowed his eyes and evaluated the person before him. That attitude, just as I thought. He closed his eyes in a sort of concession. "Fine, I'll tell you." Diets began his story. 20 years ago, just a week before the SSS-rank dungeon disaster occurred. His eyes were filled with sadness as he recalled the past. "I was so sure of what I saw. It was you, or at least your silhouette, that drenched my homeland in a sea of fire." Kyosuke couldn't believe his ears and asked, "What?" Diets confessed, "At first, I couldn't believe it. I never thought you were the type of person who would do such a thing." He recalled the memory of his hometown engulfed in a sea of fire, but amidst the burning town and the desperate people trying to escape, the silhouette of a laughing man he saw was none other than you, Misato Kawakairo. Kyosuke looked at him with a puzzled expression, wondering what on earth was going on. He rested his chin on his hand and thought. Naturally, he had never done such a thing, so who exactly did engulf see? Diets continued speaking, saying that immediately after that incident, he looked straight ahead with vacant eyes. "We found something in your room, a plan that had been laid out to assassinate all of us." Hearing this, Kyosuke's pupils contracted in disbelief. "What?" Diets thought of his enemy's wicked grin and continued, "Misato Kawakairo is a wolf in sheep's clothing." That was the conclusion the 5 sacred stars reached. He spoke succinctly. "As for the result, you already know." Kyosuke thought to himself, "I don't think engulf is lying, which means someone was pulling the strings behind everything." He considered the most likely possibility. The person engulf saw, the one impersonating him, was probably just a fake image prepared by that very person. Kyosuke's expression grew serious. Manipulating others' senses and planting false memories was something only one person could do. He thought of a woman, Claudia. Kyosuke began to analyze the situation. He had copied her hypnosis magic before, so he understood how it worked. It directly affected the target's brain to force their behavior. He shot a glance at the man beside him and said, "Engulf, could it be?" Diets looked calm, understanding Kyosuke's point before he could even finish. "Yeah, I think so too." Diets continued, "The magic Claudia cast on me earlier wasn't meant to support me." He considered the worst possibility. If she could plant a command to fight until he or his opponent died, then interfering with his ability to confirm the truth wouldn't have been difficult for her. He turned to Kyosuke with a serious look and said, "Which mean?" Diets' voice echoed in the silent night. "She probably made me misunderstand that you were the one who burned my home." Kyosuke half closed his eyes and smiled. Yes, everything was clear now. Diets pushed off his knees to stand up. "Regardless, I owe you an apology." He placed a hand over his chest and said solemnly, Kawakairo, I completely misunderstood you. Kyosuke looked up at him and said, in golf. He stated the truth, I didn't trust you. Dietz reached into his pocket as if searching for something, saying, I must accept the consequences. He turned the handle of a dagger toward the boy, Kawakairo. Dietz made an offer with a look of determination. Kill me. He gave a bitter smile. Bury my body here. I deserve it. Kyosuke stared at him for a long time in silence. Suddenly he called the man's name. Hey, Ingal. The night wind ruffled his hair as Kyosuke smiled faintly. Look at the view from this hill. Doesn't it take you back to the days we trained together? Dietz called his name in a pained voice, Kawakairo. The boy's voice continued to echo through the night. We used to be brothers, a bond like that doesn't just break on its own. Kyosuke suddenly grew serious. So who was the one who broke it? Are we really going to let them get away with this? He stood up as well. Now we have a common enemy, so. Kyosuke reached out a hand and offered, partner with me, Ingal. Dietz gaped in shock at the sudden proposal, unable to find his word. Kyosuke added, accepting a loss isn't your style, is it? Dietz finally broke into a smile that silently let go of all previous grudges. He agreed to join him, you're right. The two shook hands just as they had in the past. It seemed. Their hands gripped tight, symbolizing their restored bond. I still have things to do. Late at night, the fire had died out, leaving only the soft moonlight to illuminate the scene. Dietz turned and asked, are we headed to the Mediterranean? And Kyosuke replied, yeah. He explained the reason. Claudia is building a city for her followers there. She'll likely use it as a base. Hearing this, the man volunteered, then I'm going with you. But Kyosuke refused immediately. No. He told Dietz, Claudia cast a spell to force us into a fight to the death, so she must think one of us is already dead. The man understood, so we'll use that as an advantage. Kyosuke replied, exactly. He gave a cold smile and said, she thinks taking out one of us is enough. It's time to show her how wrong she was. Kyosuke began to lay out the plan. If she thinks I'm dead, I can move more easily. In golf, you continue acting as a sacred star just like before. He remembered a deceitful face and added, Nathaniel's movements are also very suspicious. Kyosuke said with a tone of trust, I'm counting on you. Dietz accepted the new mission and replied seriously, understood. Both were standing on a trail. Kyosuke looked up at the sky with his hands in his pockets. He stared at the bright moon hanging high thinking, a lot has happened, but the next step is finally clear. Kyosuke clenched his fist and vowed silently, I'll make you regret deceiving in golf and framing me. His gaze became sharp and full of murderous intent as he whispered the name in his heart, Claudia. Kyosuke stood tall and composed, his voice ringing out clearly as he said, I have one question for you. Wearing a menacing expression, he pressed further, you said you were certain that I'm Misato Kawakairo. How exactly can you be so sure of that? Dietz, visibly tense, ignored the question and replied, you don't need to know that, but I will tell you this. He frowned and announced, this matter has nothing to do with the 5 sacred stars. This is strictly my own personal business. Kyosuke pushed again, asking, is that why you chose this place? And Dietz answered bluntly, exactly. Suddenly, his presence seemed to grow more imposing as he warned, don't make any mistakes because of me. Dietz gritted his teeth in fury and vowed, I will never forgive you. Kyosuke showed no sign of fear, merely let out a cold smirk and said, what a coincidence, because I was thinking the exact same thing. Immediately following his words, a clear line was drawn between the two of them, both radiating intense murderous intent. Dietz, surging with overwhelming energy, raised his powerful fist and declared, as you saw in our sparring match, my mana armor blocks every single attack. In an instant, his body was enveloped in golden armor, as he added, physical or magical, it makes no difference, which means. Dietz charged forward with a roar, Kawakairo, you have no chance of winning against me. No sooner had he finished speaking than he delivered a devastating punch toward the spot where Kyosuke stood. Dietz continued to strike with relentless speed, raining down blows to ensure his opponent had no room to counter. Kyosuke remained in a defensive stance, ready to absorb the brunt of Dietz's assault. The man stared Kyosuke down intently and asked, now, what are you going to do? Dietz recalled the moment Kyosuke lay wounded on the ground during their previous match and thought, last time, all you could do was dodge, if you haven't changed. He hurried to deliver the finishing blow, thinking, I'll blast you with another shockwave. Suddenly, Kyosuke's feet moved nimbly as he leaped high into the air. Radiating a blue aura, he charged straight ahead with a grim, determined face. Seeing Kyosuke's agility, Dietz was momentarily stunned and gasped, what? He watched as Kyosuke lunged forward thinking, he's actually taking this head-on. Immediately, Kyosuke threw a punch of his own to intercept Dietz's attack. His strike instantly created multiple blue rings that ensnared Dietz's move. Now Kyosuke was positioned directly above him, his body erupting in flames. He glared at Diets with eyes full of hatred as he prepared his next strike. And then their hands officially collided with a massive impact. A vortex erupted between them instantly, blasting both of them backward. Kyosuke braced his feet against the ground, struggling to stop himself from being thrown too far. In that moment he realized, I see. His armor is as solid as stone. Kyosuke observed Diets' every movement and mused. He can slice through shockwaves, and not only that, his hits are heavier than before. Diets stared at Kyosuke and thought, that physique, I see, you've been training hard. Deep within his calculating eyes, a plan formed. But I bet that's not all you've got, is it? He watched Kyosuke's body begin to shift and realized, don't tell me, you're copying my mana armor. Realizing the truth, Diets gritted his teeth in rage and cursed under his breath. How pathetic. Diets clenched his fist and shouted, Kaiwakairo, I've figured out the trick behind your magic. He pointed directly at Kyosuke's face and stated, your void magic. It's just used to copy other people's spells, isn't it? Then he sneered, but an imitation is just an imitation. To me, that cheap trick means nothing. Kyosuke stood there with an annoyed look as the man added, your time magic was actually something to be desired. Suddenly, Diets placed a hand on his chest and lowered his head, saying, even I had to respect. He shot a sharp look at the boy and added, but you're not the same man you were. You've weakened significantly. Diet stood tall and imposing, and you won't be able to pierce my mana armor. His body radiated a brilliant light as he gritted his teeth and emphasized, never. But on the other side, Kyosuke calmly asked, copying, you're close but not quite. He clenched his fist tight and said, void magic is much deeper than that. Kyosuke looked back and raised his hand, creating a blue glow. It took me a while to visualize it, but I can finally show it to you. Hearing this, Diets remembered. That must be the move he tried to use during sparring, his ultimate technique. But it didn't worry him in the least as he thought. Even so, it doesn't matter. Diets charged forward frantically. No magic can pierce my armor. He decisively raised his fist toward Kyosuke, intending to end the fight. Kyosuke's eyes turned cold and soulless as he said, activate. Void magic. Diets lunged forward and roared, take this. But Kyosuke just stood his ground, strangely calm. Suddenly, blood splattered right in front of Diets' eye. He lost his balance and was forced to stumble backward repeatedly. Diets clutched his injured arm and grimaced. He actually managed to wound my arm. He looked down at his bleeding arm, unable to accept the reality. Impossible. Did he break my armor? There's no way. Diets remained pensive, thinking, no one can. Kyosuke said steadily, I told you, void magic isn't just about copying. Diets gasped in utter surprise. That's. He stared at the weapon in Kyosuke's hand and realized in shock, the sword of heavenly fire. Diets lost his composure and screamed, what? What the hell is this? Kyosuke continued, created from pure imagination. That is the true essence of void magic. He pointed the sword directly at Diets and said, now you shall. Kyosuke stared with a razor-sharp gaze and stated, feel its power for yourself. Diets let out a cold hum, his heart filled with both fear and suspicion. How is this possible? How can that sword slice through my mana armor? He wondered, his mind drifting back to the match earlier. But Kyosuke's voice cut him off. You look confused. Kyosuke rested the heavenly fire sword on his shoulder and stared coldly at the man, taunting. You said your mana could block any attack, but the reality is quite different. Diets stubbornly insisted, what are you talking about? My mana armor is invincible. My magic has no blind spots. But Kyosuke interjected before he could finish. Yes, it does. Because your magic attribute turns mana into metal, metal attribute. Hearing him hit the mark, Diets froze for a second. He roared back, how do you know that? And Kyosuke replied nonchalantly, don't be ridiculous, I've already used it. Finally remembering the boy's strike from before, Diets realized in shock, so that's what he did back then. Kyosuke continued indifferently, if I can recreate it, it means I already fully understand. Having said that, he seriously analyzed the situation for Diets. No matter how hard metal is, it isn't invincible, which is why I created a sword with a temperature so high it can melt metal, he finished, pointing his flaming blade toward Diets. Seeing the flames surrounding the sword with his own eyes, Diets became even more fearful, thinking, my mana armor has withstood countless spells without a scratch, and even fire attacks were useless. Yet, how much heat has he funneled into that sword? Kyosuke remained defiant, pointing the blade at Diets in a bold challenge. Then he spoke coldly, delivering words that felt like a direct slap to the man's face. Accept it, engulf. You can no longer block my attacks. Diets was so enraged he gritted his teeth and barked, don't you dare look down on me. He stubbornly insisted, just because you have one more little trick doesn't mean you'll win, as his entire body erupted in a surge of rage. sending the surrounding earth flying. Diets charged rapidly toward Kyosu. He raised his fist and shouted fiercely, "I'll crush that arrogant face of yours." As the punch came flying in, Kyosu blocked it directly with his sword. His eyes flashed with a sinister light, and then he swung the blade in a powerful arc. The strike sent Diets flying backward. Diets took the hit, a wound on his leg splattering red blood. He collapsed in pain, but slowly forced himself to look up. Diets looked toward the boy, thinking in shock, "It's impossible." Kyosuke stood firm and imposing, mocking the man as he stared him down. "When you get emotional, your movements become stupid and predictable. You're still stuck in your old ways, aren't you?" His current aura was worlds apart from the naive youth of the past. Diets felt a sudden rush of complex emotions. Regaining his focus, he snapped, "Shut up. Close your mouth." With that, Diets threw a punch, commanding the earth to surge toward Kyosuke. Kyosuke clicked his tongue, asking contemptuously, "You still want to keep going?" As the mass of soil and rock rushed toward him, he simply stepped aside with a light movement. By then, Diets had already closed the distance, preparing to throw a punch while the boy was distracted. He screamed heroically, "Stop lecturing me about the past," though Kyosuke still managed to dodge just in time. Diets threw another powerful punch at him, shouting with deep resentment, You're the one who burned my homeland to ashes." Hearing this, Kyosuke froze for a moment in total confusion. He tried to ask calmly, "Wait, in golf, what are you?" But Diets was in a blind rage and wouldn't listen, his screaming drowning out the boy's voice. Realizing a civil conversation was impossible, Kyosuke conceded, "Fine then." He shifted into a combat stance and unleashed his mana. A thick, concentrated stream of mana erupted from him. It surged toward Diet. As the smoke and dust swirled, Diets let out a frustrated grunt and shielded his face, complaining, "Smoke." He grew even more furious and barked, "Damn it, you." Suddenly, Kyosuke's flaming sword was at his throat, making him fall silent in fear. The surrounding space became tense. The two maintained their positions, neither making the first move. Kyosuke stared him down with a grim face. Diets's entire body was stiff, not daring to budge. Suddenly he shut his eyes tight and asked, unresigned, "Why?" He began to pour out his heart. "I thought of you as a rival in a good way, someone I could give my all to fight." At this point, he couldn't hold back his tears, turning to question the boy. "So why wouldn't you let me believe in that?" After a few seconds of silence, Kyosuke finally spoke, about to say, "Engulf you." But right then, an arrow flew out of nowhere and pierced Diets in the back of the neck. Diets' eyes widened in shock as he collapsed. Kyosuke was just as stunned, reflexively shouting, "What?" He spun around toward the source of the arrow. The clicking sound of high heels approached the edge of the cliff above. Burjo gave a mocking laugh and said, "I won't let you end things like this." Kyosuke frowned in rage and shouted, "You." Catching sight of her face, he barked in shock, "Claudia." Burjo greeted him mockingly, "Long time no see, Kaiwakairo." Kyosuke was bewildered, wondering to himself, "She knows my identity already." While activating her magic, Burjo smiled sinisterly and said, "I'd love to have a proper chat, but that will have to wait. After all, the real fun is just beginning." At that moment, Diets' body was enveloped by a surge of dark mana. In his unconscious state, Diets let out a pained groan. His body was lifted into the air by the dark energy. Witnessing this, Kyosuke couldn't help but curse internally. "Damn it, it's Claudia's magic." Having achieved her goal, Burjo said gleefully, "Now then, enjoy yourselves, and slaughter each other." After being infused with Burjo's magic, Diets had not only regained his fighting spirit, but had become even stronger. He stood firm in a combat stance, his vacant eyes growling as he stared fixedly at Kyosuke. Burjo stood on the cliff looking down at the two below, the wind lightly catching the hem of her dress. Suddenly, a figure approached and called out to her, "Lady Claudia, it's time." Kyosuke stood below with his sword, looking up at the distance, his face filled with shock. "That's..." The silhouette entered Kyosuke's vision, and he shouted a name in disbelief. "Shirato Seiyuki." Kyosuke frowned and asked in a questioning tone why she had reported to Claudia. Burjo didn't care about his question and only left him with one sentence, "Now fight with all your heart, Kaiwakairo," before turning around to leave with Seiyuki. Seeing that, Kyosuke wanted to chase after them and shouted, "Wait, Claudia." But before he could give chase, Kyosuke's path was blocked by a figure radiating a powerful aura. Terrifying surges of magical power glowed and emanated from the man. Diets' body was wrapped in fragments of transparent armor as he clenched his fists and let out a long roar. Kyosuke gripped the sword in his hand and silently assessed the situation. It was engulfed, and he clearly wasn't in his right mind. Recalling the sight of Diets slumped on the ground earlier, he figured Claudia must have used her hypnotic magic on him. Kyosuke realized the truth. Even the perfect hypnosis he had used on that guy Yoichi was actually just a copy of Claudia's original hypnotic magic. He looked at the glowing figure in front of him and sighed inwardly, thinking that if she used it on Engulf, things were going to get very troublesome. Kyosuke swung his fire sword forward, having made up his mind that his only choice was to charge straight in. Just then, Diet suddenly threw his head back and let out a massive roar toward the sky. After screaming, he launched an attack on Kyosuke, who got into his stance, sticking to the original plan. Kyosuke observed Diet's every movement with a sharp, calm gaze, reading his opponent. Every step the man took caused the ground to shatter and debris to fly, showing just how much power Dietz was putting into it. He charged with a ferocious momentum, moving so fast that afterimages appeared. In the blink of an eye, Dietz appeared right in front of Kyosuke, followed by a powerful punch. Seeing such incredible speed, Kyosuke's eyes widened in disbelief as he blurted out, "What?" Luckily, Kyosuke reacted in time and brought his sword up to block Diet's punch. However, the force of the blow pushed him back a considerable distance. Feeling his hand go numb from the shock, Kyosuke groaned in pain and thought in shock, "What kind of power is this?" Kyosuke stabbed his sword into the ground to stop himself from being pushed back any further. Breaking a sweat, he gritted his teeth and looked ahead with a wary gaze. Currently, after that punch, Diet's hand was also significantly injured. He clenched his fist and growled, his muscles tensed to their absolute limit. Kyosuke, still in his defensive stance on the opposite side, observed that the man's muscles were bulging violently. Looking at the mindless Diets, Kyosuke guessed the cause. He'd heard humans subconsciously limit their own strength, so had she used hypnosis to remove those limiters? Just thinking about the possibility made Kyosuke angry enough to curse. "Damn it, Claudia." He pulled his sword out of the ground, thinking she truly lived up to her name as the queen of mind manipulation. Kyosuke raised his sword high into an offensive stance and reevaluated his opponent's combat power. His speed was on a completely different level, and he had to deal with that first. By now, Dietz was already within the attack range of the fire sword. In an instant, Kyosuke's entire aura shifted, his eyes filled with killing intent as he locked onto his target. Dietz charged again, attacking as fast as a flying arrow. A fierce wind kicked up around both of them as Kyosuke identified the target for this strike: the legs. In a flash, both of Dietz' legs were wounded to the point that blood sprayed everywhere. Seeing him hit in a vital spot that restricted his movement, Kyosuke rejoiced. Nice. He thought that with this blow, it would be over, but without giving Kyosuke time to think, Dietz acted as if it hadn't affected him at all. He lunged forward and threw a straight punch at Kyosuke. It wasn't just one punch. He punched relentlessly and without pause, and under Dietz' fierce assault, Kyosuke could only passively block and keep backing away. Kyosuke's current situation was a bit desperate, and he cursed under his breath as he fought. Crap. Kyosuke looked at the man who had lost his mind and only knew how to attack, even after taking that hit. Suddenly, something unknown happened that caused Dietz' movements to jerk to a halt. Kyosuke noticed the change immediately. That abnormality caused the man's punch to graze past Kyosuke's body. Kyosuke quickly backed away and set up a defensive stance. He watched as Dietz suddenly stopped and stood still not far away, wondering to himself, what's going on? Dietz' current state didn't look good. He clutched his face and let out a painful roar. Kyosuke observed the purple aura around his body gradually dissipating and asked himself uncertainly, is the toxic aura around him fading? Kyosuke speculated, had the hypnosis worn off? No, Claudia wasn't the type of person to be that careless. He put on a serious, pensive expression, thinking that if she intended to use Engulf, she would have calculated every detail to perfection. Kyosuke closed his eyes and thought it over. Something was missing, but he'd figure that out later, as the man's mana armor was currently shattering. Seeing the moment had arrived, he seized the opportunity. If that was the case, Kyosuke's hand began casting magic. He got into a ready position to strike and said, "Let's end this, Engulf." With those words, Kyosuke lunged forward like an arrow, cutting through the wind. As if sensing the approaching danger, Dietz spun around. He instinctively threw out a punch. Their attacks collided, releasing a massive shockwave. Both the sword and the hand were knocked back from the impact. But it didn't stop there. Kyosuke had a follow-up move and shouted, "Take this." He began gathering power for this final move, firing a shockwave directly at. Because they were at such close range, Dietz didn't have time to dodge, and the shockwave hit him square in the chest. Finally, a thunderous explosion rang out. At that moment, on the vast meadow with rolling mountains in the distance, Dietz was knocked limp, and Kyosuke was holding up his body. Dietz trembled as he squeezed out the words bit by bit. "I lost." Kyosuke replied calmly, as if nothing had happened. "Yeah, I won again." Hearing that, Dietz laughed with an unreadable expression in his eyes. Haha, you still talk big, don't you? He confessed that fighting him always made his blood boil, but battling him had confirmed one thing. As the sunlight shone down everywhere, Dietz used his last bit of strength to say, "You weren't the one who burned down my hometown." Kyosuke frowned in confusion and asked, "Burned your hometown? What the hell are you talking about?" At night, when the moon had risen high, its gentle light shone down across the entire meadow. Dietz lay on the ground, slowly opening his eyes and waking up with a groan. Kyosuke, sitting by the fire, spoke up abruptly, startling him awake. "You're finally up." Dietz looked at the figure sitting there with an indifferent expression and stammered in surprise, "Kawakairo." He looked at the cloth wrapped around his hand in disbelief and asked, "Did you bandage me up?" Kyosuke replied that it was just basic first aid and told him that if he thrashed around, it would affect the wound, to which Dietz asked in confusion, "Why?" He repeated himself in a wary tone, "Aren't we enemies? Why did you help me?" Hearing that, Kyosuke answered with an ambiguous tone, saying he was thinking about something. Then Kyosuke shot him a sharp look and asked, "Right before you passed out, you said I wasn't the one who burned down your village. What did you mean by that?" As the fire crackled in the dark night, his voice continued, saying he'd heard someone turn the village to ash 20 years ago. Has the culprit still not been found? Dietz narrowed his eyes and assessed the person in front of him, thinking that attitude was exactly what he expected. He closed his eyes as if surrendering and said, "Fine, I'll tell you." Dietz began his story. 20 years ago, just 1 week before the SSS dungeon disaster occurred. His eyes grew sad as he spoke of the past, saying he was certain of what he saw. It was him, or at least his silhouette, that had drenched his hometown in a sea of flame. Kyosuke asked again as if he couldn't believe his ears, "What?" Dietz confessed that at first, he couldn't believe it either, as he never thought he was the kind of person who would do such a thing. He remembered the memory of his hometown engulfed in fire, but amidst the burning town and the people trying to escape, the figure he saw laughing was none other than you, Misato Kawakairo. Kyosuke looked at him with a confused gaze, wondering what was going on. He rested his chin in his hand and pondered. Of course he would never do such a thing, so who exactly did engulf see? Dietz continued speaking, saying that immediately after that, he stared ahead with hollow eyes, saying they had found something in his room, a plan laid out to assassinate all of them. When he heard this, Kyosuke's pupils shrank in disbelief. Huh. Dietz thought of the enemy's wicked grin and continued, saying the 5-star saints concluded that Misato Kawakairo was a wolf in sheep's clothing. He said briefly that as for the result, he already knew. Kyosuke secretly guessed that he didn't think Ingolf was lying, which meant someone was behind the scenes pulling the strings the whole time. He thought of the most likely possibility. The person Ingolf saw, the one impersonating him, was very likely just a false image prepared by that very person. Kyosuke's expression became grave, manipulating the senses of others and planting false memories. Only one person could do such a thing. He thought of the image of a woman, Claudia. Kyosuke began to sit and analyze. He had copied her hypnotic magic before, so he understood how it worked. It directly affected the target's brain and forced their behavior. He glanced at the man beside him and said, "Ingolf, could it be?" Dietz looked calm, and before Kyosuke could finish, he understood. "Yeah, I think so too." Dietz continued, saying the magic Claudia cast on him earlier wasn't meant to support him. He thought of an even worse possibility. If she could plant an order like fighting until he or his opponent died, then interfering with his ability to verify the facts surely wouldn't have been difficult either. He turned to look at Kyosuke with a serious expression and said, "Which mean?" Dietz's voice rang out in the quiet night, saying she might have made him misunderstand that he was the one who burned down his home. Kyosuke half closed his eyes and smiled, saying everything was clear now. Dietz pushed off his knees to stand up and said that, in any case, he owed him an apology. He clenched his fist and placed it over his heart, saying solemnly, "Kawakairo, I misunderstood you." Hearing that, Kyosuke looked up and said, "Ingol." He stated a truth that he hadn't trusted him, and Dietz reached into his pocket as if looking for something, saying he had to accept the consequences. He turned the handle of a knife toward him and said, "Kawakairo." With a look of determination, Dietz made an offer, "Kill me." He gave a bitter smile, saying to bury his body there as he deserved it. Kyosuke looked at him and remained pensive for a long time without saying anything. Suddenly he called out Dietz's name, "Hey, Ingolf." The night wind blew by, swaying his hair, as Kyosuke smiled gently and told him to look at the view from this hill. Did it remind him of the days they trained together? Seeing that, Dietz called out poignantly, "Kawakairo." His voice continued to echo in the night, saying they used to be brothers in arms, and that bond couldn't just break on its own. Suddenly, Kyosuke's voice turned serious as he asked who had broken it, and if they were really going to let them off the hook after this. He also began to stand up, saying they now had a common enemy, so Kyosuke held out a hand and made a proposal. Partner with me in golf. Hearing this sudden offer, Dietz' mouth hung open in shock, speechless. Kyosuke added that accepting a loss wasn't his style anyway. Dietz finally smiled, a smile that seemed to silently let go of all previous animosity. He agreed to go with him, saying, "You're right." The two of them shook hands just like they used to, and it seemed. Their tightly gripped hands symbolized the bond between them, as he said he still had things to do. Late at night, the fire had gone out, leaving only the soft light of the moon shining down. Dietz turned and asked if they were preparing to go to the Mediterranean, and Kyosuke replied, "Yeah." He explained the reason for going there. Claudia was about to build a city for her followers there, and she might use it as a base. Hearing that, the man volunteered to go with him, but Kyosuke refused immediately. No. He told Dietz that Claudia had cast magic to force them to fight to the death, so she must think one of them is already dead. Hearing that, he realized, so we'll use that as an advantage, and Kyosuke replied, exactly. He gave a cold laugh and said she thought taking down one of them was enough, and it was time to show her that calculation was a mistake. Kyosuke began to plan, saying if she thinks he's dead, it'll be easier for him to operate, and told Ingolf to continue acting as a 5-star saint as before. He remembered a certain sleazy face, and said Nathaniel's movements were also very suspicious. Kyosuke said in a trusting tone, "I'm counting on you." Dietz accepted his newly assigned mission and replied seriously, "All right." Both of them were standing on a trail as Kyosuke put his hands in his pockets and looked up at the sky. He looked at the bright moon hanging high and thought to himself that a lot had happened, but now the next step was clear. Kyosuke clenched his fist and swore in his heart that he would make her regret deceiving Ingolf, as well as framing him. His gaze became sharp and full of killing intent as he spoke that name in his mind, Claudia. One morning, the birds soared and chirped, painting a peaceful picture over the sea. Standing before such beauty, Kyosuke didn't bother to pay it much attention. He was lost in thought, reflecting on the many things that had happened back in Germany. Suddenly, a shout from the mainland shattered the silence, "Master," causing Kyosuke to muse that Mateo hadn't changed a bit in the end. He also thought to himself that the situation involving Ingolf was truly an unexpected twist that no one could have foreseen. Looking back at the past, he never thought he would be on good terms with someone he once believed had betrayed him. At the same time, he told himself that he couldn't just sit there and stay immersed in his emotions forever. What mattered in the present was that he was currently on his way to an island in the middle of the Mediterranean. The place Kyosuke was heading to was exactly where Claudia gathered her followers and built her city. He laughed mockingly to himself, thinking how ridiculous it was, yet that was exactly where she was right now. Kyosuke calculated silently that since it was a city of believers, he just needed to sneak in by posing as one, which would help him find the key to reaching Claudia. He also understood implicitly that to do so, he would first have to make use of his void magic. It was known as a type of perception blocking magic. Though not yet perfect, it would allow him to hide his presence whenever he wished. Just then, Kyosuke noticed a bearded man who offered a casual greeting, asking if he was also on his way to worship the Burgo faith. Hearing that name sparked doubt in his mind. Burgo faith must be the name of the new religion Claudia had created, so Kyosuke just nodded and said, something like that. Upon receiving that answer, the man remarked sarcastically that it was quite the devotion, especially for someone as young as him, but added that mere devotion wouldn't get him very far. Without hiding his own ambition, the man said he hoped to be granted an audience with Lady Claudia, so he had brought a grand offering, leaving Kyosuke to sigh and think, I see. The man acted as if he were an insider, explaining that only high-ranking believers were allowed to meet. This revelation left Kyosuke deep in thought. He speculated to himself that, come to think of it, the Burgo faith must have a hierarchy for its followers. Right at that moment, an announcement came over the speakers saying they were about to dock and to prepare for disembarkation. The man turned to say goodbye, saying he hoped the boy. However, the space in front of him was now completely empty. He looked around dazed, thinking it was strange since he had just been talking to someone. Despite trying to remember, he couldn't recall a single thing. Kyosuke thought with satisfaction that his perception-blocking magic had worked perfectly. As for the next step, it was time to settle the debt from 20 years ago, as well as the one from Germany. Wait for me, Claudia. After some time had passed, he found his way to a particular neighborhood. Looking at the scene before his eyes, Kyosuke's jaw dropped in sheer amazement. He stood in the middle of the street, stunned, muttering, "This is." Right in front of Kyosuke was a massive, towering spire that reached for the sky. He couldn't help but think about how incredibly vast it was. It wasn't just Kyosuke. Many people around him were equally shocked, asking if this was the Burgo Tower, to which someone confirmed that there was an entire city for believers inside. They were full of admiration, saying it was truly incredible that Lady Claudia had bought the entire island. Hearing about such wealth left him even more lightheaded, because in the past, 20 years ago, Claudia only had a small convent here. As for the present, Kyosuke couldn't believe she had actually managed to build something like this. He assessed the situation, thinking that with a tower this large, the number of followers must be countless, perfect for sneaking in. Even though security for the tower seemed tight, it didn't really matter to him. Kyosuke felt that confident because he knew he had his void magic. Because of that, he walked firmly toward the gate, where a security guard announced that the check was complete and nothing unusual was found. Following protocol, the guard informed him that he had been accepted as a level 1 Burgo believer and handed him his identification, nodding that his rank decided which floors he could enter. They made it clear that since he was level 1, he was only permitted on the first floor. Furthermore, they coldly explained that to raise his rank, he had to pass trials set by the faith. Once he reached level 7, the highest rank, he would be able to meet Lady Claudia. Then they opened the door and told him to go inside. In a matter of moments, Kyosuke had officially set foot inside the tower. He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking his fake identity worked, and his perception-blocking magic made sure the guards wouldn't remember a thing. Suddenly, Kyosuke's footsteps came to a halt. Facing the monumental architecture before him, he marveled at the fact that this was truly a city for believers. On the suspension bridges, countless followers were bustling back and forth. Along the streets stood statues of guardian soldiers, creating a strong sense of security. As he observed, he was quite surprised that this was only the first floor. It was hard to believe this was the interior of a tower. Afterward, Kyosuke wandered through many streets to learn more about the place. All of a sudden, something caught his eye. Near the gate area, Kyosuke saw a familiar face. It was. The bearded man was impatiently pleading, saying he had already said he was willing to pay, so they should just name a price. The security guard remained firm, stating that level 1s were not allowed to go to the higher floor. However, the man was determined to charge forward, yelling that he didn't care. He insisted he was going to see Lady Claudia, while the guard shouted for him to wait. But as he tried to touch the stairs, a bolt of electricity was immediately discharged. It struck the man directly. In an instant, his hair was standing on end, and he collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this scene, even the two security guards could only throw up their hands in defeat. Seeing that, Kyosuke understood one more thing. Brute force wasn't going to work here, which made sense. Kyosuke had to admit that since Claudia was at the very top, he would have to rank up first. His next goal was set, to pass every trial this religion threw at him. Having made up his mind, he told himself, "Fine, I'll climb up from the very bottom." Meanwhile, on one of the highest floors of the tower, a servant approached and bowed respectfully, saying, "Priest Samoa, here is the list of new initiates. Please choose today's trial." He replied with disdain, saying it was good that a few more pitiful sheep had entered today. At the same time, he decided to make an appearance, stating he would personally oversee their testing this time. Kyosuke sat alone in the street, stroking his chin as he thought that he had successfully slipped into the tower. He stared into the distance, musing that next he had to pass the tests they gave new believers so he could rank up. Suddenly, a small pigeon flew down and perched right on Kyosuke's arm. He gently took the bird, wondering if it was a letter. Kyosuke then pulled the letter from the pigeon's leg. To the newly initiated believers, proceed to the northern manor on the first floor. Proceed to the northern manor on the first floor. Holding the letter, Kyosuke said triumphantly, "So that's how it is." He smiled and walked off nonchalantly, thinking it was time to pull back the curtain on this trial. No matter what it was, he would crush it. He stood with a group of others and listened closely as someone said, "I assume you are all new believers. It's a pleasure to meet you all here." A kind-looking man smiled and introduced himself as Samoa, the priest assigned to oversee the level 1 follower. He slowly scanned the group and asked why they had all come to this tower. Samoa suddenly called on a girl in white to answer first, causing her to jump and reply nervously, "Yes." The girl in white then stepped forward and explained that she came because she wanted to meet Lady Claudia and reach the highest floor. She sadly recounted that her village had recently been hit by an unknown illness, leaving even her grandmother bedridden. Kyosuke glanced at the girl in white as she spoke, hoping that Lady Claudia could lend her some of her power. He looked at her with admiration, thinking it was impressive for her to come here alone for the sake of her family and village. A man in brown spoke with contempt, mocking her ragged clothes and questioning if someone like her could even be a believer. He sneered to the person beside him about her wanting to reach the top, and a blonde man chimed in, saying dreaming didn't cost anything. Suddenly, Samoa barked out crossly, asking if there was something funny. He glared angrily at the two men, asking if they didn't want to see Lady Claudia themselves, causing the blonde man to bow his head and the one in brown to apologize. But immediately after, the two of them cursed under their breaths, saying it was that useless girl's fault they got caught up in that. Samoa turned his back and remarked that climbing this tower was by no means easy. He held up a finger and asked if they knew what 1 year and 90% meant. Samoa then calmly explained that 1 year was the average time it took to get from level 1 to level 2, and 90% was the rate of those filtered out before even leaving the first floor. As he spoke, he painted a picture of many people struggling and crawling on the stairs, nodding that many came with hope. But in the end, most are crushed. Samoa smiled reassuringly, saying that having high goals was a good thing and that he supported their ambition. He then solemnly announced that it was time for the first trial. Everyone present listened intently as he said he would give them a total of 3 challenges, the first of which was. Samoa held his hand out with a terrifying expression. Go to the dungeon in the northeast of this island and kill 500 monsters. The man in brown cried out in shock, 500. Samoa took out some purple magic stones and continued, saying monsters would drop stones like these when defeated, and to collect them as proof of their skill. He smiled and turned to leave, not forgetting to mention that there was no time limit, so they should take their time. Finally, Samoa said decisively, that is all. I hope you all achieve good results. Kyosuke said nothing, only glancing at the girl's back as she moved. The girl in white also stood still, staring straight ahead. Kyosuke cast a dangerous look back over his shoulder. Right after that, she began to walk away gently. Suddenly, someone spoke up, causing her to look up in surprise. I really didn't expect that. She realized who it was and stammered, "You're the person from before." As they walked together, the girl in white asked what he hadn't expected, and Kyosuke replied frankly that while everyone else was stunned by the trial, she hadn't even blinked. She gave a gentle smile, looked down, and admitted that of course she was scared. Placing her hand on her chest, she said that for the sake of her village, she had no other choice. She looked at Kyosuke with shimmering eyes and asked if he was also aiming for the top, saying they should both do their best, to which he coldly replied, yeah. Kyosuke glanced at her, thinking there was something strange about this girl, but realized there was no point in looking into it now. That evening, outside a magnificent castle, a man in a hat was holding a necklace and frantically saying, "Thank you so much, priest, yes, yes." He happily clutched the necklace, thinking he could finally move up. Samoa leaned back and smiled, telling him it was nothing, and to consider it a sign of divine will. Right after, the man in the hat took his suitcase and left gleefully. Samoa held a wine glass as an underling poured a drink, remarking that it was another success. The subordinate immediately flattered him, saying it was impressive how he set absurdly difficult trials so no one could rank up, only to approach the most desperate ones and bleed them of their money. Samoa remarked nonchalantly that the northeast dungeon had the strongest monsters, so for the week, even a year wouldn't matter because they would never pass anyway. He looked at the suitcase full of money and said those who didn't even have a bit of savings could just cling to their hopeless dreams until they shattered. Then he let out a ghoulish laugh. Kyosuke was currently standing at a high point, looking down at the scene below. He had seen everything, thinking the man was a typical villain, squeezing people dry while ignoring everyone else. Kyosuke glanced down with anger, noting that there were believers who truly wanted to see Claudia out of pure faith, yet he trampled on all of it. He emphasized how disgusting and filthy it was. The next day, in Samoa's large room, hearing someone approach, he asked sternly, "Who is it?" Kyosuke walked in and bowed politely, apologizing for the intrusion, and Samoa recognized him immediately as the new follower from the day before. He slowly looked up with a slight smile and said, "I've finished the trial, I've brought them here." Kyosuke immediately let go of the object he was holding, letting it fall to the floor. Inside the bag were hundreds of magic stones, causing Samoa to gasp in surprise. This it. He turned pale staring at the stones, thinking it was impossible since only 1 day had passed. But then Samoa forced a smile, saying it was wonderful and that he truly was. Kyosuke smirked and called out, "Priest Samoa." He remarked nonchalantly that if he didn't want others to hear his filthy secrets, he should really close his window. Hearing those words, Samoa stammered in fear, unable to speak. The large room suddenly went silent, with only Samoa thinking fearfully, "Did he hear me yesterday?" He trembled, gripping his chair tightly, muttering, "You bastard." The magic stones fell to the ground one by one as he thought, "This is my domain. I won't let some newcomer run wild." Samoa seemed to go completely mad, losing all reason, swearing he would turn this tower into his grave. Night fell over the tower and the surrounding buildings. Samoa sat with a distorted expression, resting his head on his hands while deep in thought. He recalled Kyosuke's face and thought angrily, did he show up just to tell me that? How blasphemous. Samoa stepped toward the large window and looked out, thinking it was clear he wanted to warn him, but concluded that nothing was more pathetic than cheap justice. But suddenly, a subtle, dark smirk played across the corners of his mouth. Samoa looked up with a cunning expression, as if he had just calculated a new scheme, thinking he would give that little believer a very special second experience. Meanwhile, Kyosuke was looking out at the sunlight through a window in a confined room, the dormitory for Burgo followers. He slowly put on his overcoat and calmly considered the situation, noting that Samoa still hadn't made a move. He tilted his head back and stared outside, reasoning that the man wasn't stupid enough to do anything shady inside the tower itself. Suddenly, a white-winged pigeon with a small letter attached to its leg landed right on his windowsill. It sat there waiting for Kyosuke to read the small note it carried, which detailed his second experience. Proceed to the dungeon listed below. His mouth curled into a smirk as he stared intently at the small letter. Realizing the plan, Samoa wanted to eliminate him under the guise of an official trial. Feeling like he had seen through the trap, he crushed the paper in his hand, thinking it was quite the two birds with one stone strategy, satisfying the tower's requirements while kicking him out for good. Alone now, Kyosuke traveled to a deserted area where a massive gate appeared. According to the letter, this trial was to defeat the dungeon boss. He walked up the steps with a calm and relaxed stride, thinking that even though this was clearly a trap, it didn't really matter. His boots clicked closer and closer toward the gate as he decided he would confront it head-on. Kyosuke soon found himself in a place filled with lava and volcanic smoke, the southern Burjo Island, the lava cave dungeon. Kyosuke reached out a hand and seriously surveyed his surroundings, noting that the heat in this lava cave was certainly no joke. The more he thought about it, the more he remembered the man's fake expression, realizing Samoa wanted him dead because he had discovered his dark conspiracy. Thinking back on it, his face turned grave. That explains why the dungeon's difficulty was so high. Samoa clearly expected the boss here to finish him off. His gaze didn't waver but grew even sharper. If Samoa had a backup plan, then he needed one too. Small flickers of blue energy began to gather and swirl around the palm of his hand as he prepared himself. Suddenly, Kyosuke was startled and spun around after hearing a noise echoing from behind. A brilliant explosion erupted, sending small stones flying everywhere. Standing right in front of him was a creature that had just slammed its foot violently onto the ground. It was a monster with sharp teeth that breathed fire, and he recognized it immediately. A fire dinosaur, a high-level fire-type monster that always travels in packs. Kyosuke looked at it and smirked with genuine interest, thinking that while this dungeon was indeed difficult, it was going to be fun. The blue energy continued to accumulate and absorb into the palm of his hand. Kyosuke decisively thrust forward the ice darts he had created, shouting, "Void magic, activate." The sharp ice darts streaked through the air and struck their targets with precision. Those ice darts quickly knocked back every dinosaur that attempted to lunge at him. Kyosuke stood his ground, controlling the magic as he closed his palm and smiled triumphantly, thinking that his training for the battle with Engulf was finally being put to good use. Before him now lay a pile of dinosaur carcasses strewn across the ground. Looking at the shattered fragments of ice, he told himself to maintain this pace. Suddenly, a pair of boots emerged from the light in the middle of this situation. A man wearing a cloak that covered half his face abruptly appeared. From within a room somewhere else, a voice rang out, asking, "Priest Samoa, are you sure about that belief?" A middle-aged man with a groveling appearance was flipping through papers, nodding that the boy had passed the first trial in just a day and might even be able to defeat the dungeon boss. Samoa looked up and stated firmly that such a thing was impossible, asking if any level 1 believer had ever defeated that boss before. Suddenly, his expression shifted to one of cunning, and he gave a dark smile, adding that, as a precaution, he had already sent an assassin. The middle-aged man sounded a bit concerned. An assassin. Meanwhile, the cloaked assassin was focusing and observing, ready to strike, thinking that as a professional, his target wouldn't survive. His eyes strained to track the target from the shadows, murmuring, "I see." Kyosuke entered the assassin's field of vision, just as he finished freezing a large magical beast. The assassin was shocked that he had taken down the boss so instantly. Samoa had warned him the boy was strong, but this was insane. The assassin quietly drew a sharp sword from its sheath, thinking the boy still hadn't noticed him, and that no matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be able to react to a perfect ambush. He glared intently and suddenly lunged forward with great speed. The assassin raised his sword high, intending to strike downward while the target was off guard, thinking, "Your head is mine." But suddenly, the sword was ripped from his hand, and his face slammed hard into the ground. The assassin's cloak was torn away as he squinted, his eyes half closed in a daze. His feet had been frozen solid to the ground, leaving him wondering if the boy had done it. The assassin struggled with his frozen feet, panicking and wondering how the target could have possibly known where he was. Kyosuke appeared nonchalantly right in front of him and said in a cold voice, "Hunters are always careless about being hunted themselves." Ethereal butterflies fluttered close to the assassin's face, making him wonder what they were. A small butterfly landed gently on his skin, carrying the energy from Kyosuke's palm, void tracking magic. The man in the black cloak had been so focused on his target that he hadn't noticed the small butterflies at all. Kyosuke watched the tiny butterflies circling him and smiled, glad that he had prepared a safeguard. He quickly stepped forward, grabbed the assassin by the collar, and jerked him up. Kyosuke looked him directly in the eye and mocked him, saying his plan had failed miserably. Samoa was currently sitting in his office, reviewing documents. Suddenly, a severed arm with sharp claws was delivered to him. Samoa's face turned pale at the sight of the object, stammering, "What?" Kyosuke appeared before him, casually with his hands in his pockets, leaving Samoa in shock. How could he have returned alive? The boy then spoke calmly as if nothing had happened, remarking that it was quite difficult and that he hadn't expected the boss to be that strong. He put on a forced, awkward smile, mentioning that a man in a black cloak had suddenly attacked him too, suggesting that someone must have ordered the hit. Samoa was practically speechless, unable to find words as the boy's hints landed. He could only seethe with rage internally, thinking, "You bastard." Giving his final word, Kyosuke left the room and shut the door tight, saying he was very much looking forward to his third trial. This left Samoa alone in the room with a distorted, displeased expression, wondering why the boy hadn't reported the incident. He racked his brain until he finally understood the situation. Outside, Kyosuke strolled leisurely down the hallway, thinking Samoa either didn't have concrete evidence yet or thought any report would just be buried anyway. Samoa slumped over his desk, cast in shadows, and declared with determination that if that was the case, he would execute the boy himself. Samoa proactively opened a small secret door, thinking that even if the boy was stronger than expected, it wouldn't be a problem. He took out a special ring and placed it on his middle finger, the ring that Lady Claudia herself had bestowed upon him. He held up his hand to admire it and thought cunningly that he would surely wipe the boy out. Several people were returning home as night fell and the lamps were lit. A blonde youth walked along with his hands in his pockets, complaining that he hadn't met his quota today, while his companion sighed with his hands behind his head, saying things had become much harder since Samoa became the priest. The blonde youth looked gloomy and discouraged, mentioning that he had finally escaped his hometown and everything else. He kept talking as he passed Kyosuke, wondering if he would ever be able to reach the second floor at this rate. Kyosuke's sharp eyes quickly darted back toward the two of them. At the gate, one of the guards leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, remarking how quiet it was today, while another guard crouching nearby replied that hardly anyone passed through there. Kyosuke suddenly approached from behind and waved, saying, "Excuse me," which made the guard look back in confusion. He put on a friendly smile and said he wanted to ask them a few questions. After a short while, he prepared to leave, thanking them as they grunted in response. One of the guards broke into a cold sweat, not understanding what had just happened, while the other could only sigh, calling him a strange fellow. Kyosuke walked away casually with his hands in his pockets, ignoring the guard's whispers behind him about someone asking for the date when the high-ranking priest would arrive for inspection. Time passed, and a few days later, the white pigeon brought another letter to his windowsill. Kyosuke slowly pulled the letter out and thought it over. They had announced the details of the final trial for the first floor. Was it already the last? He felt very confident and mocked Samoa in his mind, thinking it was quite unlucky for the man to schedule it for today. Perhaps he lacked faith. He opened his palm to let the blue mana energy flow, void magic. He released the pressure, causing the white pigeons to fly off in all directions as he signaled the activation. A middle-aged man was suddenly startled when he saw the scene in the sky, wondering what it was. A blue-haired youth was also surprised, as he held a bird in one hand and a small piece of paper in the other. Another girl who had just released a bird was also taken aback, wondering what was happening. A different girl received a letter at her window, wondering what it could be. A figure in a cloak with white hair appeared on the street. The man smirked as he held the small letter in his hand, murmuring, "Oh." Kyosuke stood silently by the window, looking out and thinking that everything was finally falling into place. He slightly lowered his eyebrows and smirked with anticipation, thinking it was time for the man to pay for treating believers like traps. At a meeting place, a voice rang out first, "You're here." Samoa shifted his gaze, as if noticing something, and asked, if he was ready for the final trial they were about to conduct. Kyosuke looked serious and confident, saying he was honored to have priest Samoa personally supervise this final trial. Samoa wasn't a fool. He immediately read the boy's expression and cursed internally, thinking the bastard was pretending to be innocent. The corners of his eyes sharpened as he glared at the boy, knowing he had discovered the illicit transactions and that Samoa had sent an assassin to silence him. Standing before a building that looked magnificent on the outside, Samoa thought to himself that the first floor was his paradise. Samoa held out his palm with a cunning face, as if everything had been prearranged, thinking he would wipe the boy out right then and there. Kyosuke's expression changed slightly as he laughed and noted that there seemed to be quite a lot of spectators today. This caused Samoa to look back in shock. Behind the distant doors, the noisy chatter of a crowd erupted, signaling that things were starting. A woman with an orange accessory stepped forward, asking if he was the believer who reached the final trial in record time, while a red-haired youth in a blue leather jacket laughed with excitement, nodding that Samoa was fighting him personally. A girl in a long skirt was also curious, nodding it was just as the letter said. In an instant, before the two could even clash, the arena was surrounded by spectators. Samoa was overwhelmed, glancing around and stuttering, "This is..." He suddenly realized what was happening and gritted his teeth bitterly, wondering if the boy had gathered them himself and what he was plotting. He realized it so clearly he broke into a cold sweat, thinking, "Don't tell me." Just as he suspected, Kyosuke announced loudly to the entire crowd, "Listen, believers of the first floor, I have discovered that Priest Samoa is corrupt." He didn't stop there. With a determined look and a forceful voice, he continued, "He forces people to undergo impossible trials, only to let some pass in exchange for bribes. When I found out the truth, he sent an assassin to silence me." Samoa was so bitter and angry he clenched his fists and stood frozen, yelling, "What? You?" Ajido, hidden in the shadows, watched silently and gave a small smirk. Samoa broke into a cold sweat but tried to keep his cool, forcing a strained smile as he attempted to speak. "How ridiculous! His words are completely made up." He glared at the boy, gritting his teeth in fury, thinking things would turn out badly if the boy actually had evidence. Unable to control his rage any longer, Samoa unleashed his mana and roared, "Enough talk, let the trial begin. Charge," thinking to himself that he would kill the boy, for the dead tell no tales. Immediately, many magical beasts created from his purple mana lunged forward at once. The entire audience gasped in amazement, realizing it was a high-level beast summoning spell that used mana as a medium. Samoa seemed to lose his mind, looking very aggressive as he told the boy that if he survived his magic, he would officially become a level 2 believer, but added that he would be stopping right. He showed no mercy, ordering the pack of beasts to seize the boy. Kyosuke quickly entered his combat stance, gathering energy in his palms, void magic. Independent long shards of ice surged forward at his command, "Activate." From where he stood controlling the magic, the beasts were instantly frozen midair. Samoa's face went pale in disbelief. "What?" Kyosuke remained perfectly calm, an overwhelming smile on his face, as he said, "Sorry. No one ever said I wasn't allowed to defeat." Large and small blocks of ice rolled across the ground, sending the crowd into a frenzy, wondering who this boy was that could wipe them out instantly. The girl in the long skirt in the stands was also shocked, unable to believe such overwhelming power. Samoa found the situation unbearable, growing maddened, and telling him not to act so smug. He fumbled around in his cloak for something, thinking there was no way he would let trash like the boy destroy his peaceful life. He slowly put a red ring on his middle finger, thinking it would be fine. Samoa clenched his fist and laughed, regaining his confidence, thinking as long as he had the ring Claudia gave him, he would win. Kyosuke noticed the item immediately, wondering if it was a ring. Samoa arrogantly raised his arm and declared confidently, "Come, I'll show you my true power." Fierce sparks of lightning began to erupt from his ring, but then nothing happened in the arena. It remained completely quiet and still. The spectators watched the situation seriously. But then the crowd began to murmur, and Samoa broke into a sweat, not understanding why nothing was happening or if that was truly his real power. Samoa looked at his trembling palm in panic, wondering why the ring wasn't giving him the massive power it was supposed to. He was startled by a third voice appearing in the arena. "That ring has no effect on those with impure hearts." A handsome face emerged, with white hair covering one eye, nodding that it seemed what the boy said wasn't entirely made up after all. Kyosuke raised an eyebrow, his sharp eyes nodding the newcomer's arrival. He was here. Samoa looked toward the person and backed away in confusion, asking who he was. Ajido suddenly appeared right in front of him. Lord Ajido, the priest of the 5th floor, Ajido Norman. Ajido looked at him coldly with wide eyes and said, "Now then, Samoa, a priest who cannot use that ring. It seems there is a hidden story. Samoa's face turned pale as he broke into a heavy sweat, and Ajito asked why he didn't tell him everything. Looking at Ajito, Norman standing before him, glaring intensely. Samoa was terrified, his face pale as he stammered in a low voice, "Lord Ajito." Standing nearby, Kyosuke silently observed and assessed Ajito, thinking that he hadn't expected a high-ranking official like a fifth-floor priest to appear. But this works out even better for me, he thought as a slight smirk played on his thin lips and his gaze grew profound. Ajito finally spoke in a low tone. "When I first arrived on the first floor, I received a strange message." Hearing this, Samoa's face turned even greener as he hesitantly and fearfully asked, "A message?" Ajito coldly recounted every single word written in the letter. "I will expose the corruption of the first-floor priest, Samoa. If you wish to verify the truth, come to the arena." That was the message. Samoa turned deathly pale and instinctively cried out, "What?" Ajito asked him again in a voice as cold as ice. "Arrogant scum will be punished according to the doctrine. You understand that well, don't you, Priest Samoa?" Samoa was too tense to answer. He suddenly glanced at Kyosuke behind him, wondering suspiciously if the boy had been silent all this time just to expose him at this exact moment. With no time to dwell on it, he used every bit of brain power to find a way out, thinking that since there was no physical evidence, he might be able to turn the tide if he stayed quiet. After thinking it over and finding no better way, he silently encouraged himself. All right. Putting his thoughts into action, Samoa immediately switched to professional actor mode and cried out his innocence. "Lord Ajito, these allegations of corruption must be some kind of vile misunderstanding. I have dedicated my body and soul to Lady Claudia. I swear on my life that I have done nothing shameful," he declared, placing a hand over his heart and acting with an air of self-righteousness. Ajito remained unmoved. He fixed his eyes directly on the ring on the man's hand and slowly asked in return, "If you truly swear on your life, then why hasn't the ring reacted?" As if worried he hadn't been clear enough, Ajito directly explained the analysis. That ring taps into the wearer's latent abilities based on their faith, but it also has another function. If someone with impure intentions uses it, a signal is sent directly to a high-ranking priest. Upon hearing this, Samoa's face collapsed in horror as he looked at the ring on his finger and shouted, "What?" The spectators in the stands were equally stunned after learning this new information and began to whisper and gossip. Kyosuke, watching the drama unfold from the side, mused with interest. "I see. So it's a device to weed out traitors. They really are meticulous." Ajito suddenly changed his attitude, smiling and reaching out towards Samoa, asking him again in an affectionate, friendly voice, "So now, will you tell the truth?" When his hand slapped down onto Samoa's shoulder, the man jumped in fear but still kept his mouth shut, saying, "Please believe me, Lord Ajito." Before he could finish, Ajito's heavy sigh cut him off. Ajito's eyes turned blood-red as he stared intently at Samoa, having lost all patience as he ordered, "Don't make me repeat myself. Priest Samoa, tell me the truth." Samoa, terrified by the man's fearsome aura, collapsed backward onto the ground. Ajito didn't stop there but continued to question him. "Just now, you interrupted him and forced the trial to start, didn't you? Doesn't that alone prove you're hiding something?" Samoa hung his mouth open, unable to argue back, only stammering the words, "That is," over and over. Ajito frowned with a murderous aura, half affirming and half threatening him. "Have you come this far only to still try and play dumb with me? You shall not insult the Burgo faith any longer." Samoa was pale with fright, the words he wanted to say choking in his throat. Ajito suddenly knelt down beside him. While unleashing his mana, he threatened Samoa, "I can force a confession out of you, but wouldn't you rather say it yourself?" Samoa froze, his eyes welling up with tears. After a few seconds, he finally managed to stammer out the words, I. He confessed honestly, "I gave out impossible trials to the level 1 believers and extorted money from them." Hearing of his barbaric actions, the audience in the stands was struck with shock and horror. Kyosuke remained silent, standing by and observing the turn of events. Ajito stood up without further words, simply giving a brief order to the guards, "Take him away." The two soldiers immediately nodded, saying, "Understood, sir." Then the two men grabbed the dazed and desperate Samoa from both sides and dragged him out of the square. Ajito returned to his dignified demeanor and called out, "Now then, it's time to handle the aftermath." Standing in the center of the square, he shouted, "O believers of the first floor, you have all heard the situation clearly." At this point, he bowed slightly to take responsibility on Samoa's behalf, saying, "It is deeply regrettable that Priest Samoa was involved in corruption, and I offer my sincerest apology." Before anyone could voice their indignation, he immediately made a decision. "However, we must prevent this incident from damaging the reputation of the Burgo sect. Therefore, I declare that all believers here shall be promoted to the second floor." As soon as Ajito finished speaking, a roar of cheers immediately erupted. Everyone in the stand stood up and cheered excitedly, with some asking in disbelief, have we really become level 2 believer? Just then, Ajido unexpectedly gestured toward Kyosuke and continued with a smile. If you want to give thanks, thank him. He is the one who discovered Priest Samoa's negligence. Hearing that, the cheers toward Kyosuke grew even louder. Ajido then spoke sincerely to him in private. For exposing the rot within the Burgo Church, you have my gratitude as well. As for your reward, I will inform you of it later. After saying that, he immediately departed. Watching Ajido's retreating back, Kyosuke's face hardened as he thought to himself, Priest Ajido. He's much sharper than Samoa. The cheering and chatter of the crowd still hadn't died down. A girl sitting amidst the crowd smiled slightly and whispered to herself, I'll have to thank him properly later. In a private room, Ajido said seriously, that concludes my report. He then continued, as I mentioned earlier, the recent incident has been resolved, largely thanks to the actions of a certain believer. If it had been discovered any later, the Burgo Church's reputation might have been damaged. It truly was a blessing in disguise. At this point, Ajido's voice subconsciously dropped lower. Among the other members in the room, some were sympathetic, nodding Priest Samoa's case was indeed a pity, while others were firm, stating the believer's conduct was a model example. Still others thought deeper, suggesting he should be held up as an example for other followers. Ajido suddenly spoke up slowly with a suggestion. And with that in mind, I have a proposal, he said, a faint smile always playing on his lips. Back at the square, the area had become quiet again, with only 2 soldiers guarding the city gate. Kyosuke walked up the steps one by one. As he moved closer to the outside, the light hit and polished the collar around his neck. He quickened his pace toward the magnificent villa in front of him. As he walked, he thought casually to himself, I didn't expect to be sent straight to the 5th floor. This must be to set an example for the other believer. But regardless, ranking up this fast is even better than I thought, he concluded, his spirits lifting as he allowed himself a small smile. Proceeding deep inside. Opening the door to the room, Kyosuke gave a polite alert, excuse me. Hearing his voice, Ajido, who had been admiring the view out the window, turned around and said with a smile, you've arrived. Kyosuke walked up to Ajido and said sincerely, thank you for helping me rank up to the 5th floor. Ajido waved a hand, gesturing for him to sit. He also sat down in his chair and said politely, there's no need for thanks. If a believer can prove themselves, then ranking up is only natural. Kyosuke sat in the opposite chair, his heart still full of wariness as he evaluated the man before him, thinking he still couldn't completely read him, but it was clear his aura was entirely different from Samoa. Ajido informed him bluntly, I have some news I want to share with you today. I think you'll find it quite interesting. Hearing that, Kyosuke asked, news? Ajido didn't dawdle and got straight to the point. Regarding the recent events, it has been decided that you will be granted an audience with Lady Claudia. Hearing this shocking news, Kyosuke was a bit stunned, thinking with a mix of joy and concern that he hadn't expected meeting Claudia to happen this quick. Composing himself, he slightly clenched his fist to encourage himself. Then he said appreciatively to Ajido, I am deeply honored. He then affirmed with determination, I gladly accept. Hideki gasped in shock, is that true? To which someone confirmed it is. Dietz added that the resurrected Kawakiro had been successfully defeated, and Claudia smiled, nodding that in golf sitting there was clear proof of that. He frowned reproachfully, but Claudia, I didn't expect you to do that. She still wore that annoying smile as she said, I apologize, but isn't the result quite satisfying? Dietz nodded and admitted, you're right, we eliminated a troublesome enemy thanks to you. Internally, however, he was cursing her, don't you dare play games with me, you cunning woman. Dietz realized silently, now I know that you are the one who burned down my home. On the screen, Cavil was still watching the argument intently. He quietly observed each person's attitude. Meanwhile, Hideki thought to himself that while it seemed a lot had happened, if Kawakiro was dead, this fact caused him to break down. Hideki's inner self screamed, then all my problems are solved, you bastard Kawakiro. Claudia spoke up quietly, the obstacle has been cleared, Nathaniel. She also mentioned that they would soon need to discuss the divine power bestowal ritual. At the mention of this, he became quite pensive. Dietz repeated the words in his head, divine power bestowal ritual, just as Cavil spoke up, that's enough for today. He also reminded everyone that since this was very important, they would discuss the details further next time. He remained pensive until Cavil announced, at the next meeting. Elsewhere, Kyosuke received a call. That's the current situation, and he nodded, saying understood. Dietz was a bit worried, asking if it was really okay for him to sneak in like that. wondering what would happen if Claudia discovered that perception blocking magic. Kyosuke gave a light laugh and asked, "What's this? Are you worried about me?" He also reassured him, "Don't worry. I've been hunting it constantly since I went to Germany." He also comforted himself, thinking it would probably be fine, but reminded him repeatedly to be careful, as it seemed Claudia and Nathaniel were plotting something involving a divine power bestowal ritual. Hearing about this ritual, Kyosuke's expression turned grave. He found an excuse to end the call. "I understand. I'll call you back later." After hanging up, Kyosuke thought to himself, a divine power bestowal ritual. It seems Claudia is up to something. At another time, at the Believer Tower, 7th floor, he thought to himself that he had finally set foot in the sanctuary on the final floor of the tower. Kyosuke recalled that according to Ajido, he had 3 days before meeting Claudia. He was determined to stay on the 7th floor and verify something before that time. Then Kyosuke suddenly spoke up. "You saved me the trouble of having to find you." He called out the name of the person hiding, Shirato Seiyuki. She reminded him coldly, "It's easy to be discovered here, follow me." A while later, the two of them told each other that no one was around. He spoke first, "Let me be blunt, I want to ask you something." Kyosuke asked directly, "Do you have anything to do with the hypnosis Claudia cast on Ingolf?" His response was met with silence. However, Kyosuke continued, "That magic was incomplete, and Claudia isn't the type to make a mistake like that." Furthermore, he affirmed, "The only one who could have done that back then was you." Nevertheless, he wondered, "But I don't understand. Aren't you on Claudia's side?" Because of that, Kyosuke asked patiently, "So why?" To which Seiyuki interrupted, "Because." A trace of sadness touched her face. "I didn't want you to die again, Kawakaro." Tears threatened to fall from Seiyuki's eyes, while he was utterly shocked, asking, "What do you mean?" All of a sudden, she gripped her own wrist tightly. Kyosuke looked on in shock. On Seiyuki's arm was a glowing symbol, making him realize, Kyosuke told himself he vaguely remembered that sign. It was. Recalling the past, 20 years ago, a little girl was being attacked by monsters. Right at that moment, her power suddenly awakened. An incident occurred then. However, the girl couldn't control it and went berserk. At the time, he thought that perhaps their meeting was destiny, as the girl used the same power as him, the time attribute. At that moment, using that power with a lack of experience had caused great damage to the little girl's body. Because they shared the same attribute, instead of letting that power spiral out of control and harm the girl, he had decided to seal it, and luckily, he succeeded. The girl gradually regained consciousness. Kyosuke still remembered saving the girl back then and leaving a red mark on her arm. Returning to the present, he was stunned, realizing, "So you were that girl from back then?" She nodded in admission. "That's right, when I woke up. Unfortunately, by then, you had been charged with betraying your comrades. The accusations were everywhere, that you were the one behind the SSS rank calamity, the unusual appearance of the dungeons, and that you wanted to rule the world. Even so, I knew my savior wouldn't do such a thing. For that reason, I approached Claudia. My main goal was to find out the truth about the incident 20 years ago, so I remained obedient and dedicated to her. After a long journey, Claudia finally trusted me and told me the truth. It took me 10 long years. Following that, after the Rei Ryuoxi incident, I was ordered to find Misato Kawakaro. When I received the order, I was very suspicious at first. I didn't believe you had actually come back to life. Because of that, while you were training in Germany, I reached out to Asahi Karin. Based on the conversations we had, when she told me exactly what kind of person Asahi Kyosuke was, I became certain in my heart. Seiyuki became lost in her emotions as she whispered, "That person," and she affirmed that he was exactly like the Kawakaro she once knew. She expressed her gratitude movingly, saying that she was only alive now because of him. And she sincerely added, "I truly, truly thank you." Kyosuke smiled and replied, "Is that all?" He hadn't expected that this girl had believed in Misato Kawakaro for 20 years, and Seiyuki even revealed, "You're my ideal hero, Kawakaro." Not only that, but she cryptically added, "That's why I'm going to tell you the truth." Seiyuki's expression turned grave as she said, "I have seen the worst possible future." Most importantly, she noted that he was the only one who could change that future. Therefore, she suddenly pleaded, "Please lend me your strength." And she made a proposal so that they could save the world from Claudia's divine power bestowal ritual. Hearing those words, Kyosuke was stunned and froze, asking, "You've seen the future?" A look of shock crossed his face that he couldn't hide as he muttered, "Shirato Seiyuki, could it be you?" Seiyuki calmly explained as a flow of mana slowly surrounded her body, "I used time magic and returned from the future." The scene from that moment slowly replayed in her mind as she thought of that timeline. Hearing those words, Kyosuke grew even more shocked to learn that Claudia had ruled the world. Seiyuki resolutely reached out her hand, her gaze becoming extremely solemn as she warned that if things continued this way, a world of utter despair awaited them, and to change that outcome, she needed Kaiwakiro's power. He calmly repeated the words, "Claudia, ruling the world." Her face suddenly fell as her composure vanished, noting that in that future, even he lost his life, and she was completely broken. Sayuki slowly recounted what she had witnessed with her own eyes, but in that life-and-death moment, suddenly a strange mana had surrounded her entire body, and he had used void magic to release her regression authority. Sayuki continued her story, saying he had told her to use it to change that hopeless future. Returning to the present, she clenched her fist with determination and vowed that she wouldn't let that future happen again. Kyosuke finally spoke up after hearing her words, asking if the cause of everything was the divine power bestowal ritual Claudia planned to conduct, and wanting to know exactly what happened in that future. Sayuki tilted her head slightly, a look of sorrow appearing on her face as she said that under the hand of the monster Claudia summoned the Calamity Beast, hundreds of millions of people perished. But he suddenly raised his voice, the Calamity Beast. Kyosuke couldn't believe it and recalled that 20 years ago, there was a monster they couldn't find a way to defeat, even when using future sight. He remembered for certain that in the end, they could only seal the entire dungeon, along with that monster. The eyes of that magical beast still lingered in his mind. It was the Calamity Beast. Sayuki lowered her voice and frowned slightly, saying that with the Calamity Beast in her hands, Claudia had rebuilt the world order. She continued calmly, explaining more about what had happened. Those who resisted her were executed, leaving only obedient followers. And she had turned it into a world that was convenient for her in every aspect. That seemed to be beyond all of Kyosuke's expectations, as he realized that was Claudia's true ambition. A moment later, he asked a few more questions in confusion, nodding that she was considered a hero of this world, and wondering if she would really throw away that mask to do this, to which Sayuki confirmed she would. At that exact moment, something suddenly lunged toward them. A figure slowly landed on the ground, with very decisive movements. The girl nonchalantly pulled back her hood. Faced with this situation, Kyosuke couldn't help but feel surprised. However, Sayuki calmly explained everything, saying Isha and she had known each other for a long time, and that she had put her in charge of intelligence both inside and outside the tower. As Isha cheerfully greeted him, "We meet again, hello." His eyes glinted with scrutiny as he observed her. Nodding, he thought she said she wanted to save her hometown and family, but the girl calmly replied in a steady voice, "That's right, I lied." Isha nonchalantly spoke words that made the listener shiver, noting that Claudia had already killed her family and everyone in her village anyway. Every word she spoke made him stiffen, unable to argue, as she noted that this tower she built used to be her village. She slowly recounted what had happened back then. Claudia turned the place into a city just to gather her followers. Isha helplessly gripped her mother's hand in her memory, her eyes full of despair, nodding that was how she lost the people she loved. Tears flowed silently, unable to be held back, as she vowed she would never forgive her, never. Sayuki then spoke up quietly, saying that if they left Claudia to run wild, tragedy would strike again, and she couldn't accept that. She herself couldn't help but feel helpless, asking if he understood that she didn't care even if people died. Isha expressed loudly that she wanted him to lend them his strength. After hearing everything, Kyosuke only gave a soft sigh. Finally, he agreed to the proposal, saying he understood and that they had to stop Claudia's conspiracy. Kyosuke added that more importantly, he completely empathized with what Isha had just said. His eyes flashed with anger, unable to hide his emotions, as he vowed he would never forgive Claudia. The two of them fell silent, watching Kyosuke intently without taking their eyes off. However, he suddenly set his own condition, asking if the divine power bestowal ritual would stop if they killed Claudia. Sayuki hesitated slightly as she replied, regrettably no. She slowly explained everything she knew. Claudia intended to summon the monster by using the power drained from her elite followers as fuel. And if that power was released, it would happen regardless of whether it was through the ritual or Claudia's death. Kyosuke thought to himself, trying to find a solution, realizing that if it were that simple, his future self that she saw would have succeeded. He then asked calmly, "Then how can we?" But before he could finish, Sayuki suddenly interrupted, "There is a way." She composedly analyzed everything carefully, noting that Claudia's power was amplified by a device, and if they destroyed it, they could stop the ritual. Sayuki added solemnly that in the 4 failed timelines, this was the only solid clue she finally grasped. The key device is located right at the highest peak of the great cathedral. She recounted what she had sensed, but noted it was protected by an extremely strong barrier that even she couldn't enter. Then Sayuki smiled slightly, her eyes glowing with tenderness, nodding that their advantage now was that he had reached the 7th floor. And furthermore, a meeting with her had already been arranged for him. Kyosuke couldn't hide the interest in his eyes, asking if she meant that if they suppressed her during the meeting, then while Claudia was weakened, she and Isha could destroy the device. However, his brow furrowed as he added, but Kyosuke didn't feel at ease, nodding there would be other priests and soldiers present in the audience chamber, and they would have to bypass all of them and suppress Claudia's power. Sayuki suddenly spoke up, cutting through his worries, saying there was another important thing she needed to tell him. Her regression ability was reaching its limit, and the window of time she could return to was getting short. She didn't stop, continuing to the main point, noting that this time she only barely managed to return to the moment right before meeting him, which meant Sayuki's next words left the other two completely stunned. "This is our final chance." Kyosuke closed his eyes tightly and said, "I understand." Inwardly, he quietly made a resolution. If they failed, the world would fall to Claudia, but that didn't matter. Kyosuke looked to the side coldly, vowing to stop her at all costs. He decisively made his choice, thinking that 20 years ago and now once again, he wouldn't let her triumph twice. Kyosuke thought to himself, his gaze becoming more solemn, as he realized this was their last opportunity. He slowly recalled the scene from before, thinking that if they messed this up, then the worst possible future was all that awaited them. Afterward, he made a silent vow in his heart that he must stop Claudia at any cost. In a gloomy, deserted city, everything was shrouded in a cold white mist. At that moment, in an extremely quiet and lonely place, Sayuki walked calmly ahead of the two of them, saying, "It's here." A room covered in papers immediately appeared before them. As she noted, this was her hideout. Kyosuke couldn't help but be amazed by what appeared, realizing that this was everything Shirato Sayuki had built up through her regressions. Sayuki then calmly began to explain, saying first she would tell him what she had witnessed in the 4 timelines, how they failed and what they learned. She continued her story in a steady tone, saying in the first world she discovered Claudia's true purpose. He immediately understood the meaning behind those words. She planned to use the ritual to summon the Calamity Beast and wipe out everyone who wasn't her follower. Sayuki spoke gently, her voice very soft, nodding that in that timeline, he had given her the power to turn back time. She lowered her head slightly, her gaze becoming quiet, saying from the second time onward she tried to stop Claudia's ambition, but it wasn't that simple. Sayuki suddenly remembered what happened before, saying that in the second turn, she caught her off guard and assassinated her. However, she was still surprised by what followed, adding, but Burjo had suddenly erupted with a strange power, which sent Sayuki flying backward immediately. At that point, she bowed her head in silence, nodding. Her mana became frenzied, and the Calamity Beast was still summoned, while Isha couldn't help but chime in that things weren't as simple as they thought. Sayuki added that even if she killed her, the ritual was carried out by some other mechanism, most likely. She continued slowly analyzing the previous events, saying on the 3rd time she couldn't find Claudia's mana amplification device. As if it were nothing, Sayuki added that on the 4th time she found its location, but didn't know how to destroy it. She suddenly remembered that strange gate, saying she wanted to change the outcome but couldn't, so she kept seeing that hopeless future. Then she raised her eyebrows slightly, her gaze very gentle. She followed up by saying that even in those consecutive failures, there were great successes, such as meeting Isha. Sayuki's words made Isha feel proud as she noted that actually, the reason the meeting with Claudia was arranged now was thanks to her, while Kyosuke stood there dazed, asking what she meant. She calmly recounted the whole story, nodding that priest Samoa's illicit schemes on the 1st floor were exposed. The one who did that was none other than Isha, who had created that opening. Every image from that time surfaced as Sayuki recounted the tale, saying she made sure the news reached his ears, and she even pulled strings so the high priest would inspect the 1st floor at that exact moment. Afterwards, he held his head high and looked ahead, agreeing that if that hadn't happened, he wouldn't be here now, realizing the truth behind the situation. Kyosuke stared intently at the heap of carefully analyzed documents, thinking it wasn't just these papers. Shirato Sayuki had certainly used every means possible to create the current situation. He felt a silent admiration for her meticulousness, thinking she must have gone through much more despair and pain than what she had just told them. Kyosuke suddenly remembered his own words from his past life. In the 1st world, he had entrusted her with these words, "Change the hopeless future," and she had carried that burden alone all the way. At that moment, Isha spoke up, breaking the silence, saying they now absolutely had to stop Claudia's ritual. Sayuki immediately replied that especially destroying the amplification device was a must. She frowned slightly and slowly presented her plan, saying they needed him to neutralize her during the meeting, so the barrier protecting the device would collapse. The blueprints and plans were all carefully recorded by Sayuki. as she noted she had gathered all the information about the great cathedral's interior, and that she and Isha would take care of destroying the device. Kyosuke glanced over everything once, before slowly saying that it wouldn't be easy to overpower Claudia with priests all around. She raised her eyes slightly and looked straight ahead, saying that was why she needed him to create a magic that could change the future. Sayuki's answer stunned Kyosuke for a moment, regardless of how dark the future might be, and that magic was. On this side, a giant engine wrapped in mana was slowly being revealed. She watched the object in front of her intently, noting that soon the mana required to summon the Calamity Beast would be fully charged, and at that time, they would immediately conduct the ritual. A look of triumph crossed Burjo's face as she noted that beforehand, there was also an entertainment role she was looking forward to. On this side now, a thick, blinding fog completely covered the paths. Sayuki quickly asked if it was tomorrow. She couldn't help but feel anxious, asking if Kawakiro was prepared, but he immediately reassured her not to worry. While talking, he simultaneously wielded his mana, saying he had spent a lot of time hunting that image in his mind and had mastered that magic, as Sayuki praised him with interest, noting that as expected of him, she finally saw a glimmer of hope. Then she suddenly expressed her thanks to him, but Kawakiro replied that no, he was the one who should be thanking her. Kyosuke immediately followed up, saying she had repeatedly reset the world even after seeing that hopeless future. That left Sayuki stunned as he continued, noting that his abilities might be different now, but he understood how lonely it must have been to fight while seeing that future. Kyosuke glanced outside, saying he had trusted her with everything in the first timeline, and she had carried out that will, bringing them to this day. His gaze narrowed as he looked ahead, saying he was very grateful to her and wanted to live up to that trust. Kyosuke suddenly expressed his thanks from the bottom of his heart. "Thank you, Shirato Sayuki." Hearing those words, Sayuki's eyes stung Kawakiro. She bit her lip hard, trying to stay calm. Then Sayuki suddenly burst into laughter, leaving Kyosuke utterly confused as to why. She turned her head shyly, her cheeks turning red, saying it was nothing and she just found it a bit strange to be called by her full name, while he immediately apologized. Sayuki suddenly reached out her hand. She expressed her wish, saying he could just call her Sayuki. Hearing that, Kyosuke gave a bright, warm smile, understood. He suddenly gripped Sayuki's hand tightly, his eyes full of determination, vowing to change the future together. A look of joy she couldn't hide appeared on her face. Right at that moment, Isha suddenly appeared, apologizing for interrupting the romantic moment. Seeing someone appear, Sayuki immediately protested that there was nothing romantic about it, while the other girl playfully replied, "Right, right." Isha continued in a steady tone, noting that anyway, she had memorized the layout of the great cathedral along with the patrol routes. She also added that they were all set. Kyosuke solemnly laid out every detail, saying he would overpower Claudia, while Sayuki and Isha destroyed the device when an opening appeared. Then the three of them bumped fists as a promise, vowing they had to win at all costs. And so, a few days later, the day to meet Claudia finally arrived. The group of guards bowed respectfully in unison, asking if he was here for the meeting and telling him to go inside. Kyosuke walked inside calmly, asking Sayuki and Isha how their situation was, to which they replied they were fine. He calculated in his head, seemingly having a plan, thinking that at this rate they could reach the top floor without any problems, and that all the information Sayuki gathered was truly paying off. Even Kyosuke couldn't help but feel surprised, thinking to himself that he didn't expect Isha to be able to use long-range communication magic like that. How convenient. And so he slowly stepped inside, whispering that they were about to reach the meeting room, and he was counting on the two of them, to which they agreed. Standing before the scene in front of him, Kyosuke clenched his fists, muttering, "This is it." He hadn't expected that Norman would already be standing there waiting for him, greeted by the words, "I've been expecting you." He hospitably reached out with a friendly smile and told him to come in. Kyosuke stared intently ahead, his eyes filled with determination. The scene quickly unfolded before his eyes as he thought, "I'm finally here." Both rows were filled entirely with Burjo's subordinates. A wicked smile played across her face, Claudia. Kyosuke's gaze reflected clear resolve. He wasn't going to waste the opportunity Sayuki created by enduring those 4 rounds of despair. Standing before Burjo's figure, he told himself, never again. Burjo gave a light smile, her entire being radiating a brilliant aura. Suddenly, her eyes widened as if she noticed something. A guard standing nearby quickly cried out, "Lady Claudia," but Burjo remained calm and said it was nothing. Hearing that, Kyosuke only smirked. Watching the space begin to glitch, he felt a sense of validation, thinking that the perception jamming magic he was currently using should make him look like someone entirely different from Asai Kyosuke. Directing his gaze straight at Burjo, Kyosuke had already assessed that although Claudia would eventually see through it, it could buy him some time. Recalling when Burjo used her power to counter his techniques, Kyosuke realized that in the future Sayuki saw, he had used this magic on Claudia twice, and both times it took her about 5 minutes to completely neutralize it. With that thought, Kyosuke shifted his stance slightly, nodding the activation conditions for the magic he was using on her. He suddenly dropped to one knee and bowed before Burjo, his mind still racing, nodding that a certain amount of time must pass after locking onto the target with his vision. Looking at Burjo's triumphant face, Kyosuke calculated that he just needed to activate the new key magic before Claudia recognized. Meanwhile, Sayuki was standing outside in the hallway. She stole a glance inside, nodding that sure enough, the guards on the top floor hadn't decreased at all. Looking at the two guards watching strictly, Sayuki speculated that even if they couldn't sneak past, they still had to knock them out, which meant. Just then, the two guards began to move away, and Sayuki quickly hid behind a wall. An old guard told a newcomer that it was time to change shifts. The other guard gave a cold grunt in response. As soon as he spoke, a shocking explosion sent him flying. Afterward, his body was pinned through the debris, rendered motionless. The remaining guards saw this and their faces turned pale with panic. Sayuki had now entered an offensive stance, nodding that it was just past 1:00 p.m. and they would act, while the soldier's attention was focused on the shift change report. A second later, she accelerated rapidly forward. Ignoring the loud shout of "Who are you?", Sayuki swung her arm back to prepare her finishing move. In the blink of an eye, another thunderous explosion occurred. Sayuki's entire body was enveloped by circles of light amidst the thick surrounding dust. A panicked guard ordered someone to call Lady Claudia immediately, but they didn't realize they had fallen into a target lock from above. An arm was pulling back, preparing to launch a counterattack. The brown-haired girl immediately threw 2 punches at once, leaving the 2 guards no time to dodge. She then landed in a defensive posture, declaring, "That's not happening." The view from above was one of utter chaos. Looking at the 2 guards lying motionless on the floor, the brown-haired girl remarked that Sayuki's information was truly useful, to which Sayuki happily replied that everything was going smooth. She frowned deeply and added that now, Kaiwakairo just needed to keep Claudia busy. Turning her gaze toward the barrier, where lightning sparks continuously emitted, Sayuki waited silently for the barrier to collapse. On this side, Kyosuke had his eyes closed as Sayuki called out to him via telepathy. While a priest was performing the ritual, Sayuki took the chance to report that they had reached the barrier in front of the device room, and Kyosuke replied that he understood. He stole a glance upward. Imagining himself in a chess match, Kyosuke calculated that the first condition was met, and now it was his turn. Carefully following the priest's actions, he analyzed that according to Sayuki, the meeting always started with the sacrificial prayer of the 6th floor priest, but that was just a lure. Amidst the terrifying silence, Kyosuke soon realized that Claudia's true purpose on this floor was something else. The image of a priest with a majestic appearance appeared as Kyosuke grew certain. That was Sinise Lester, the 7th floor priest, and he was measuring his mana. As the ritual continued in the vast space, Kyosuke analyzed carefully that the meeting wasn't just a greeting. Claudia's goal was to harvest mana from believers who possessed extraordinary potential. At this point, blue energy suddenly surrounded Kyosuke's body, leading him to conclude that if he didn't meet their standards, they would immediately shorten the process. Witnessing this, the priest opened his eyes wide in shock. He watched the energy billowing out and couldn't help but exclaim internally that it was unbelievable. What a terrifying amount of mana, as he had never seen a believer like him before. The priest turned his gaze toward Burjo, insisting they had to keep the boy, while Kyosuke smirked triumphantly. He placed the priest's chess piece down and thought with satisfaction that the second condition was complete. All that remained was to satisfy the activation condition for that magic. Suddenly, the corner of Burjo's mouth twitched upward. She abruptly burst out laughing with excitement. The female priest looked on in confusion and called out her name. Burjo stepped forward gracefully, her voice full of hidden meaning as she said she finally understood what that feeling of unease was. She slowly approached Kyosuke and whispered that so he was still alive after all, Kaiwakairo. As soon as those words were spoken, everyone around gasped in shock, shouting, "Kaiwakairo! Impossible, Misato Kaiwakairo." With half of his face still under the jamming spell, Kyosuke gritted his teeth, thinking he couldn't keep her occupied as long as he had planned. Suddenly, Burjo gripped his chin tightly, saying "I." A second later, she leaned in close to Kyosuke's face and growled with a terrifying expression, "See everything." Burjo widened her blue eyes and warned him that with such a massive amount of mana, she could tell exactly what kind of magic he was using. A moment later, she released his chin and admitted she was actually quite impressed. as she had thought he would perish because of the hypnosis she used on Engulf. After speaking, Burjo turned her back to leave, mentioning there were many things to deal with here, but those could wait, as the priests immediately stood in a line to protect. Burjo arrogantly pointed straight at Kyosuke, declaring that if she just killed him there, everything would be over. Outside, Tsuyuki cried out in alarm via telepathy, Kaiwakairo. The chess pieces were arranged in a defensive position, as Tsuyuki realized that a cautious person like her would send the priests first and force them to do what she was about to order. Burjo gave a fierce command, "You heard me, destroy him." Looking at the syringes filled with red liquid in the priest's hands, Tsuyuki silently decided she knew what she had to do. A second later, the priests simultaneously plunged the syringes into their own necks as Burjo's voice echoed, commanding them to ensure he was erased forever. Her face revealed her cruelty, nodding it was Rei Ryuoxi's enhancement drug. Looking at the energy surrounding Kyosuke, Tsuyuki speculated that with this many enhanced soldiers, even Kawakairo wouldn't be able to fight them off. In a flash, Kyosuke swung his arm, followed by a surging wave of blue energy. The priests could only stand there and take the hit without any time to react. Faced with this, Burjo hung her mouth open, thinking even the enhanced ones were defeated. Realizing the power gathering in Kyosuke's hand, Tsuyuki thought triumphantly that everything was going exactly according to plan. Closely observing Kyosuke's overwhelming aura, Tsuyuki steadied herself, thinking that finally they were ready. Kyosuke spoke slowly in a steady voice, explaining that this place was a space completely cut off from the outside world, where she couldn't interfere with anything out there nor draw power from the outside. Which means right now, you're just a bird trapped in a cave. Burjo asked in confusion, her gaze hesitant, asking what he meant by being cut off from the outside and what his purpose was for creating such a thing. In the face of those rapid-fire questions, he only replied calmly that he was going to destroy the mana amplification device she always relied on and prevent the calamity beast from appearing. Kyosuke frowned slightly and slowly continued, nodding that if he sealed her there, the barrier protecting the device would also vanish. In Burjo's heart, countless conflicting emotions suddenly surged. She wondered how he knew about the amplification device and the calamity beast, questioning if he had been tracking her with void magic. Then she spoke out her concern, thinking that regardless of his intent, wasn't he also trapped here? Burjo's gaze was full of scrutiny as she asked how he planned to destroy the device. She frowned, guessing to herself that she understood. Kyosuke only spoke slowly, his voice unusually calm, nodding that it seemed she had finally figured it out. Burjo clenched her fists in rage, her eyes reflecting her fury as she realized he had accomplices helping him. She questioned him repeatedly, her tone becoming increasingly harsh, nodding that explained why he knew about the device. He had entrusted its destruction to his comrades. However, Kyosuke didn't flinch and nonchalantly admitted it was true, and that they would stop the calamity beast from appearing, as he no longer needed to hide his goal. He pointed directly at Burjo with a determined gaze, stating she would stay there until the device was successfully destroyed. In Kyosuke's mind, many thoughts arose as he reflected that she had always been in a position to watch him, in her role as his assistant. He gradually recalled previous events, nodding he hadn't seen her for a few days, and furthermore, he had set a board where either Engulf or Kawakairo had to die. There was no way both could survive. Kyosuke continued his train of thought, realizing that back then, in that place, someone had interfered and broken his hypnosis. Tsuyuki's silhouette appeared clearly in his mind, as he realized Tsuyuki was Kawakairo's accomplice. However, Burjo suddenly spoke up, saying it was disappointing because she had such high expectations for him. Her face took on a cold, wicked look, as she noted that if his time power had fully awakened, he could have become an extremely useful pup. Burjo nonchalantly delivered a killing blow with her words, saying he was now just useless, and honestly, she felt like someone had snatched her harvest right before she could gather. A moment later, she just stood there with her hands on her hips, watching. Out of thin air, Burjo suddenly pulled out a shining sword, declaring she just needed to kill him and then escape from there. She gripped the sword tightly, her eyes cold, intending to do it with that very blade. From below, Kyosuke watched the sword intently, nodding it was the thing Tsuyuki had mentioned. He slowly remembered what had happened, that by using it, Claudia had collected mana from the talented believers who came to see her. Kyosuke frowned even more coldly, his gaze becoming sharp as he realized she intended to drain his mana and break the barrier. He immediately drew a conclusion after careful thought. Claudia wanted to kill him to escape. Burjo only smiled slightly, looking full of confidence as she said, "All right, here I come." She lunged toward him without hesitation, but his goal was only to keep her occupied. Burjo coldly raised the sword high in her hand. However, with his extraordinary agility, Kyosuke easily dodged it. He slowly recalled Tsuyuki's words to him, that according to her, even if Claudia was killed, the Calamity Beast would still be summoned. Kyosuke then quickly teleported behind Burjo's back, thinking that at this moment, she immediately reacted, turning her head toward him, as he told himself he couldn't let her die. Burjo suddenly kicked at him, while he told himself his mission was to block her attacks until Sayuki and the others destroyed the device. That was his role. In the face of that attack, Kyosuke still managed to dodge calmly. He then teased her in a provocative tone, saying she was naive and that dodging her strikes was nothing. Those words made Burjo's rage explode as she asked if that was so, and how he would handle this. As soon as she finished, she suddenly pulled out a crossbow. Without a word, Burjo fired an arrow straight at Kyosuke's eyes were fixed on the incoming arrow. A volley of arrows suddenly poured down beside him. Kyosuke silently considered the situation before him. A crossbow arrow imbued with hypnotic magic, exactly the same kind used on Ingol. Burjo suddenly burst into a crazed laugh that made the air turn cold, saying if he even got a scratch, he was finished. Immediately after, a strange arrow lunged toward him, and he thought a hypnotic arrow was quite troublesome, but Kyosuke simply tilted his body to the side to dodge, telling himself he just needed to avoid it, and told her to go ahead and try if she thought she could hit him. Burjo spoke up with absolute confidence, saying she was going to tell him something interesting. Her eyes gradually became malicious, flashing with killing intent, as she noted her useful pawns didn't just include Sayuki. Burjo began to ramble with certainty, asking if he knew what it meant that she had told someone about the device's existence. On this side, a figure gradually appeared clearly, muttering, "Found it." She decisively pointed at the object in front of her, the mana amplification device. Sayuki moved closer to the front, thinking that if they destroyed it. However, the fifth floor priest, Ajito Norman, suddenly stepped in to block them, saying that wasn't going to happen. A blinding light immediately enveloped his body, as he declared that anyone who entered this area must be destroyed, as per Lady Claudia's orders. The two of them were stunned, seemingly unable to believe their eyes as they saw Ajito Norman, who stared coldly at them and called out Sayuki's name. His gaze didn't hide his ill will as he asked why her, Lady Claudia's assistant, was doing this. In that situation, Sayuki still calmly replied that she had no reason to answer him, especially someone who was blindly loyal to that woman. She gritted her teeth, calculating her next move, thinking that just like the future she saw, Ajito Norman was Claudia's true right-hand man. Sayuki silently told herself that if she wanted to destroy the device, she had to defeat him first. Norman closed his eyes and finally spoke slowly, saying it was a pity. He couldn't help but praise her bravery, but added that perhaps this was actually a good thing. Then Norman pointed his hand straight at her face, declaring they could finally decide who was worthy of standing beside Lady Claudia. Sayuki didn't back down and strongly retorted that she didn't care about that at all, making his brow furrow even more with annoyance as he said even without her, he now had a reason to do this. Norman suddenly recounted his childhood, how his parents had treated him cruelly. That image was forever etched in his mind, and he noted the one who saved him back then was Lady Claudia. That statement made the girl beside him unable to keep quiet, as she pointed out that she was only gathering children with rare abilities and didn't actually want to save. However, Norman remained firm in his conviction, saying even so, she was still his light and taught him that only strength allows one to survive in this world. He added in a very calm tone that ever since he was saved, he had sworn loyalty to Lady Claudia and wanted to stand as close to her as possible to support her. Norman glanced at Sayuki, nodding that she kept her by her side only because she had a special time attribute. His expression suddenly turned dark and terrifying as he noted she was always in his way. Norman laughed morbidly and slowly raised his hand, saying he had to thank God for giving him this opportunity. The girl was flustered but still tried to convince him, asking if he knew what he was saying, and that Claudia wanted to rule the world with the Calamity Beast. However, Norman only calmly uttered a brief response, "So what?" He raised both hands high, his eyes quietly closed, declaring that realizing her ideals was true salvation. Sayuki, standing nearby, finally couldn't help but interrupt, telling Isha that they had to defeat him regardless. She spoke coldly with an air of indifference, vowing they wouldn't let him stand in their way, never.